request last night. Other than to identify himself, my client is not able to contribute anything to this hearing. Most importantly, he is not able even to tell you that he has been informed of the charges as contained in the arrest warrant for a reason more pertinent to which I alluded in my written request to this honorable pretrial chamber this morning, and which is confidential in nature. Accordingly, I repeat my respectful request, which was rejected this morning, to postpone the substantive aspect of this hearing to the next week, when I will have the opportunity to sit with my client and to explain to him what a confirmation hearing is and what the disclosure is, and how the prosecution alleges that he committed crimes. I thank the court for its attention and regret to say that I do not have instructions to continue my submission any further today. Thank you.
Thank you, Counsel. Now, with regard to the health issues of Mr. Duterte, I believe that the court has taken specific measures with regard to his health situation, and I note that subsequent to his arrest and when he arrived at the detention center, the court's doctor was of the opinion that you were fully mentally aware and fit, and that you have undergone further checks and tests at the detention facility. And when you broached health matters, that's saying that you were not able to come to the hearing, the doctors who consulted with you were of the opinion that Mr. Duterte was not in a position to come to the hearing physically, but that if he gave a written permission, he would be able to take part via video link. Now, that is with regard to the health matters that you just mentioned. They are very important, especially concerning the matter of age. Now, with regard to the rights of Mr. Duterte, we have before us the registrar's or the registry's report that says that Mr. Duterte has been informed of his rights, including Articles 66 and 67 of the Rome Statute, and that that he is aware of his rights and that he is also aware of the charges against him. We have before us the report of the registry saying that he was also aware of the warrant of arrest in the English language and that he is very well versed in the English language. Once again, you have the possibility of these charges being read in English, which was the case today. I have read to you in the French language the rights that he has, Mr. Duterte, before this court, and I'd like to specify once again that this is an initial hearing. In order for Mr. Duterte to be aware of his rights and the charges against him. And then there will be a full procedure that will unfurl leading up to the confirmation of charges that will enable Mr. Duterte to raise all the matters that you have just raised with regard to the warrant of arrest, with regard to the crimes committed, with regards to the charges, and any other matters associated with his arrest, and the matters of jurisdiction of the court. You have the opportunity to do this throughout these proceedings leading up to the actual confirmation of charges hearing. Now, Counsel, with regard to your request for another hearing to be held next week, well, your initial request, that was, this was not accepted by the court. Now, you have seen the two decisions of the court that have been disclosed to you, and you are aware of the fact that these two decisions were refused. And this is by dint of the fact that this first initial appearance hearing does not need much preparation, as I have said to you on a number of occasions.
Young Rodrigo Duterte.
Pinaplansya ng kampo ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ang kanyang magiging legal team at mga hakbang bago ang pagbabalik niya sa pre-trial Chamber 1 ng International Criminal Court sa Setyembre. Para sa latest sa The Netherlands, nakatutok live si Marie Zumali.
Evan, ako na Morgan muli mula rito sa The Hague, The Netherlands. Kahinahunan nga sa gitna ng mga kilos protesta. Magmula rito sa The Hague hanggang dyan sa Pilipinas, ang panawagan ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa kanyang mga taga-suporta habang pinaplano pa o isinasapinal yung plano na legal na hakbang na isasagawa ng kanilang kampo para sa kinakaharap na reklamong crimes against humanity ni dating Pangulong Duterte sa Criminal o International Criminal Court.
Bakit po kayo nag-isodeno?
Nagtipon-tipon kahapon sa International Gay Monument sa Lon Van Reagan and Gorbachev dito sa The Hague, The Netherlands, ang mga taga-suporta ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte mula sa iba't ibang bahagi ng Europe. Isang araw yan matapos ang kanyang first appearance sa pre-trial hearing sa International Criminal Court o ICC. Pinangunahan ang protesta ni na Attorney Harry Roque at Senador Robin Hood Padilla. Sa ngayon, tanging si dating Executive Secretary Salvador Medialdea pa lang ang formal na tumatayong abogado ng dating Pangulo. Pero sabi ni Roque, nakausap na niya ang British-Israeli lawyer na si Nicholas Kaufman, na kabilang sa mga isinumite nilang pangalan sa ICC para maging counsel ni Duterte.
Mag-aanunsyo na po ang grupo, no? Bukas po may magpupulong kami. I have confirmed kung sino yung lead counsel. And the only one na na-recognize ang hukuman is Attorney Bingbong Medialdea. Hindi ko alam kasi hanggang ngayon wala pa rin kaming permiso to enter the detention facility. No? But nagkausap kami ni Attorney Hoffman at nag-aantay pa rin kami.
Batay sa website ng law firm ni Kaufman, naging prosecutor siya ng International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia at International Criminal Court sa The Hague. Sabi ni Roque, pinaplano nilang questionin ang jurisdiksyon ng ICC bago pa ang nakatakdang susunod na hearing sa September 23.
Naghahanda na kami ni VP Sara isang taon nang nakakalipas. Okay? And everything that we expected to happen, in fact, happened. So meron kaming contingency for everything that has happened.
Sa September 23, nakatakda ang confirmation of charges hearing para malaman kung may sapat na ebidensya na nagpapakitang may substantial grounds na nagawa ng suspect ang mga akusasyon. Batay sa arrest warrant ng ICC kay Duterte, may reasonable grounds para paniwala ang responsable si Duterte bilang indirect co-perpetrator para sa crimes against humanity si dating Pangulong Duterte. Sa datos ng Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, mahigit 6,000 ang napatay noong gyera kontra droga ni Duterte. Ayon sa Commission on Human Rights, umabot yan sa 27,000. Mahigit 8,000 naman sa tala ng United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. Sa reklamong pinahaharap kay Duterte sa ICC pre-trial chamber, ang isinama lang ay yung di bababa sa 24 na napatay mula 2016 hanggang 2019 noong war on drugs ng Administrasyong Duterte. At di bababa sa 19 na napatay noong 2011 hanggang 2016 sa pamamagitan ng Davao Death Squad. Ayon sa isa sa 5 Pilipinong ICC-accredited lawyer na si Attorney Joel Ruiz Butuyan, hindi layunin sa ICC trial na patunayan ang lahat ng pagpatay. Kailangan lang aniyang maipakita ng prosekusyon kung naging systematic at ginawang polisiya ang pagpatay bilang solusyon sa iligal na droga at kung magkakaugnay ang mga patayan.
Widespread and systematic sa papakita yon. Mag-represent taho sila ng mga sample incidents that will prove na talagang ginawang pulisiya yung pagpatay bilang solusyon sa illegal drugs. Yung prosecutor po ibibigay kay former President Duterte yung ebidensyang gagamitin laban sa kanya sa trial. Malaking pribilehiyo sa kanya kasi sa atin dito sa Pilipinas walang ganon. Yung prosecutor, napaka-fair ho yung mangyayaring trial.
Sabi ni Roque, hindi siya alis ng The Netherlands nang hindi kasama si dating Pangulong Duterte. Sa ngayon, si Vice President Sara Duterte pa lang daw ang nabigyan ng permiso na makadalo sa dating Pangulo. Sa tingin daw ni Roque, hindi maganda ang kalusugan ni Duterte.
Sabi naman ni VP Sara, ang tatay niya kasi hindi talaga napapatingin sa doktor, no? Pero mukha namang okay siya, bagamat alam natin na yung appearance niya sa hukuman, ako bilang isang naging spokes niya, mukhang mahina. At napapansin ko rin yung pananalita niya mukhang nagka-crack yung kanyang boses, no? At mukhang hard of hearing din, no? Dahil may ilang mga pagkakataon na pinaulit niya yung tanong.
Iba, nakatakdangang magpulong ngayong araw si Attorney Harry Roque, Vice President Sara Duterte at iba pang bahagi ng kanyang kampo para isapinal ang magiging listahan ng legal team ng dating Pangulo. Samantala, ang buong pamilya Duterte naman daw dyan sa Pilipinas ay hinihintay na lamang ang kanilang Schengen visa para sila ay makarating din dito sa The Hague at mabisita si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte lalo't kaarawan na niya sa March 28. At yan ang pinakasariwang balita mula pa rin dito sa The Hague, the Netherlands. Balik sa'yo, Evan.
Maraming salamat, Marie Zumali.
I don't think it's appropriate for me to go into details concerning Attorney Bing Bong's condition at the moment. It's an issue of medical privacy.
How about the president, sir? How the former president? How is he?
Former president is in very good spirits, looking forward to conducting his defense.
Is he being monitored daily at the clinic?
He's being taken care of by the appropriate services.
Do you have like an initial plan on what next steps to take legally, sir?
The first stage, the former president is composing his defense team. That will take a week, and then we'll see where we move from there.
How many are you in the team, sir, if you may tell
At the
us?
present moment in time, I've just been appointed. It's my job, and I'm privileged to carry this job out, to compose a team for him. That will obviously be done in complete consultation with him and all those around him.
All right.
Who else will compose the defense team?
I'm not at ability to comment on that at the moment.
Can we say that, have you been...
I was formally appointed as of yesterday.
Right, but
So has
the
it been
ICC
confirmed
approved that?
already by the ICC?
I believe that something might be introduced into the court system today.
All right, so what do we expect from here on, sir?
A strong defense.
Sir, are you confident that you will be able to bring back home former President Duterte?
I certainly hope so.
Do you have any petitions to file prior to the confirmation of charges hearing on September 23?
There will be petitions, obviously. Once again, it's not for me to comment on the defense strategy at this moment in time.
According to the rules, there's a process called disclosure of evidence. Has that started yet?
That should start once counsel's appointed, and as I said, it's early days yet.
All right, sir. Where are you headed now, sir? You've met with Vice President Sara Duterte as well.
Indeed, I have. Yeah.
What was like any message at the first message that the president gave to you?
That he's in good spirits and looking forward to conducting his defense.
How often are you able to visit the former president?
I'm available to visit a former president as long as I'm here, and as long as I'm allowed to do so. I have promised him that I will come every day that I'm in The Hague.
Do you have any information if the request of the Vice President to visit his father has already been approved?
I'm not at liberty to discuss matters like that.
Sir, finally, yesterday during a press conference by Attorney Harry Roque, he said that the president should decide on whether to take like legal aid from the court or fund it himself. Would you know how? What
Once
the
again,
decision is?
I'm not at liberty to discuss matters of funding and how the defense will be composed.
All right.
Thank you so
So
much.
for now, we can say that you are the only confirmed legal
Counsel.
counsel for the ICC case.
Once again, that's subject to any publications that might be on the ICC website and the decision of the registry. Hopefully that will be completed by today.
Is there any reason why the president hasn't signed yet the nomination for Attorney Harry Roque and Attorney Medialdea?
As I told you, first things first. There is a need, first of all, for senior counsel to be appointed. A counsel who's experienced in matters at the ICC, and it's that counsel's job to compose the team. It's early days yet. No one is entitled to draw any conclusion whatsoever from what has been or hasn't been done with respect to nominations at this point in time.
Paulit-ulit kasi siya sa sinasabi niya na what are you doing here? Umuwi ka na ng Pilipinas. So, ayun, inaayos ko lang yung legal team. Meron na akong i-interviewin na isa pang lawyer.
Si Attorney Harry Roque po, hindi po kasama.
So far, hindi siya kasama sa legal team. Si Attorney Harry Roque.
So dalawa pa lang po. Yung potential na kakausapin pa lang, if ever.
Meron na kaming listahan. Pero yung isa kasi, darating siya dito.
So puro foreign po.
Foreign po yun.
Yes, oo.
Ilan po?
Kung ilan, you may have to ask Attorney Kaufman.
Bakit po hindi kasama si Attorney Roque?
Well, because hindi pa kasi na-establish kung ano yung basis ng pag-stay niya dito sa Netherlands. And we don't want complications ba. Gusto namin nakatutok talaga yung lawyers doon sa kaso. And right now, I heard applying for asylum. He publicly announced that already. No? So we want him to focus on his asylum. And then we want our lawyers to focus on the case.
Yun po yung ginagamit yung basis din no, to be able to get that asylum, sabi po niya.
So he can defend.
So he can defend the former president.
Well, that is a matter that he has to discuss with former President Duterte. No? But right now, he's not nominated as a lawyer.
Nag-sink in na po ba sa dating Pangulo na nandito na talaga siya sa ICC? Pasensya na po dahil before, di ba sinasabi po niya, sipain ko pa yung ICC, hindi talaga ako papahuli ng buhay.
Pa yan?
Sabi niya, wala din naman daw siyang ginagawa sa labas kasi hindi pa naman daw siya mayor. So might as well tumiram daw muna siya sa loob.
So,
he's very friendly with people inside. So, mayroon na silang banter eh. So,
Ma'am, nakita niyo mismo yung loob ng kanyang
No, hindi kami allowed. Doon lang kami sa visitors center. So sabi niya, wala din naman siyang ginagawa pa because he's at the moment retired. Wala pang election, so hindi pa siya mayor. So he might as well just stay inside. And then he said that he doesn't regret anything that he did sa pagtatrabaho niya para sa bayan. At nakita naman daw ng bayan kung ano yung resulta ng kanyang serbisyo para sa bayan.
VP, how's your visitation? Do you have to apply every single time you apply?
Ganyan naman yung iba yung mag-interview.
Matagal ba? Yung, ano yung proseso?
It's online. It's online. So, every time na kailangan ko pumunta doon para magpaabot ng mensahe sa kanya, pinapasok ko siya online, sinasubmit ko, and then nagre-respond sila. And then siya yung nagsasabi yes or no. So, I tried to limit kung sino yung pwedeng pumasok sa kanya, but apparently, ang rules nila dito ay yung detainee ang magsasabi ng yes or no. You apply, and then he'll say yes or no.
Kasi Attorney Harry said you wanted sana a daily.
Yes. So nag-a-apply. Ang application ko last time was Friday until Tuesday ngayon. So I was given Tuesday and then mag-submit na naman ako ng bago.
So Tuesday na naman until yung panibagong.
Well, right now I'm thinking kung hanggang kailan ako nandito, yun na rin yung i-apply ko para hindi na rin sila mabombard ng everyday na submission. Yes, so kanina doon while we were talking, biglang may dumating na letter. So apparently pwede palang magpadala ng letter sa loob. So marami sa ating mga kababayan ang gusto magpaabot sa kanya ng mensahe nila. Tinanong ko doon sa loob paanong nangyari na nakatanggap siya ng sulat galing sa isang Dutch couple dito sa The Hague.
Good afternoon, Philippines. I hope to have some announcements today regarding the composition of the defense team. Obviously, everything that I do is subject to approval by Her Excellency, the Vice President. She has a very important role in this case. She herself is a lawyer. She fully understands the state of the game here in The Hague. And obviously, I'm consulting her on everything that I do.
So who will be forming the defense team?
I'm afraid you're going to just have to wait and find out.
Oh, I thought you were going to announce it.
Lots of suspense, but be patient.
It is said that she will not announce, only the head of the legal team, but not to preserve the privacy of the rest of the team.
That might be the case, but whatever I do is always subject to the approval of my client.
All right, but just to clarify that it's within the day. We expect this within the day.
I expect it by the end of the week that we'll have some names, yes.
All right.
But will there be Filipinos?
I'm always working with Filipinos, and I anticipate that there will be Filipinos in due course as well. I'm here to constitute primarily the international side of the team, former President Duterte.
So are we tapping the services also of the Office of the Legal Counsel?
No, there's no need for that.
No need, so it's...
No, I mean, even if this was a legally aided case or a privately funded case, there's no need for the OPCD. I think that's the unit that you're referring to.
That's right.
They're a very important unit at this court, but they provide logistic assistance, administrative assistance, but they don't provide substantive assistance to any team at the court, whether it be legally aided or privately funded.
Okay, so that will be limited to 3 counsels only, and then a case manager and investigator.
That depends on what type of case and what type of funding we're using at the end of the day. What I can say that there are many, many supporters who I'm sure would gladly give out of their own pockets to ensure that the former president will return to the Philippines as soon as possible.
The Vice President was saying a while ago that they will do all means to be able to bring the president back to the Philippines after elections or prior to the elections.
Why not? That's his country.
What would be
that
the
was
legal...
where he was born. Why should he not go back?
So,
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, he's being illegally detained here and he should go back to the Philippines as soon as possible.
so that will be your route to be able to bring him back? You will be filing petitions or appeals to bring him back to the Philippines?
Well, I think you're
prior
trying to
the
draw me
confirmation?
on the chronology on when I'm intending on introducing an application for interim release. Interim release is par for the course at this institution. In nearly every case, an application for interim release is submitted. I'll file it when I feel it appropriate.
When you said that supporters are willing also to help out of their pockets, did people reach out to you also about it?
I was making a general observation.
Okay. All right.
But nobody has committed yet.
You're trying to draw me once again. No. People love the former president, and I'm sure that they would pay out of their own pockets in order to ensure that he has the proper defense.
Is this the first time you've encountered the president also? This particular case only?
In this particular case, this is the first time, but I'm experienced here at the ICC, and I'm frequently asked to help people who are brought before this institution.
All right. How was he yesterday?
He's in good spirits, I've told you that right from the start.
Sir, we are IFW versus Filipino working. Can we do crowdfunding?
I'm not going to comment on funding.
Yeah, nothing.
All right.
That's it.
Sir, you mentioned that as far as you're concerned, the former president is legally detained. So that's your...
Illegally detained, not legally detained.
Illegally.
Yes.
So you and the president were already able to tackle, more details about the case yesterday.
Well, in the first few days, I'm helping the former president with his humanitarian needs and concerns. I'm helping him settle in here because things at the International Criminal Court do take some time, unfortunately. I wish it was speedier than it was, but it isn't. And so at the present moment in time, I'm concentrating on that aspect, helping him settle in.
Buo na raw ang legal team ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa International Criminal Court ayon sa lead counsel na si Attorney Nicholas Kaufman. At may Pilipino raw na magiging bahagi nito. Mula sa The Hague, Netherlands, nakatutok live si Mariz Umali. Mariz?
Pia, tanggap na raw ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ang kanyang kahihinatnan dito sa International Criminal Court ayon sa kanyang anak na si Vice President Sara Duterte. Pero ayon din sa bise ay hindi sila susuko at gagawin ng kanyang buong defense team ang lahat para siya'y makalaya at maibalik sa bansa sa lalong madaling panahon. May team na raw na nabuo para magtanggol kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa International Criminal Court ayon sa lead counsel niya si Attorney Nicholas Kaufman. Hindi pinangalanan ni Attorney Kaufman kung sino-sino ang makakasama niya sa defense team, pero kinumpirma niyang may Pilipinong magiging bahagi nito.
It's going to be a core team of a maximum of 5 members and we'll be appointing other people to assist us on a needs-be basis.
At the very least, will there be a Filipino in the team?
Yes.
Yes, there is.
Gaano kalaki yung role ng Filipino lawyer sa defense team po ng Pangulo?
Yes, kailangan ng Filipino lawyer kasi merong mga i-argue doon na batas ng Pilipinas. So, meron talagang Filipino lawyer kasama.
Nang tanungin ko kung sina dating Executive Secretary Salvador Medialdea ba ito o si dating Presidential Spokesperson Attorney Harry Roque.
Nagsi-shortlist pa yung inutusan ko na mag-interview kay Nicholas Kaufman, inutusan ko siya ngayon na maghanap ng Filipino lawyers.
Pero
shortlist para
ICC accredited na, ma'am?
Likely hindi na. kasi ilan lang naman yung ICC accredited, but we'll see. We'll see. Depende sa abilidad nung lawyer.
Sabi ni Vice, tila tanggap na ng dating Pangulo ang nangyayari at kahihinatnan niya. Mensahe niya sa mga taga-suporta matapos arestuhin.
The country will get worse and worse, sabi niya, dahil clearly daw fractured yung governance sa ating bansa and disgruntled yung mga tao.
Yung sinabi niyo po kanina, sinabi po ni dating Pangulo yung so be it. Ano po yung mensahe niyo po doon sa?
So be it, he was referring to his fate. Sabi niya, ipapasa Diyos ko na yan lahat. Kung anong mangyari sa buhay ko, so be it. I think he doesn't mind na nandoon siya sa loob kasi alam naman niya na ano yun, kaparte yun nung sinabi niya na gagawin niya, harapin niya yung kung ano man yun, kaso.
Sabi ng Vice, darating sa susunod na linggo sa The Hague ang kanyang inang si Elizabeth Zimmerman. Darating din ang common law partner ng dating Pangulo na si Hanilet at anak na si Veronica. Pinalarawan din namin kay VP Sara kung paano ang sitwasyon ng pakikipag-usap niya sa ama.
Wala akong privilege sa communication. So nakikinig sila, yung guard nakikinig tapos nire-record yung conversation namin. Nakakapag-usap kami about legal strategy in in codes. Kasi nga nakikinig lahat ng sinasabi, pinag-uusapan namin, nire-record at tinatranslate at pinapadala sa court. So, pag-usap kami in codes in Bisaya.
Pagsisiguro din ng Vice, kahit habang nasa The Hague, handa pa rin niyang harapin ang kanyang impeachment case. Si dating Executive Secretary Salvador Medialdea na ilang araw din daw na na-confine sa The Hague, Netherlands, nakalabas na ng ospital, ayon kay Senador Bongo.
At yan ang latest mula pa rin dito sa The Hague, Netherlands. Balik sa iyo, Pia.
Maraming salamat, Marizo Mali.
Young Rodrigo Duterte.
Hiniling ng kampo ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ang kanyang interim release o pansamantalang paglaya habang dinidinig ang kinakaharap niyang kaso sa International Criminal Court. Ayon sa defense team, may ICC member country ng pumayag na tanggapin si Duterte. Nakatutok si Salima Refran.
3 buwan matapos makulong sa The Hague, Netherlands, hinihingi ngayon ang kampo ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa International Criminal Court o ICC ang kanyang interim release o pansamantalang paglaya. Ayon sa kanyang defense team, may isang ICC member country ng pumayag na tumanggap kay Duterte para doon pansamantalang lumaya na susunod sa mga itatakdang kondisyon. Redacted o itinago ang pangalan ng bansa sa dokumentong ibinigay ng ICC sa media at pinost sa kanilang website. Iginiit din ng defense team na hindi flight risk ang dating Pangulo at hindi na kailangang nasa kustudiya siya ng ICC para masigurong haharap siya sa korte. Dagdag nila, hindi patuloy nagagawa si Duterte ng krimen, hindi lalahok sa anumang public engagement o hahawak ng pwesto o makikipag-ugnayan sa ibang tao maliban sa kanyang pamilya. Binanggit din nilang may humanitarian ground para pagbigyan si Duterte na 80 anyos na. Isinaan ang mga ito pero tinakpan din o niredact sa dokumento.
Sa ilalim ng Rome Statute ng ICC, merong mga kalakaran na isang nasasakdal ay maaaring bigyan ng pansamantalang paglaya kung hindi naman siya flight risk, ibig sabihin hindi naman siya tatakas.
Dadaan sa proseso ang hiling na interim release ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa ICC. Hihingan ng komento ang prosekusyon, ang mga pamilya ng mga biktima at maging ang ICC member state na pumayag umano na kupkupin si Duterte bago magdesisyon ang pre-trial chamber 1. Sinabi rin ng defense team na nagpahayag ng hindi pagtutol ang prosekusyon sa pansamantalang paglaya ni Duterte sa hindi binanggit na bansa. Sa tugon ng Office of the ICC Prosecutor sa GMA Integrated News, sinabi nitong maghahain sila ng sagot sa pre-trial chamber 1 sa hiling ni Duterte para sa interim release. Public version daw ang kanilang ihahain para malinaw na maihayag ang posisyon ng prosekusyon.
sa precedent, yung dati ng mga kaso. Ang pinapakawalan or ang kino-conditional release ng ICC, yung ang kaso nila, yung parang obstruction of justice. Parang ganon.
Hindi
Pero
po
kung ang kaso
yung
niya ay
crimes against
murder
humanity.
or crimes against humanity, walang umubra pa. Kasi ang bigat ng kaso.
Magkahalong galit at pangamba yung nararamdaman po ng mga pamilya. Talagang hindi kami makakapayag na mapagbigyan ng interim release na apila ng kampo ni Duterte.
Sabi naman ng ICC accredited lawyer na si Attorney Joel Butuyan, may ibang dapat isaalang-alang bago pagbigyan ang interim release.
Yung epekto sa mga witnesses, kung baka mamaya matatakot yung mga witnesses, no? Kung siya ay marirelease.
Sa impormasyong nagkalap ng GMA Integrated News Research, hindi bababa sa 6 na akusado ang nabigyan ng ICC ng interim release. Para sa Malacanang, nasa ICC na kung pagbibigyan ng hiling ni Duterte. Pero pansin nila sa mga pinangako ng kanyang kampo.
Mr. Duterte will not continue to commit crimes. So in one way or another, the Counsel admitted that the former president, had committed such crimes. Just a question. Sana lang po ay mapaniwala nila yung mga ICC judges. May mga pangako sila sa kanilang sa petisyon ay masabing nagbibiro lang sila. Katulad na nangyari sa pangako sa jet ski.
Rodrigo.
Para sa GMA Integrated News, sa Lima Refra, nakatutok 24 oras.
Ang Rodrigo Duterte.
Hirap na umanong makakilala at makaalala si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ayon sa kanyang legal team, kaya hiniling nila ang indefinite adjournment sa pretrial chamber 1. Hamon naman ang kampo ng mga biktima ng drug war, pagsusuri ng mga independent expert. Nakatutok si Salima Refran.
I would like firstly to confirm your identity. Could you provide us with your full names, please?
I'm Rodrigo Duterte. That's my first middle name is Roa. Surname is Duterte. My birth month day is March 28, 1945. I was born in the province of Leyte in the Philippines.
Ang unang pagharap ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa ICC, ang huling beses na nakita siya sa publiko. Halos 6 na buwan mula niyan, sabi ng mga abogado niya, ang dating Pangulo hindi na umano nakakilala ng ilang kaanak, pati abogado, o nakakaalala ng mga pangyayari, lugar o oras. Yan ang laman ng request for indefinite adjournment ng kampo ni Duterte sa Pre-Trial Chamber 1 na isinapubliko ng International Criminal Court o ICC. Sa request ng kampo ni Duterte, sinabing may cognitive impairment ang dating Pangulo at hindi na raw inaasahang bubuti ang kondisyon nito. Sumailalim na nila sa iba't ibang pagsusuri si Duterte tulad ng MRI, CT scan at neuropsychological evaluations. At lumabas daw na apektado na ang alaala ng dating Pangulo, pati na ang kanyang pagkilos at ang kakayahan niya para umintindi at mga tuwiran. Hindi na raw naiintindihan ni Duterte ang dahilan kung bakit siya nakadetain ngayon at wala na raw kakayahan na gumawa ng mga desisyon para sa sarili. Matatanda ang dinala sa ICC si Duterte para paharapin sa kasong crimes against humanity, kaugnay ng madugong kampanya kontra droga ng kanyang administrasyon. Sabi ngayon ng kanyang mga abogado, unfit to stand trial si Duterte at hindi raw makabuluhang makakalahok sa legal na proseso laban sa kanya. At kahit anong treatment pa raw ang gawin, hindi na raw mababalik si Duterte sa anilay state of legal competence. Kaya gusto ng kanyang mga abogado na lahat ng legal proceedings at mga pagdinig ay ma-adjourn indefinitely. Nauna nang pinagpaliban ng confirmation of charges hearing ni Duterte na nakatakda dapat sa September 23 para pag-aralan ng hiling ng kanyang kampo. hindi ito sinang-ayunan ng isang hukom. Sabi ni Judge Maria Socorro Flores Liera, dapat ibinasura ang hiling ni Duterte at pinagpatuloy na lang ang confirmation of charges hearing na tatalakay lamang kung may sapat na ebidensya ba para sabihing maaari niyang nagawa ng nasasakdal ang krimeng pinangaharap siya. Ang mga usapin sa fitness ng isang akusado at assessment tungkol dito ay nasasakop na raw ng trial court. Noong September 9, isang araw matapos ang pagpapaliban sa pagdinig kay Pangulong Duterte, kinamusta ang lagay nito sa pamamagitan ng bunsong anak nitong si Kitty Duterte.
How is he? Specifically po, ma'am, the court, of course, canceled the confirmation because he's not fit to stand trial. So we want to know how is he physically and otherwise, no?
So obviously, I cannot delve into that. I'd like to reiterate that we were advised to refrain from sharing information about our visits with him. And all I can assure you is that he is alive and well.
But he seems healthy.
Yes.
And strong. No reason for anyone to worry about him.
No reason to worry. But ayun, as I said, I cannot discuss it.
Ipaparating naman ng kampo ng mga biktima ng drug war ang pagkadismaya at pagkontra sa postponement sa pre-trial chamber sa pamamagitan ng ICC prosecutor. Nais din nilang magkaroon ng isang panel ng independent experts para sumuri kay Duterte.
May GC ba itong mga ito? Yung legal team at yung mga anak. Kasi wala namang kaming narinig sa mga kapamilya niya na iniinda niyang sakit o kaya itong sinasabi nila na cognitive impairment on multiple domains. So para sa mga pamilya, ang question nila ay una, lokohan ba ito? Pangalawa, drama na naman ba ito? At pangatlo, paano kami? Paano ang hustisya para sa amin?
Nais din ng mga pamilya ng mga biktima ng drug war na makakuha rin ng kopya ng medical records ni Duterte. Para sa GMA Integrated News, Salima Refran, nakatutok, 24 oras.
Young Rodrigo Duterte.
Sa unang pagkakataon ay isinapubliko ng International Criminal Court ang mga detalye ng mga asuntong pinakaharap kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Bahagi ng reklamo ang insidente ng pagpatay sa 78 biktima umano ng drug war ni Duterte sa ilang taon ng pagiging Davao City Mayor niya at sa ilang taon ng kanyang termino bilang Pangulo. Nakatutok si Salima Refran.
3 counts ng crimes against humanity for murder at attempted murder ang mga asuntong isinampa laban kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ayon sa Prosecution pre-confirmation brief na inilabas ng International Criminal Court o ICC. Sakop ng Count 1 ang 19 na pagpatay sa mga umano'y drug pusher at magnanakaw noong 2013 hanggang 2016 sa Davao City habang mayor pa si Duterte at umano'y pinuno ng Davao Death Squad. Sakop ng Count 2 ang 14 na pagpatay sa mga umano'y high-value targets na sangkot umano sa droga sa unang taon ni Duterte bilang Pangulo. Sakop naman ng Count 3 ang 43 pagpatay at 2 tangkang pagpatay sa lower-level criminals sa pamamagitan ng barangay clearance operations o Oplan Tokhang mula 2016 hanggang 2018. Sa dokumento, sinabi na indirect coup perpetrator si Duterte sa 3 count ng murder. Bilang Davao City Mayor, may legal na kontrol umano si Duterte sa pulisya noon at sa ibang tauhan ng City Hall at barangay na nagkasa ng mga krimen. Ayon sa ICC prosecutor, ang ginawa sa Davao, pinalawig umano ng maging Pangulo siya.
Malinaw na pinapakita sa atin ng prosecutor na merong nangyaring DDS killings at ito ay naayon sa isang plano. Nung naging presidente na si Duterte, nung siya ay naging simula 2016, nabuo or isinagawa yung national plan.
Pili lang ang mga inilistang insidente at biktima.
Mas maliit definitely kaysa sa libo-libo na sinasabi, pero ito ay posibleng bahagi ng approach o resulta nung approach ng prosecutor ngayon na kumbaga paninigurado. Sisiguraduhin namin makukonvict namin siya sa pinakamalalakas na insidente o kaso.
Sa isinapublikong dokumento, hindi binanggit o kaya na may tinakpan o redacted ang mga kasabwat umano ni Duterte. Pero inilarawan sila bilang galing sa Davao City at itinalaga sa high-level national position na maging presidente si Duterte. Nagtatag umano sila ng network kabilang ang mga mula sa PNP, PDEA, NBI at Bureau of Corrections kasama ang mga hitman. Posibleng isyuhan sila ng ICC ng warrant of arrest ayon kay Attorney Gilbert Andres, isang ICC accredited lawyer na tumutulong din sa mga biktima.
Parang there are 21 names, ano. Kung tingnan ko lang yung redact, ano. Kaya siguro antabayan pa natin, mayroon pa pong mga pangalan na ilalabas eventually.
Bagamat niredact o tinakpan ang pangalan ng mga umano'y kasabwat, may lumusot na isang De La Rosa na siya umanong nangakong agad na ipatutupad ang pinalawak na bersyon ng Davao Model o drug campaign ng Davao City. Sabi niya umano, kung may manlalaban ay gaganti ang pulis at kung walang manlaban, pipilitin nilang manlaban ang mga ito. Nabanggit din sa dokumentong isang agire na nagsabi umanong papatayin ang mga drug lords. Bagamat di sila pinangalanan, ayon kay Conti, malamang ang De La Rosa ay si ngayoy Senador Bato De La Rosa na dating Davao City Police Chief bago naging PNP Chief at siyang nagpatupad ng Duterte Drug War. Nabanggit din ni Conti ang Justice Secretary. Tangi si Vitaliano Aguirre II ang agiring naging Justice Secretary ni Duterte.
Malinaw na inilalatag na si Bato De La Rosa ay co-perpetrator kasama ni Duterte. If you read between the lines, ang dami parang pinatutungkulan. NBI Chief, PDEA Chief, Secretary of Justice, IAS at saka NAPOLCOM.
Itinanggi ni Aguirre na sinabi niya ang mga pahayag na ito. Hindi raw ito totoo at hindi raw niya isusulong ang extrajudicial killings. Sinusubukan pa ng GMA Integrated News na makuha ang panig ni De La Rosa at maging ang kampo ni Duterte. Para sa GMA Integrated News, Salima Rafran, nakatutok 24 oras.
Is now in session.
Rodrigo Duterte.
Pinagtibay ng International Criminal Court Pre-Trial Chamber 1 ang kanilang jurisdiction sa kasong crimes against humanity laban kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Ibinasura ng Pre-Trial Chamber ang pagkwestiyon ng kampo ni Duterte sa ICC jurisdiction dahil kumalas na ang Pilipinas sa Rome Statute noong March 17, 2019. Ipinunto ng Pre-Trial Chamber Judges na November 1, 2011 sumali ang Pilipinas sa ICC. February 8, 2018 naman nang nagsimulang mag-imbestiga ang ICC prosecutor sa extrajudicial killings sa Pilipinas. Kaya lahat daw ng pagpatay na ibinibintang kay Duterte mula November 1, 2011 hanggang March 16, 2019 ay sakop ng jurisdiction ng ICC dahil state party pa ang Pilipinas sa Rome Statute sa mga panahong yan. Patuloy pa rin nakipag-ugnayan sa ICC ang gobyerno ng Pilipinas pagkatapos itong kumalas ang Rome Statute. Tulad na lamang ng hiling ng gobyerno na ipagpaliban muna ang investigasyon noong November 2021 at nang arestuhin at isuko ng Pilipinas si Duterte sa ICC nitong Marso. Dahil sa mga aksyon ng Pilipinas, lalo raw na pagtibay ang pananaw ng ICC na ito ang may jurisdiction sa kaso ng dating Pangulo. Wala pang bagong tugon ang kampo ni Duterte sa desisyon ng pre-trial chamber na inilabas kahapon.
Fit to stand trial o kaya ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte na humarap sa paglilitis ng International Criminal Court o ICC. Ayon sa desisyon ng Pre-Trial Chamber 1 ng International Criminal Court, kaya ni Duterte na lumahok sa mga proceeding para sa hinaharap niyang crimes against humanity kaugnay ng Duterte drug war. Nakatakdang magsimula ang confirmation of charges sa February 23. 3 independent medical expert ang sumuri kay Duterte matapos silingin ng kanyang kampo na wag na ituloy ang mga proceeding dahil sa hindi umano nito kayang lumahok. Ibinasura na ang hiling dahil batay sa medical assessment ng experts panel. Kumbensido ang chamber na kaya ni Duterte na igiit ang kanyang procedural rights o mga karapatan at kaya niyang lumahok sa pre-trial proceedings. Hinihintay namin ang pahayag ng abogado ni Duterte na si Nicholas Kaufman tungkol sa desisyon ng pre-trial chamber.
National Criminal Court is now in session.
Rodrigo Duterte.
Pinayagan ng International Criminal Court Pre-Trial Chamber 1 ang prosekusyon at depensa na magsumiti ng karagdagang ebidensya para sa kasong crimes against humanity ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Ito'y matapos hilingin ng defense team nitong February 6 ang pagsusumiti ng 78 pang ebidensya sa kaso. 2 ebidensya naman ang gustong idagdag ng prosekusyon. Bukas, February 13 ang deadline para maisumiti ang dagdag na mga ebidensya. 10 araw yan bago ang confirmation of charges hearing ng dating Pangulo na itinakda sa February 23.
Pinangalanan ng prosekusyon ng International Criminal Court ang 8 kasabwat umano ni dating Pangulong Duterte sa umano'y crimes against humanity sa madugong gera kontra droga.
Sila ay mga kilalang kaalyado at naging opisyal ng gobyerno sa ilalim ng Administrasyong Duterte, kabilang sina Senador Bongo at Senador Bato de la Rosa. Nakatutok si Jonathan Andal.
Sila ang 8 co-perpetrators o kasabwat umano ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa crimes against humanity na pinangalanan ng prosekusyon sa International Criminal Court. Si Senador at dating PNP Chief Bato de la Rosa, dating CIDG Deputy Director for Operations at kalaunay naging acting PNP Chief Vicente Danao. Ang namayapa ng dating PNP Chief na si Camilo Cascolan, dating PNP Chief Oscar Albayalde, Senador at dating Special Assistant to the President Bongo, dating NBI Director Dante Giran, dating PIDEA Chief Isidro La Peña at si dating Justice Secretary Vitaliano Aguirre. Bukod sa kanila, meron pang ibang miyembro ng PNP at mga matataas na opisyal ng gobyerno na hindi pinangalanan sa dokumento. Sinubukan namin silang kunan ng pahayag pero wala pa silang tugon sa ngayon. Kagabi lang isinapubliko ng ICC ang mga pangalan nila sa DCC o Document Containing Charges. Noong una kasing inilabas ng ICC ang dokumento noong Setyembre, redacted o tinanggal ang mga pangalan nila. Pagsapit ng Nobyembre, sinabi ni Ombudsman Jesus Crispin Remulla, may warrant of arrest na laban kay Senator Bato. Simula noon, hindi na pumasok sa Senado si De La Rosa. Sa ngayon, wala pang kumpirmadong warrant of arrest laban sa 8 pangalan. Pero posible rin umano silang maaresto, sabi ng isa sa mga abogado ng mga biktima ng war on drugs.
Sa ngayon, wala tayong alam. Pero pwede ring meron na, kaya nga nagtatago. Pero ang iintayin po natin ay signed issued warrant of arrest.
Hindi na raw nagulat ang kampo ng mga biktima sa mga pangalang inilabas ng ICC na kasabwat umano ni Duterte sa crimes against humanity. Ang napansin lang daw nila, Davao Boys ang karamihan sa mga ito.
Ibig sabihin talaga, mahigpit ang koneksyon dun sa Davao Death Squad killings na ipinaparatang from 2011 to 2016. Tapos, inimplement nila nationwide from 2016 to 2019. Ito ay mga pulis, Davao, na ibinato sa iba't ibang unit. Pinilit siguraduhin or in-ensure na may impunity. Na hindi lang yung tagagawa ng krimen, ang Davao Boys, kundi yung dapat mag-iimbestiga ng krimen, Davao Boy din. Kaya may NBI, meron pong PIDEA, merong Secretary of Justice.
Naging Davao City Police Chief sina De La Rosa, Danao at La Peña. Mula naman sa Davao Regional Police Office si Cascolan, habang si Giran, Davao Regional Director ng NBI. Si Go, longtime aide at assistant ni Duterte. Mula pa noong nagsisilbi ito sa Davao City LGU. Batay sa document containing charges mula 2011 noong mayor ng Davao City si Duterte hanggang 2019 na presidente na ito, nagkaroon umano si Duterte at mga kasabwat niya ng common plan o kasunduan para i-neutralize ang mga kriminal na sangkot sa illegal na droga sa pamamagitan ng pagpatay. Noong mayor pa siya, ginamit raw ni Duterte ang mga pulis at ilang civilian hitmen o ang DDS o Davao Death Squad para pumatay. Nang maging Pangulo, inappoint ni Duterte ang kanyang mga co-perpetrator mula Davao City sa mga high-level national position. Dito na itaguyod raw nila ang isang network na kasama na ang Estado tulad ng law enforcement agencies gaya ng PNP, PIDEA, NBI at maging Bureau of Corrections. Pinagalaw raw ang mga ito tulad ng DDS. Sa February 23 na magsisimula ang naudlot noon na confirmation of charges ni Duterte sa ICC. Dito tutukuyin kung may sapat bang basihan para litisin na si Duterte. Para sa GMA Integrated News, Jonathan Andal, nakatutok, 24 oras.
Hindi pa raw may tuturing na akusado ang mga tinukoy ng International Criminal Court bilang co-perpetrator ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa kasong Crimes Against Humanity. Ang isa sa mga pinangalanang si Justice Secretary o dating Justice Secretary Vitaliano Aguirre, itinangging may kinalaman siya sa extrajudicial killings. Nakatutok si Dano Tingkungko.
8 kilalang kaalyado at dati mga opisyal ng Administrasyong Duterte ang tinukoy sa dokumentong inilabas ng International Criminal Court na mga co-perpetrator o kasabwat ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa kanyang war on drugs. Ang ilan sa kanila kasalukuyang matataas sa opisyal, gaya nina Senador Bongo at Bato de la Rosa. Paglilinaw ni ICC Assistant to Counsel Cristina Conti, hindi nangangahulog ang akusado na rin o may mga kaso na ang mga pinangalanang co-perpetrator.
Binanggit lamang sila sa konteksto ng pagkukwento kung ano ba ang ginawa ni Duterte. Pero sa nakikita ko mukhang nagkaroon ng kaintindihan yung defense at saka prosecution na mag-unseal o isa publiko yung ibang pangalan para mas maintindihan ng taong bayan ng labas sa Pilipinas kung ano ang kinikwento. Kumbaga makakatulong ito dun sa pagkukwento nila sa papel ni Duterte.
Kahapon, nauna nang itinanggi ni Senator Go ang mga paratang na anyay walang batayan, hindi patas, hindi makatarungan at walang kaugnayan sa katotohanan. Si dating Justice Secretary Vitaliano Aguirre pinabulaan ng kasabwat siya sa extrajudicial killings.
But I've never engaged in any extrajudicial killing. Hindi ko sinuportahan yan. Kung meron man, hindi ko nga alam yan eh. As a matter of fact, during my time as Secretary of Justice, they made a big fuss about the killings of Kian de los Santos, Carlos Arnaiz, and Culot de Guzman. I was instrumental in bringing all the parents and relatives of these three to Malacanang, Bahay Pangarap. And because of this, they were able to meet with the President. And after that meeting, charges were filed against these policemen and trials were conducted and they were all convicted.
Patutsada pa ni Aguirre, dinawit lang anya ng ICC Office of the Prosecutor ang pangalan niya para bigyang kredibilidad ang sinasabi nitong common plan para in-neutralize ang mga kriminal na sangkot sa illegal na droga sa pamamagitan ng pagpatay.
So, ang naging partisipasyon ni Aguirre bilang Justice Secretary nung panahon ni Duterte ay doon sa bahagi pa nga ng aiding and abetting o pagtulong na gumawa ng atmosfera o mag-udyok sa iba na pumatay. Si Bato de la Rosa din, merong mga statements nung ipinapaliwanag nga nila sa publiko ano ba itong tokhang na ang tono ay kill, kill, kill. Yung buong setup na yon ang nagbibigay ng pananaw sa mga tao na covered ang lahat. Tokhang is a national policy.
Sinisikap pa naming kunin ang pahayag ng ibang mga pinangalanang co-perpetrator pero wala pa rin silang tugon sa ngayon. Sa susunod na Lunes, February 23, magsisimula ang confirmation of charges hearing kay Duterte. Araw-araw maliban sa Miyerkules, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. The Hague time o 5 to 10 p.m. oras sa Pilipinas. Sa pagdinig, aalamin kung may sapat na basehan para tumuloy sa paglilitis si Duterte. Para sa GMA Integrated News, Dano Tingkungko, nakatutok 24 oras.
Sa dokumentong inilabas ng International Criminal Court o ICC, tinukoy na kasabwat o co-perpetrator ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa kanyang drug war sina Senador Bato de la Rosa at Senador Bongo. Mula 2011 hanggang 2019, kasama raw sila sa pagpapatupad ng plano para i-neutralize ang hinihinalang kriminal sa pamamagitan ng karahasan tulad ng murder. Sa kaso ni Senador Go, nagsimula raw ito noong personal aid at special assistant pa siya ni nooy Mayor Rodrigo Duterte hanggang itinalaga siyang special assistant to the President. Mariing itinanggi ni Go ang alegasyon ng ICC prosecutors na tinawag niyang walang basihan, one-sided at hindi patas. Walaan niyang kaugnayan ang mga bintang sa kanyang mga naging papel at responsibilidad bilang Special Assistant to the President at Executive Assistant ng Alkalde noon ng Davao City. Nakasaad sa kanyang press release na ang kanyang mga responsibilidad doon ay administrative at clerical lang at hindi konektado sa police o operational matters. Dagdag ni Go, walang inutos na illegal sa kanya si dating Pangulong Duterte at hindi rin naman aniya siya susunod sa anumang illegal na utos mula kanino man. Sa huling sesyon ng Senado nitong Miyerkules, nakita pang dumalo si Go at naglabas din siya ng litrato habang namimigay ng relief goods sa Davao City nitong Biyernes. Pero sa kaso ni Senador De La Rosa, mula Nobyembre pa siya hindi pumapasok sa Senado mula nang umugong na may warrant na ang ICC laban sa kanya. Pero paminsan-minsan ay nagpo-post ito sa social media. Sa dokumento ng ICC, isinangkot siya ng mga prosecutors sa kaso mula rin nung alkalde pa lamang si dating Pangulong Duterte. At siya naman ay nakaupong hepe ng Davao City Police at kalaunan ay naging PNP chief. Wala pa siyang tugon sa pagpapangalan sa kanya ng ICC bilang kasabwat sa drug war. Pero nabanggit noong handa siya humarap sa anumang kaso pero sa isang korte lang sa Pilipinas. Naniniwala ang ilang senador na hindi pwedeng arestuhin ang sinumang senador sa loob ng Senado habang nakasesyon.
I would stand by what sinabi ni Senate President Tito Soto noon na by tradition, while the Senate is in session, walang miyembro ang inaaresto sa loob.
Kung nasa labas ng Senado naman, maaari bang gawin ang sinapit noon ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte?
I believe in the previous arrest, nagkaroon kasi ng sense na exhaust yung remedies dito. I mean, similar principles should apply, pero kung paano aasta ang Senado in these two cases dahil sa mga miyembro namin sila.
Paniwala naman ni Senate President Pro Tempore Ping Lacson, dapat idaan sa local court ang anumang arrest warrant galing sa ICC o ibang foreign court. Pwede aniyang talakayin ng Senado sa Miyerkules ang mga posibleng hakbang sa issue at pag-aralan din ng mga abogado ng Senado ang dapat gawin. Para sa GMA Integrated News, Mav Gonzalez, nakatutok, 24 oras.
Ang Rodrigo Duterte.
Personal na dadalo ang ilang kaanak ng EJK victims sa confirmation of charges laban kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa The Hague sa Netherlands sa Lunes. Nakahanda na rin ang mga ikakasang aktibidad doon. Nakatutok si Maki Pulido.
Sa kasagsagan ng mga operasyon kontra droga noong panahon ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, may mga patay ring natagpuan din sa labas ng mga raid, kabilang ang ilang balot ng packaging tape ang ulo. Sa ganyang lagay natagpuan ng kapatid ni Shira Escudero noong 2017 habang nakagapos ang mga paa at kamay at tadtad ng tama ng bala. Matapos ang halos isang dekada, biyabiyahe siya patungong The Hague para personal na masaksihan ang confirmation of charges laban kay Duterte mula February 23 hanggang 27.
Gusto ko pong tumayo sa harap ni Duterte, ipakita sa kanya na totoo ako, totoo kaming mga pamilya, at isa lang po ako sa mga pamilya na nawalan ng mahal sa buhay. Libo-libo po kami.
Sasama sa kanya ang iba pang kaanak na migrante kaya nasa Europa na. At marami pa nga sanang ibang kaanak ng mga biktima na gusto rin pumunta kung hindi limitado ang pondo. Pero higit sa pera, hamon ang natatanggap umanong banta sa kanilang seguridad. Sa kabila niyan, may mga nakalatag ng aktibidad tulad ng pagmarcha patungong ICC sa unang araw ng confirmation of charges kasama ng ilang human rights groups sa The Hague. Pagkatapos ay may maikli silang programa bago pumasok ng ICC para panoorin ang pagdinig.
Sa ICC po, para sa amin, ito yung lugar kung saan kami naririnig at nakikita. Samantalang dito po sa Pilipinas, yung mga biktima katulad ni Ephraim, binabaligtad po sila, sinisisi pa kung bakit sila namatay.
Sabi ni Attorney Cristina Conti, aabutin lang ng 3 oras kada araw ang pagdinig bilang pagsasaalang-alang sa kalusugan ni Duterte. Dahil sa limitasyon sa oras, hindi tiyak kung magpripresenta ng testigo ang ICC prosecutors kahit pinayagan na sila ng ICC pre-trial chamber noong nakaraang taon. Kung meron, kabilang sa mahalagang testigong iharap ang mga insider witness. Dati nang napaulat na nagbigay na ng testimonya sa ICC sina Edgardo Matobato at Arturo Lascaña
Cañas na parehong nagpakilalang naging hitman ng Davao Death Squad. Kapwa nila itinuro si Duterte bilang nag-utos umano ng mga pagpatay.
Most usually itong mga insider witness ay kabahagi nung plano, posibleng down the line, lower rank sila, mababa sa hierarchy, pero willing na mag-come forward ngayon. Kaya ito yung uri ng mga witnesses na pwede nating asahan sa ICC.
Para sa GMA Integrated News, Maki Pulido, nakatutok 24 oras.
Hindi dadalo sa pamamagitan ng video conferencing si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa kanyang confirmation of charges hearing sa pre-trial chamber ng International Criminal Court. Ayon po yan sa kanyang abogadong si Attorney Nicholas Kaufman. Ating saksihan.
Sa February 23, magsisimula ang confirmation of charges ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa Pre-Trial Chamber 1 ng International Criminal Court o ICC para ito sa kinakaharap niyang 3 counts ng crimes against humanity for murder at attempted murder dahil sa madugong kampanya kontra droga ng kanyang administrasyon. Sabi sa GMA Integrated News ng lead counsel ni Duterte na si Attorney Nicholas Kaufman, hindi dadalo ang dating Pangulo sa confirmation hearing sa pamamagitan ng video conferencing. Pero nang tanungin kung personal na dadalo ang Pangulo o iwi-waive ba niya ang karapatan, tumanggi na si Kaufman na sagutin ito. Nakahanda namang pumunta sa dahig ang ilang kaanak ng mga biktima ng extrajudicial killings para personal na saksihan ng confirmation of charges. Kabilang dyan si Shira Escudero, ang kanyang kapatid na tagpo ang nakagapos ang mga paa at kamay at tadtad ng tama ng bala ang bangkay noong 2017 sa kasagsagan ng drug war.
Gusto ko pong tumayo sa harap ni Duterte, ipakita sa kanya na totoo kaming mga pamilya. At isa lang po ako sa mga pamilya na nawalan ng mahal sa buhay. Libo-libo po kami.
Kasama niya ang iba pang kaanak na migrante kaya nasa Europa na. Marami pa raw sanang gusto rin pumunta kung hindi lang limitado ang pondo. Pero higit sa pera, hamon din ang natatanggap umanong banta sa kanilang seguridad. Sa kabila niyan, may mga nakalatag na silang aktibidad gaya ng pagmarcha patungong ICC sa unang araw ng confirmation of charges kasama ng ilang human rights groups sa dahig. May maikli rin silang programa bago pumasok ng ICC para panoorin ang pagdinig.
Sa ICC po, para sa amin, ito yung lugar kung saan kami naririnig at nakikita. Samantalang dito po sa Pilipinas, yung mga biktima katulad ni Ephraim, binabaligtad po sila, sinisisi pa kung bakit sila namatay.
Ayon sa ICC Assistant to Counsel na si Attorney Cristina Conti, 3 oras kada araw lang ang pagdinig bilang pagsasaalang-alang sa kalusugan ni Duterte. Kaya hindi tiyak kung magpipresenta ng testigo ang ICC prosecutors kahit pinayagan na sila ng ICC pre-trial chamber noong nakaraang taon. Kung meron, kabilang sa mahalagang testigong iharap ang mga insider witness. Dati nang napaulat na nagbigay na ng testimonya sa ICC sina Edgar Matubato at Arturo Las Cañas. Pareho silang nagpakilalang naging hitman ng Davao Death Squad. Kapwa nila itinuro si Duterte bilang nag-utos umano ng mga pagpatay.
Most usually itong mga insider witness ay kabahagi nung plano, posibleng down the line, lower rank sila, mababa sa hierarchy, pero willing na mag-come forward ngayon. Kaya ito yung uri ng mga witnesses na pwede nating asahan sa ICC.
Para sa GMA Integrated News, ako si EJ Gomez, ang inyong saksi.
Hindi dadalo si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa confirmation of charges hearing ng mga hinaharap niyang kaso sa ICC batay sa nilagdaan niyang sulat sa pre-trial chamber. Pero ang sabi ng ICC, request lang ito na nasa mga hukom kung pagbibigyan. Nakatutok si Marisol Abduraman.
Sa isang nilagdaang sulat, isinumite ng kanyang mga abogado sa Pre-Trial Chamber 1. Sinabi ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte na hindi siya dadalo sa hearing sa confirmation of charges mula February 23 hanggang 27. Kahit daw online, di siya dadalo. Hindi raw niya kinikilala ang jurisdiction ng ICC sa kanya. Isinalarawan niya ang sarili na isang Pilipinong sapilit ang pinasok sa eroplano at dinala sa The Hague, Netherlands. Labag daw ito sa saligang batas at sa soberanya ng bansa. Ang Office of the President daw ang kumamada nito at nag-charter pa ng eroplano para sa kanya. Sabi ni Duterte, alam niyang ang pwedeng kahinatnan ng di niya pagdalo o pag-waive ng karapatan niya, pero tiwala raw siya sa kakayahan ng kanyang mga abogado na questionin at hamunin ang mga ebidensya laban sa kanya. Ang paratang daw na pinamunuan niya ang extrajudicial killings noong mayor at presidente siya ay hindi totoo. Inimbento lang daw ito ng mga kalaban sa politiko ng ilang taon. Matanda na raw siya, pagod na at mahina. Sana raw irespeto ng korte ang kapayapaan niya sa loob ng selda niya. Tanggap na raw niya na doon siya mamamatay, pero mananatiling para sa Pilipinas ang puso niya. Ayaw daw niya dumulo sa mga legal proceedings na makakalimutan din niya agad. Ang sabi ng ICC, ang pag-waive ni Duterte sa 4 na araw na confirmation hearing
Magandang hapon po. Ngayong araw magsisimula ang isang mahalagang proseso sa pandaigdigang sistemang panghustisya, ang confirmation of charges ng International Criminal Court Pretrial Chamber 1 laban kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte.
Isa itong yugto sa investigasyon sa dating Pangulo para sa kinaharap niyang crimes against humanity, kaugnay ng kanyang madugong war on drugs. Buong puwersang ihahatid ng GMA Integrated News ang latest kaugnay ng pagdinig mula sa The Hague, Netherlands.
Ako po si Pia Arcangel.
Ako naman po si Ivan Mayrina. Ito ang Duterte sa ICC, a GMA Integrated News special coverage.
Mga kapuso, live nakuha po ito sa labas ng tanggapan ng International Criminal Court sa The Hague, Netherlands at nagtipon-tipon ng grupo ng mga taga-suporta ni dating Pangulong Duterte kasabay ng pagsisimula ng pagdinig ng confirmation of charges. Nagsama-sama rin kanina sa harap ng ICC ang mga miyembro ng Duterte Panagutin Europe para manawagan ng hustisya para sa umunoy mga biktima ng madugong war on drugs ng Administrasyong Duterte. Patuloy ang pagpasok ng ilan sa public gallery para saksihan ang confirmation of charges hearing, habang ang iba ay nagsasama-sama para sa sabayang panonood nito. At alam natin, Ivan, na mula pa kaninang umaga, oras dito sa Pilipinas, ay meron ng mga nagtitipon. Actually, iba-iba pa nga no, yung mga pagtitipon na ginagawa nila at base sa report ng mga kasama natin na sina Marisol Abduraman at Maris Umali, ang iba sa kanila galing sa iba't ibang bahagi ng Europa.
In fact, as early as this weekend, may mga kahalintulad na mga pagkilos ang mga kababayan natin sa iba't ibang bahagi ng Europa dyan sa The Hague, Netherlands. Mamaya po, makakasama natin sina Maris at siyempre si Marisol Abduraman na rin din po sa The Hague para sa latest na sitwasyon dyan.
At eto, kuha naman tayo ng live na update mula sa The Hague sa The Netherlands at naroon ngayon si Marisol Abduraman. Marisol, anong latest dyan?
Kasabay nga ng pag-umpisa ng unang araw ng confirmation of charges hearing kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, ay tuloy-tuloy rin ang protesta na sinasagawa ng iba't ibang grupo. Earlier, nagprotesta dito sa harap mismo ng ICC ang mga anti-Duterte na pagdulo na nananawagan na sana panagutin ang dating Pangulo. At sa mga oras na tutuyan, nagsasagawa naman ng programa ito mga pro-Duterte. Kung matatanda ninyo iba palagi tayo ng mga nakikita sa social media, yung mga kababayan natin na pa sa iba't ibang bansa na madalas magtitipid doon sa Duterte Street, tinawag nila Duterte Street. Pero sa ngayon, parang nailipat dito sa mismo sa ICC ang Duterte Street. Dahil dito sila lahat ngayon at nagtitipon-tipon at tahimik na nagsasagawa ng kanilang programa. Actually, kanina nagsabay nga itong anti at pro, pero naging tahimik pa rin naman at maayos yung sitwasyon dahil hinayaan na muna ng mga pro-Duterte na magsagawa ng kanilang programa itong anti-Duterte. Tapos umalis yun sila para sabay-sabay nilang i-monitor ang isinasagawang hearing via live streaming. At habang isinasagawa naman ang pagdinig si Anderson sa mga oras ito ay nag-umpisa na, nagsasagawa naman ng pagkilos dito or rather maiksing programa ito mga pro-Duterte. Sabi nila, hindi naman daw ito kanilang protesta, pero ito ay kanilang pagpapakita ng suporta sa dating Pangulo at patuloy pa rin ang kanilang panawagan na pauwi na o palayain na ang dating Pangulo. Pia.
Marisol, buong araw bang papayagang manatili dyan ang mga nagsasagawa ng programa? Kamusta yung seguridad sa paligid?
Yeah, actually, simula naman nang dumating dito tayo kahapon, same as usual pa rin naman kasi dati na rin naman mahigpit ang ICC at aware na rin naman itong ating mga kababayan at ilang foreigners din na nandito. sa mga panuntunan ng ICC, kaya maayos naman na nagiging sitwasyon dito. And speaking of hanggang anong oras sila mananatili, para dito sa grupo ng mga Duterte, nakakuha daw sila ng permit, kaya papayagan sila hanggang matapos ang pagdinig hanggang mamaya alas 3 ng hapon. So, habang ongoing ang hearing, ay nandito sila sa labas para magsagawa ng programa at ipakita ang kanilang suporta. Nabanggitin na rin kanina ni Ivan, tama yan, galing pa sa iba't ibang bansa ang ilan nating kababayan na nakausap natin na nandito ngayon na talaga daw nagsagang bumiyahe para mag-join sa ilang pang mga supporters para sa first day ng confirmation of hearing charges. Meron din mga lumiban sa trabaho para lamang makadalo ngayong protest at ayon sa kanila, worth it daw ang kanilang pag-absent sa trabaho para lamang makapunta dito. Ito ay kahit pa kung sa cases hindi naman nila actually masisilayan o hindi nila mapapangkilan mismo ang sinasawang hearing dahil alam naman natin na hindi nadalo ang dating Pangulo, pero importante raw na makarating sa kanya ang kanilang suporta.
Sol, may mga personalidad bang kaalyado ng dating Pangulo ang namataan mo na dyan at inaasahang magtatalumpati dyan sa pagtitipon?
Actually, Ivan, yan ang hinihintay natin kasi wala tayong nakita ngayong araw. Pero kahapon, nakita natin si dating ES Menjalbea, si Atty. Salpanelo, at meron pa silang ibang kasama o hindi ko nakita si Atty. Belgra. Inaasahan natin, we're hoping, pati yung mga taga-suporta na nandito sa labas, Ivan, na nagsasagawa ng programa, ay mag-join sa kanila mamaya ang mga kaalyado. Pero wala pa tayong informasyon sa Ivan, hindi nakaantawad pa rin tayo. Pero yes, nakita na natin sila kahapon dito sa The Hague, Ivan.
Panghuling tanong, Sola, gano'ng kalamig dyan ngayon?
Diba? Salamig. Kahit kung tutusin past 10 na in the morning, pero talaga namang I would say na sakripisyo ang pagpunta at paglabas talaga ngayon para lamang nandito talaga sa labas lang talaga na ang palamig ng panahon na kailang patong na kami dahil sa bagay kasi dahil hindi naman tayo sana. Pero ganyan po kasi yung ating mga kababayan talaga makikita mo rin balot na balot kasi napakalamig talaga ng panahon.
Okay, pansamantala, maraming salamat sa iyo, Marisol Abdurrahman. Si Marisol po ay nasa The Hague at nabanggit nga niya na napakalamig daw. We had to point that out dahil para magkilos protesta dyan sa labas, talagang karagdagang sakripisyo para sa mga kababayan natin on either side. Samantala, matapos po ipagpaliban ng 5 buwan, tuloy na ngayong araw ang confirmation of charges si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa International Criminal Court, Pre-Trial Chamber 1. 3 counts ng crimes against humanity of murder and attempted murder ang kinaharap ni Duterte, kaugnayan ng madugong kampanya kontra droga nung siya ang Pangulo. Pati ang mga anyay patayan sa Davao City nung siya ang alkalde ng lungsod. Una nakaschedule noong September 2025 ang confirmation of charges pero naantala dahil sa mga petisyon ng defense team. 4 na araw isasagawa ang pagdinig para matukoy kung may sapat na ebidensya para umabot sa paglilitis ang kaso. Sa pagdinig, nakatakdang isumite ng prosecution ng mga argumento at ebidensya sa bawat kaso para patunayang may substantial grounds na mag-uugnay kay Duterte sa sinasabing krimen. Pinayagan din ng ICC ang ilang biktima na makiisa sa proceedings. Ang depensa may karapatang tumutol at magkomento sa mga ilalatag na ebidensya. Kapag nakumpirma kahit isa lang sa mga kaso, ituturing ng akusado si Duterte.
Sakop po ng kasong crimes against humanity laban kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ang mga pagpatay at tangkang pagpatay nung alkalde pa lang siya ng Davao City at nung unang bahagi ng kanyang administrasyon.
Ayon sa ICC, ginawa umano mga krimen sa konteksto ng war on drugs ng administrasyon.
3 counts ng crimes against humanity for murder at attempted murder ang mga asuntong isinampa laban kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ayon sa Prosecution pre-confirmation brief na inilabas ng International Criminal Court o ICC. Sakop ng count 1 ang 19 na pagpatay sa mga umano'y drug pusher at magnanakaw noong 2013 hanggang 2016 sa Davao City habang mayor pa si Duterte at umano'y pinuno ng Davao Death Squad. Sakop ng count 2 ang 14 na pagpatay sa mga umano'y high-value targets na sangkot umano sa droga sa unang taon ni Duterte bilang Pangulo. Sakop naman ng count 3 ang 43 pagpatay at 2 tangkang pagpatay sa lower-level criminals sa pamamagitan ng barangay clearance operations o Oplan Tokhang mula 2016 hanggang 2018. Sa dokumento, sinabi na indirect co-perpetrator si Duterte sa 3 count ng murder. Bilang Davao City Mayor, may legal na kontrol umano si Duterte sa pulisya noon at sa ibang tauhan ng City Hall at barangay na nagkasa ng mga krimen. Ayon sa ICC prosecutor, ang ginawa sa Davao, pinalawig umano ng maging pangulo siya.
Malinaw na pinapakita sa atin ng prosecutor na merong nangyaring DDS killings at ito ay naayon sa isang plano. Nung naging presidente na si Duterte, nung siya ay naging simula 2016, nabuo or isinagawa yung national plan.
Pili lang ang mga inilistang insidente at biktima.
Mas maliit definitely kaysa sa libo-libo na sinasabi, pero ito ay posibleng bahagi ng approach o resulta nung approach ng prosecutor ngayon na kumbaga paninigurado. Sisiguraduhin namin makukonvict namin siya sa pinakamalalakas na insidente o kaso.
Sarima Refra, nagbabalita para sa GMA Integrated News.
At mga kapuso, para lubos nating maunawaan ang isinasagawa ngayong Confirmation of Charges hearing, makakasama po natin ngayong hapon former ICC Judge, Public International Law and Constitutional Law Expert, Professor Emeritus at dating Dean ng UP College of Law. Kasama rin po siya sa Philippine Delegation sa pagbalangkas ng Rome Statute at miyembro ng Permanent Court of Arbitration sa The Hague. Mahaba-haba yan, partner. Dean Raul Pangalangan. Sir, thank you very much for joining us.
Good afternoon, Dean. Thank you for being with us today. Marami po tayong pag-uusapan. Maraming tatalakayin.
Simulan mo na, Pia, the first question.
Ang dami natin pwedeng itanong kay Dean dahil syempre meron po kayong first-hand experience. Mahaba po yung karanasan po ninyo sa ICC. Gaano ho kayo katagal doon? 6 years po ba?
I was there for 6 years, yes. From 2015 to 2021.
So you can give us a very clear idea of what to expect today po, Dean. Ano bang inaasahan
Confirmation
sa
of charges, Dean.
Okay. Well, for today, just to give you a preview, of course, the court is called into session. They will call for the appearances of the parties. And we start, and the first distinction is from the Philippines, compared to the Philippine legal system, is that the appearances will be the prosecution and then the defense. And we have seen them before in the preliminary hearing.
Right.
But there will be a third set of counsel, the counsel for victims. And that will...
Hiwalay pa po yan sa prosecution?
Hiwalay. In fact, they are completely distinct from the prosecution. Because the prosecution is there to prove the guilt of the accused, whereas the victim is there to prove the injury and the harm caused to the victims, and of course establish the claim for reparations later. And that they will be represented by two Filipino lawyers, and of course the ICC's own victims counsel office. So that will be Joel Butuya and Gilbert Andres.
Ito pong confirmation of charges, unique to sa ICC, ano? Ang katapat ho ba niya dito, tama ba yung pinag-uusapan namin ni Pia kanina, parang preliminary investigation dito sa atin?
Yes, it is parallel to that, except that this is a judicial approval of the charges. Sa atin, the filing of the information is done by the prosecution.
Correct.
And at the ICC, there is an additional safeguard for the benefit of the accused. So this is for the benefit of Rodrigo Duterte, that the charges will have to be approved by a judicial authority, the pretrial chamber consisting of three judges. So it is beneficial to the accused, and the function of the proceeding is for the pretrial chamber to look at what is called the document containing the charges.
DCC,
that is the equivalent of the information, yes, in the Philippines. Or in other jurisdictions, the indictment. So at the court, they had to, concoct a term neutral to the common law and to the civil law, which is the document containing the charges.
Right.
It is called generically the charging instrument.
Dean, pwede ko po bang balikan yung nabanggit niyo po kanina na it's important to make the distinction between the prosecution and the common representatives of the victims. Kasi nung una, very confusing. One would think na dapat they work together, di ba?
Kasi yung victims in support of the prosecution yung sasabihin nila.
Yes. In fact, if the ritual in Philippine courts is that the prosecutor stands up, and then the private prosecutor engaged
Yes.
by the victims who
complainant.
say
Oo.
yes, they're appearing under the supervision, under the control and supervision of the prosecutor. At the ICC, they're completely separate from one another. That is why, if you notice in the record, the latest skirmish was the defense trying to exclude
the lawyers of the prosecution,
Filipino
of the
lawyers,
victims, yes.
and saying that in so many words there's a conflict of interest. They're too closely intertwined with the prosecution. So over there, these are completely two separate teams litigating separate issues. The prosecution litigating the issue of guilt or innocence, which will be subject to a higher evidentiary standard, proof beyond reasonable doubt, and the victims' counsel litigating the issue of injury and harm caused to the victims, and which ideally should be subject to a lower evidentiary threshold.
At sa araw na ito din, magkakaroon tayo ng pagkakataon na makarinig na from each of the parties, meaning the prosecution and then the common representatives and the defense.
That is correct. And when you say, Pia, to hear from them, my understanding is that it is the prosecution that will present its witnesses to meet the evidentiary standard for approval of the charges. Well, under the procedure, of course, if they present if they have direct examination of their witness, of course, the other teams are entitled to cross-examine. So both the defense and the victims' counsels will have their chance to question the witnesses.
Din ito ho magkakaroon na rin presentation of evidence.
That is correct. In fact, again, in all probability, after the appearances, a court officer will read the document containing the charges.
Okay.
So that will take a while because it's about 10
Pero
pages.
paano ho kaya presentation na evidence ito? Kasi magkakaroon, assuming it goes to trial, sa trial magpapresent din po ng evidence. So ito po, kumbaga patikim lang ba? Parang teaser, kumbaga sa amin, ganun lang ba?
You can put it that way. Parang teaser. Kasi sinabi naman ng court in the earlier issuances na this is not a mini trial. You are just here to meet the lowest evidentiary stage, just to satisfy the court that enough substantial reasons to believe that, etc., etc. So, and I understand the defense have declared that they won't present witnesses. So their goal is to punch holes in the testimony of the witnesses. So, well, basically, we have 4 days this week. I will assume that the prosecution will just present a few witnesses and just enough to satisfy the court to approve
the question that we want to answer this confirmation of charges is it worth going to trial? Yun lang po muna sasagutin natin.
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
Sa karanasan niyo po din, kasi syempre kayo po, umupo po kayo bilang isang ICC judge. Ano sa tingin niyo yung hahanapin ng mga ICC judges from the prosecution and from the common representatives of the legal victims? I mean, very basic lang po ba ang hahanapin? Kasi sabi niyo nga po, talagang simple evidentiary claims that they can present. Like how solid does the evidence have to be? Yes,
I'm so glad, Pia, that you focus on the evidence because as you have seen from the documentary record, lahat tinapon na ng defense, di ba? Fitness to stand trial, validity of the arrest, jurisdiction, etc., effect of the withdrawal, lahat na consider na ng court. So talagang natitira na lang dito for this 4 days of hearings is just the evidence. So sa akin, if you look at the DCC, kasi yun ang kailangan masatisfy ng prosecution, it is basically the fact that the charge is murder, that the killings were committed, and that there was a common plan that's part of the charge, and to establish not just the crime but the theory of attribution. Duterte is charged as indirect co-perpetrator. That is it's a big debate he's not the hitman. He's not the gunman.
Yes.
So who is more guilty, the gunman or the mastermind?
Co-perpetrator.
So the doctrine was developed of joint criminal enterprise to say that the mastermind is just as guilty as the hitman. Otherwise, the hitman is the perpetrator, and the masterminds will come in either as aiding and abetting or inducing the crime, which, by the way, was also used by in the DCC, and using again statements from Duterte himself and his followers. So, for me, the two things I will look for is the murder, which is the common plan, and of course the attribution, the participation, the nexus between the accused, Duterte in this case, and in the future, the others.
The co-perpetrators.
The co-perpetrators. And the crime that was committed.
Ano sa tingin nyo din yung epekto ng hindi pagdalo ni former President Duterte, or his decision to waive his right to participate in the hearings?
I don't think it will have any effect, Pia. This is completely anticipated in the rules. There's a specific rule on the requirement for him to attend. There is a specific rule for pre-trial saying that it is not necessary, and again a separate rule on his waiver of his appearance before the court. So no effect, if that's the question. That is legally speaking. Politically speaking, well, he's been in jail for 1 year, and you can imagine at his age, I imagine this is the height of winter in a place where there's little sunshine. We take it for granted there's a lot of sunshine in the Philippines. Hot, humid, sunny weather. Over there,
malamig, madilim.
Well, over there they love this kind of weather. Of course, over here we hate it. But and so I imagine he has locked himself inside his room. And I have actually been inside the jail.
Okay.
They toured me as a new judge. They made sure that there were no prisoners when I entered. They have their own gym. They have their own area for exercising. They have the option to have lessons in foreign languages. I don't know if Duterte has taken the option to learn French or
whatever.
Heated rooms, of course. Heated rooms, air-conditioned rooms.
Oh yes, of course.
Of course.
So I imagine politically, if he had appeared, we might see him in a much older and worn out than.
I'd like to pursue that point, Dean. Would it have been to his advantage if he appeared?
Again, legally, it's completely.
But politically, as you were pointing out.
You know how it is in the Philippines with all the memes and all the deep fakes. You can imagine how people can use that online as ammunition in the propaganda and to get sympathy for Duterte.
Kasi kung iisipin natin, mahigit or halos isang taon na, no?
Exactly.
Mula nang makita natin sa publiko si former President Duterte. Pero din, babalikan ko yung sinabi nyo na na-tour nyo yung mismong selda.
Yes.
That's how we put it, di ba? Kasi nakita na natin yung pictures, di ba? Yung mga images. But it's different when you're actually there. I mean, how would you describe it? Of course, I would assume, hindi siya parang yung mga nakikita nating kulungan dito sa Pilipinas na maski para sa mga high-profile accused dito.
These are well-maintained quarters.
Is it a big space that he has to himself?
Oh yes, it is a individual space with its own desk, its own with its own bed, and then he is entitled. There are facilities for him to have conversations with his counsel confidentially. That's a sealed line. We can't monitor that line. The other lines, I think, can be monitored, except the one for counsel and visitors also for the immediate family. Also for conjugal visits. But of course, it is the rules identify who are the parties entitled to
the conjugal visits.
Right.
Okay. Alam mo din, kasi syempre, naghahanda tayo para sa confirmation of charges hearings. Binabalikan natin yung kasaysayan ng ICC, yung mga naging high-profile na kaso nila. Sino na nga ba, meron na nga bang na-convict, and then yung rate of convictions, acquittals, baka pwede po nating pag-usapan yan. Pero mamaya siguro, babalikan natin yan kasi Mahaba-haba rin yun eh. At alam natin na parang the goal naman ng ICC is not really the highest rate of conviction, but really the most important cases. So
Yes.
we'll talk about that later. If that's okay with you, Dean, dahil mahaba pa yung
Of course.
oras natin
Tsaka
na
yung-
magkasama.
Actually, ang kailangan din natin pag-usapan dito yung mga scenarios. What happens if the judges rule this way or this way? Anong mga scenarios na pwede nating asahan? Yan.
So babalikan po natin yan. Pero mga kapuso, kasabay po ng pagsisimula ng confirmation of charges ni dating Pangulong Duterte ngayong araw, ay nagtipon-tipon po ang mga kaanak ng mga biktima ng drug war. At makibalita naman tayo live kay Rafi Tima. Rafi?
Pia, naghihintay na nga yung mga kaanak ng mga extrajudicial killing victims dito sa may Libunan Hall, dito sa UP Diliman para sa pagsisimula nga na ng confirmation of charges hearing na ipalalabas dito sa malaking screen, dito sa may harapan ng bulwagan. Humigit kumulang 20 pamilya ng mga EGK victims yung narito para dito sa confirmation of charges hearing, watch party yung kanilang binabanggit. At sana raw ay makita nila. Pero hindi na raw yun mahalaga, basta ang mahalaga ay matuloy itong confirmation of charges hearing na pagsisimula ng paggulong ng paglilitis kung may mangyaring positibo dito sa confirmation of charges hearing. Kanina ay nagsagawa na sila ng maliit na programa sa labas nitong bulwagan bago sila pumasok dito sa Libunan Hall mismo. At kanina ay nagsabit din yung ilang mga kaanak ng mga biktima ng litrato ng kanilang mga napaslang na kaanak dito sa may harapan ng bulwagan para ipakita kung sino talaga yung mga biktima sa kasong ito. So patuloy tayong mag-aantabay dito at pakikinggan yung kanilang maging at i-record yung kanilang mga reaksyon kapag nakita at nagsimula na itong confirmation of charges hearing dyan sa The Hague. Pia?
Rafi, nabanggit ba nung mga kaanak ng mga biktima kung hanggang kailan sila magbabantay dyan? Aaraw-arawin ba nila sa bawat itinakdang petsa para sa confirmation of charges?
Kaka-anunsyo lang, Pia, kanina na yung mga susunod na araw ay hindi na dito sa hall na ito gagawin yung kanilang watch party, kundi sa isang cafe na malapit dito dahil medyo malaki itong hall na to at siguro baka kukonti na lang yung dadalo. Pero araw-araw daw hanggang matapos itong confirmation of charges hearing ay kanilang aabangan at talagang papakinggan yung lahat ng argumento ng dalawang panig, Pia.
Alright, maraming salamat, Rafi Tima.
In high spirits daw ang kampo ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa pagsisimula ng confirmation of charges ngayong araw. Ay kay Attorney Nicholas Kaufman, ang defense counsel ng dating Pangulo, hindi sila magpipresenta ng anumang ebidensya sa confirmation hearings. Pero may nakahanda raw silang crucial at fundamental na ebidensya sa kaso. Wala naman daw partikular na bilin sa kanila si Duterte sa pagharap sa pagdinig. Tiniyak naman daw niya sa kanyang kliyente na gagawin ang lahat ng kanilang makakaya.
I think that's pretty clear from his waiver that he's expecting whatever. Sadly.
Is it right, attorney, even if
Doesn't
just
mean
one...
that we have to accept it, though, as his defense counsel. We've assured him that we'll do our best for him. I don't think we're going to lose the case. I'm going to do my utmost. I'm going to do my very best. And I'm confident of the submissions that I'm making. I 100% believe in the former president. I don't think he was a criminal at all. I think he was a hero, and it grieves me, the fact that he's been spurned by his own people and hasn't been given an opportunity. If someone even thought that there was an aspect of criminality to anything that he did, an opportunity to defend himself in a Filipino court, not in a foreign court.
Tanungin natin si Dean.
Yes,
Dean, what did you think of those
adamant
statements? Is Attorney Kaufman just doing his job as a lawyer, as a defense counsel?
Well, of course, defense counsel will have to speak favorably of his client. But in terms of the option that he mentioned of Duterte being tried in the Philippine court, you know, the fact is the killings began in 2000. Well, per the, we call it the charged period, began in 2011 and up to 2019. You know, no charges have been filed against Duterte. It's a fact. And that is precisely the principle of complementarity. You know, how long will we wait for the Philippine legal system to respond? Okay.
Ayan. Nagsimula na po ang pagdinig ng confirmation of charges ng ICC.
Puis vous asseoir.
Bonjour à tous. Good morning to all. I would like to welcome all those inside and outside of this courtroom. Madam Courtroom Officer, could you please call the case?
Good morning, Madam President, Your Honors. Situation in the Republic of the Philippines in the case of the prosecutor versus Rodrigo Duterte, case reference ICC 0121-0125, and for the record, we are in open session.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. I am now going to ask the parties and participants to introduce themselves. Starting by Mr. Deputy Prosecutor. Could I please ask you to introduce yourself and to confirm to me whether the list of your team members that I received before the hearing is correct? Thank you, Madam President. Your Honours. The Office of the Prosecutor is represented today by myself. I'm Niai, Deputy Prosecutor. By my side, I have James Mirity, Case Manager. I have Mr. Julian Nichols, Senior Trial Lawyer. And behind us, we have Mr. Edward Jeremy, Trial Lawyer, Madam Robin Croft, Trial Lawyer, Madam Maria Berdenikova, Trial Lawyer, and lastly, Hannah Allen, Associate Trial Lawyer. These are the individuals comprising our team today, and I thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Prosecutor. Now, before moving on to the defence, I note that Mr. Duterte is not present in the courtroom today. Indeed, on the 20th of February 2026, the Chamber granted Mr. Duterte's request to waive his rights to be present at the confirmation of charges hearing. Pursuant to Article 61(2)(a) of the Rome Statute, and Rule 124 of the Rules of Procedure and Evidence. In this decision, number 387, the Chamber concluded that the conditions contained in the provisions were fulfilled, namely that Mr. Duterte has the right and knows he has the right to be present at the confirmation of charges hearing, and knows the consequences of waiving this right. However, Mr. Duterte's counsel is present today to represent him. Counsel, could you please introduce yourself and confirm to me that the list of your team members that I received before the hearing is indeed correct?
Good morning, Madam President. Good morning, Your Honours. Indeed, the list before you is correct. May I introduce my team? To my left, I have Dr. Dov Jacobs. To my right, I have Ms. Havnit Sethi. Sitting next to her is Maître Alexandre Dezev-Davy. Behind him, Attorney David Rancati. Sitting next to him, Maître Sandrine de Sena. And our two further lawyers, we have Nicolas Rousseau and also Kaylin Chen. And if Your Honour will permit me, there are also Filipino attorneys who are attending and supporting us today, and I'll briefly mention their names. Maître Salvador Mediadea, who Your Honours are familiar with from the initial appearance, Attorney Martin Delgras, Attorney Silvestre Bello, Attorney Alfredo Lim, Attorney César Doulay, and of course, Attorney Salvador Panello. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Maître. Thank you very much, Counsel. I would like to now call upon the legal representatives of victims to present them to introduce themselves and confirm to me that the list of your team members I received before is correct.
Proceedings are represented today by Mr. Joel Butuyan, Mr. Gilbert Andres, myself, Paulina Masida, and I confirm the list of our jurists who assist us today as provided to the court officer. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Maître Masida. Thank you very much, Maître Masida. Thank you. On my right, I have Judge Rain Adelaide, and I have Judge Adelaide Sophie Alapina Gansu, and to my right I have Maria del Socorro Flores Liera. And I am Julia Antonuela Motok, and I am the presiding judge in pretrial chamber 1 of the court. This hearing concerns the confirmation of charges by the prosecution against Mr. Duterte. At this stage of pretrial proceedings, the OTP alleges that Mr. Duterte is responsible for the crimes that the court officer shall read out shortly. The Chamber shall not take any decision with regard to the guilt or innocence of Mr. Duterte during this hearing. Indeed, the role of the Chamber is to determine whether there is sufficient evidence to establish substantial grounds to believe that Mr. Duterte committed the crimes with which he is charged. If all or part of the charges are confirmed, the Chamber will refer the case to trial, where the trial chamber will decide upon the innocence or guilt of Mr. Duterte. The general principles to be applied at the hearing are as follows. The suspect, in accordance with Article 66 of the Rome Statute, the suspect is considered to be innocent until his guilt has been proven by the court. The burden of proof is upon the OTP, which must produce sufficient evidence to prove the charges against Mr. Duterte at the required standard of proof, at Article 61, paragraph 7 of the Rome Statute. Finally, the defense enjoys, or the suspect enjoys, all the rights listed at Article 61, paragraphs 6 and 67 of the Rome Statute. The hearing shall take place according to the schedule contained in the order dated the 26th of January 2026, document number 359. The parties and participants must respect the allocated speaking times indicated in this order. I would like to remind the parties and participants that oral remarks must be concise and that repetition of previously presented arguments should be avoided. In addition, in order to facilitate the work of the interpreters and ensure the proper transcription of discussions, please make sure that your microphone is on every time you address the court. And please speak slowly and mark pauses between each sentence. Generally speaking, the hearing will be held in open session, and parties and participants will refrain from mentioning the names of victims and witnesses. They will only refer to them by their pseudonym or their code. In order to avoid the disclosure of any confidential information, notably with regard to witnesses and victims, the parties and participants will clearly indicate whether their submissions can be presented in public or whether they deem it necessary to move into private session, notably when referring to items of evidence. The parties and participants will clearly indicate when it is no longer necessary to remain in private session. With these rules in place, we can now move to the reading of the charges in its shortened form, indicating the charges against Mr. Duterte. The full version is available publicly on the internet site of the court. The defense has not raised any objections in this regard. I would like to remind the public that the charges that shall be read out in a few seconds comprise allegations raised by the Office of the Prosecutor that the Chamber shall analyze in order to decide whether the evidence presented by the Office of the Prosecutor is sufficient in order for these charges to be confirmed. Madam Courtroom Officer, would you please read the charges?
The prosecution charges Mr. Rodrigo Duterte with 2 counts of murder and 1 count of murder and attempted murder as a crimes against humanity committed between 2013 and around June 2016 and between around July 2016 and September 2018 in the Republic of the Philippines as follows. Count 1. Murder of 19 victims alleged to be criminals, including 3 children, who were killed in or around Davao City in the Philippines between 2013 and around 2016 by members of the Davao Death Squad, while Mr. Duterte was the mayor of the Davao City pursuant to Article 71A of the Rome Statute. Count 2. Murder of 14 victims labeled as high-value targets for their alleged criminality, who were killed in locations across the Philippines between around July 2016 and July 2017 by a network of perpetrators comprising state actors and others, referred to as the National Network, while Mr. Duterte was the President of the Philippines pursuant to Article 71A of the Rome Statute. And count 3. Murder and attempted murder of 45 victims, comprising 43 murders and 2 attempted murders of persons alleged to be criminals, including 3 children who were targeted in barangay clearance operations in locations across the Philippines between around July 2016 and September 2018 by members of the National Network, while Mr. Duterte was the President of the Philippines pursuant to Articles 71A and 25(3)(f in respect of the attempted murder of the Rome Statute. The prosecution alleges that Mr. Duterte is individually criminally responsible for all 3 of the above counts as follows. First, as an indirect co-perpetrator pursuant to Article 25(3)(a of the Rome Statute. At least between 1st November 2011 and 16 March 2019, Mr. Duterte and his co-perpetrators shared a common plan to neutralize alleged criminals in the Philippines, including individuals perceived or alleged to be associated with drug use, sale, or production, through violent crimes including murder. Mr. Duterte and his co-perpetrators implemented this common plan through the hierarchically organized structures of the Davao City, Police of the Davao City Police and Davao Death Squad, and then the national network. Within the framework of the common plan, Mr. Duterte made essential contributions to the crimes in counts 1 to 3 by A. Designing and disseminating the police to neutralize alleged criminals, both in his role as a mayor of the Davao City and also during his presidential campaign and as a president, including by endorsing the anti-illegal drugs campaign Double Barrel. B. Establishing and overseeing the DDS. C. Instructing and authorizing violent acts, including murder, to be committed against alleged criminals, including alleged drug dealers and users. D. Providing personnel and other necessary logistic resources such as weapons, including those to be used in the execution of the crimes. E. Appointing key personnel to positions which were crucial to the execution of the crimes. F. Offering financial incentives and promotions to police officers and hitmen to kill alleged criminals. G. Creating and maintaining a system in which perpetrators knew they would be protected, including through promises of immunity and shielding perpetrators from investigation and prosecutions. H. Making public statements authorizing, condoning, and encouraging killings of alleged criminals, both as a mayor of the Davao City and as a president of the Philippines. I. Authorizing state actors to take part in the anti-drugs campaign and temporarily revoking such authorization, including to placate public outcry. J. Publicly naming individuals and holding up charts from lists of alleged criminals, including so-called high-value targets, some of whom were subsequently killed. Second, in the alternative, Mr. Duterte is charged with ordering and/or inducing the charged crimes pursuant to Article 25(3)(b) of the Rome Statute, and/or aiding and abetting these crimes pursuant to Article 25(3)(c) of the Rome Statute.
Merci, Madame la Greffière.
Thank you, Madam Courtroom Officer. With regard to objections and observations under Rule 122, paragraph 3 of the Rules of Procedure and Evidence, the Chamber notes that the defense submitted a number of written observations, and the last of which was on the 16th of February 2026, to which the OTP and the legal representatives of victims responded, respectively, on the 17th and the 18th of February 2026. On the 20th of February 2026, the Chamber dismissed, in its public decision, the defence's objections. In specifying that the defense and the Office of the Prosecutor are not permitted to reiterate the same arguments already presented in the findings mentioned, that they filed to date in this case, I will now ask if the parties wish to make any oral submissions on this point before moving to the opening statements. Mr. Deputy Prosecutor? Mr. Nyang, we do not have any submissions to make in this regard. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Prosecutor. Counsel?
Merci beaucoup, Maître Kaufmann. Donc, on peut maintenant passer à la phase.
So we can now move on to stage 2, namely the opening statements, and I hand over to the Office of the Prosecutor. Mr. Deputy Prosecutor, please.
Madam President, honorable member of the bench, all those following these proceedings inside the courtroom and outside, and especially those in the Philippines. Today marks an important day for international justice for the people of the Philippines, for the victims, and for this court. The commencement of the confirmation hearing against Mr. Rodrigo Duterte is a reminder of the court's unwavering commitment to its mission to investigate and prosecute individuals for the most serious crimes of concern to the international community and to bring justice to the thousands of victims of the mass crimes and atrocities perpetrated in the Philippines. It is also a reminder that those in power are not above the law. Your Honors, over the course of the next 20 minutes or so, I will provide an overview of the evidence in this case that demonstrates that Mr. Duterte is responsible for the charged crimes. And my team will then develop aspects of this evidence in more details. This case before you today, it is before you today because there are substantial ground to believe that Mr. Duterte is criminally responsible for those three counts of murder just spelled out and attempted murder as crimes against humanity. These charged crimes were committed during the time within the court jurisdiction, which is between the 1st of November 2011 and the 16th of March 2019. At first, they were committed in and around Davao City, where Mr. Duterte was the mayor, and then expanded across the rest of the Philippines when he became president. Mr. Duterte is charged with 49 incidents of murder and attempted murder of 78 victims, including children. These murders and attempted murders were part of a widespread and systematic attack that overall resulted in the killings of thousands of civilians across the country during the relevant time frame. Thus, the charged incidents are merely a fraction of the overall criminality that resulted from Mr. Duterte's so-called war on drugs. What is Mr. Duterte's core contribution? Your Honors, Mr. Duterte played a pivotal role in the commission of the charged crimes. His contribution was essential, as he was at the very heart of the common plan to use his words, to neutralize alleged criminals in the Philippines, including through murders. The victim included individuals associated with or perceived to be associated with drugs. One of the first things Mr. Duterte did when he became the mayor of Davao back in 1988 was to create the infamous Davao Death Squad, otherwise known as DDS. As you will have seen from the prosecution pre-confirmation brief, Mr. Duterte personally instructed death squad members that their mission was to kill criminals and suspected criminals, including drug users and dealers, also referred to as drug pushers. The death squads carried out this mission well into the charge period through 2011 to 2016, perpetrating the crimes charged in count 1. Your Honors, Mr. Duterte's criminal plan and his intent were no secret. He not only shared them with his co-perpetrators and members of the death squad, but also made them abundantly clear to the general public in the numerous public statements that he made time and again. During his presidential campaign, Mr. Duterte explicitly vowed to implement the common plan to neutralize alleged criminal nationwide if elected. This was his program to be elected. He publicly announced his intention to eradicate corruption, criminality, and drugs in 3 to 6 months. And this is what he said. I quote, "If I become the president, I will order the military and the police to hunt down the drug lords, the big ones, and kill them." That's what he said. And this can be found at tab 12 of the prosecution list of material. Similarly, when speaking about druggies, I quote, in a televised interview in 2015, this is again what he said. "If I become president, you will all get wiped out. I will order your execution within 24 hours. That's what he said. That I quote directly from his word. And this quote can be found at tab 19.2 of the prosecution list of materials, ERN PHL OTP 401684, page 003, and lines, these are the lines 82 to 83. And elected he was. And becoming president on 13th of June 2016, this provided him with the opportunity to follow through with his promise and to expand extrajudicial killings of alleged criminals beyond Davao and across the rest of the Philippines. He did this through the implementation of the National Anti-Illegal Drug Campaign, better known as Duterte's War on Drug, and its project, Double Barrel. These were carried out by the national network consisting of law enforcement personnel working together with non-police assets and hitmen. Mr. Duterte authorized murder and personally selected some of the targets. During the mayoral period, when he was mayor, his clearance was required for the DDS to carry out the killings. Essentially, members of the DDS needed Mr. Duterte's green light to murder. And during the presidential period, Mr. Duterte has continued to personally identify some of the targets, including by publicly naming those he claimed were involved in illegal drug trade or in other forms of criminality. He also identified targets by holding up a list containing their name. And if you are on the list, you will be killed. And this was a word of one prosecution witness. And this evidence can be found at tab 54 of the prosecution list of materials, ERN PHL OTP 000154886, page 0009, and the relevant lines are 260 to 261. Mr. Duterte provided moral and financial support to the direct perpetrators as well. In a 12 December 2016 speech, Mr. Duterte admitted that he used to ride around Davao on a motorcycle looking for trouble, so he could kill. And he said, and this again his own word I'm quoting here, in Davao, I used to do it personally, just to show the guy that if I can do it, why can't you? And these are his own words. And this quote can be found at tab 16.1 of the prosecution list of material, ERN PHL OTP 000155547 at 0002 lines 7 and 8. And the evidence show that Mr. Duterte's Davao City Mayor office provided some member of the DDS with a regular salary. Financial rewards were also given to direct perpetrators in the form of cash per head of killing. And at a press conference in 2013, Mr. Duterte stated that shoot to kill orders and reward are, and I quote him, are legitimate tools of government to fight lawlessness. This is his own word. And if he surrendered to me or his carcass dead, then I double the price. And again, yeah, and that was what he boasted. This quote can be found at tab 17.2 of the prosecution list of materials, PHL OTP 000094932 at 0002, and the relevant lines are lines 7 to 11. Deaths of drug personalities killed in anti-drug operation were endorsed by Mr. Duterte's administration and listed as official accomplishment in public reporting. Your Honors, as you will have the confirmation brief, Mr. Duterte also provided the direct perpetrators with weapons, ammunition, and logistical support to facilitate the commission of the charged crime. And he also had control, wide control over those crimes. And let me now turn specifically to that control. As mayor of Davao and later as president of the Philippines, Mr. Duterte wielded ultimate influence and authority over the physical perpetrators of the crimes. As mayor, Mr. Duterte was chief executive of the Davao city government, with responsibility for exercising general supervision and control over all its activities. He had formal operational supervision and control over National Police Unit in Davao. As creator and head of the DDS, he also had de facto control over the death squad's members. When Mr. Duterte became president on the 30th of June 2016, he sat at the very apex of the political power structure in the Philippines. He became the head of state, head of government, and commander-in-chief of all armed forces of the Philippines. He also became the leader of the country's police forces. This level of authority allowed him to wield de jure and de facto control over those implementing the common plan nationwide. Mr. Duterte's control over the crime is also apparent from his ability to interrupt their commission when he so chooses. And as outlined in our reconfirmation brief, he successfully suspended police anti-illegal drug operation on 2 occasions following public outcries in response to particularly notorious killings. On both occasions, the number of reported killings dropped significantly during the suspension, showcasing his control. So when he asks people to act, they act. When he asks them to refrain, they do so. So they oblige. So Mr. Duterte was well aware of the authority he had over the perpetrators. In a speech given to the National Bureau of Investigation in November 2016, he expressly acknowledged his position of power. And this is what he said. To the military, I am commander-in-chief. On the civilian side, I am the chief executive of the government. And when talking about the police, this is what he's saying. They are my subordinate, and I am ultimately responsible for their deeds. And these are quotations, and they can be found at tab 131.2 of our prosecution list of materials at ERN PHL-OTP-00095-679, page 0004, and the relevant lines are from 131 to 134. And the direct perpetrators complied with Duterte's order and respected his authority. Mr. Duterte was respected by the physical perpetrators. He was feared, and his order and instruction were obeyed. One insider witness explicitly says that the police killed, and I quote, because of the directive of the president. This is what the witness said, an insider. And this quote can be found at tab 120 of the prosecution list of material, ERN PHL OTP -00088-631-R01 and page 66, and the relevant line are from 2304 to 2306. And this statement is corroborated by other statements we are also provided. And some direct perpetrator complied because of their blind loyalty to Mr. Duterte. Some did it out of fear, and others were encouraged to comply by promises of money and rewards. For some, killings reached the level of a perverse form of competition with effort to attain killing quotas, which in turn would lead to promotions and rewards. Others felt there was no other choice but to comply, with one insider explaining that it was simply not possible to not obey Mr. Duterte's command. And this is also from an insider witness. And this evidence can be found at tab 51 of the prosecution list of materials, ERN PHL-OTP-001-5403 at page 0008 to 0009, and the relevant line here is from 240 to 245. Direct perpetrators were further emboldened to commit crime by Mr. Duterte's repeated promises of immunity. In various public statements, Mr. Duterte vowed to protect the police involved in killing. And this is what he said again. For as long as there is a power to pardon in the Constitution, that's my weapon against crime. If you massacre 100 and there are 100 of you, then you will all be pardoned. Restored to full political and civil rights, plus a promotion to boot. It's like that, especially the high profile. And this quote can be found at tab 130.2 of the prosecution list of materials at ERN PHL-OTP and 50336 at page 0010. Such statements reassure the physical perpetrators. One insider described that he felt confident to continue killing people because he knew that he wouldn't be arrested for that. And this evidence can be found at tab 38 of the prosecution list of material, ERN PHL-OTP-0001-2779 at page 0005, and relevant lines are from 130 to 131. Your Honors, let me now say a few words about the contextual elements. The 78 murders and attempted murders that Mr. Duterte is charged with in this case were not random. These were not random crimes, nor was they spontaneous or happened in isolation. Rather, the evidence demonstrates that they were part of a widespread and systematic attack directed against the civilian population of the Philippines. The murders and attempted murders were carried out across the Philippines and over a substantial period of time. Overall, Duterte's so-called war on drugs resulted in the killings of thousands of civilians from the 1st of November 2011 to the 16th of March 2019. And many of these victims were...
Excuse me, Counsel, you have 5 minutes left.
Okay. Yes, were children. The victim of extrajudicial killing charge in this case were brutally murdered, some after having been abducted and mistreated. Unlike Mr. Duterte, who is represented by his counsel here today, they were deprived of any form of due process. The loss of every single one of these victims had the most profound impact on their families, their friends, and ultimately their communities. Their suffering was met not merely with Mr. Duterte's indifference, but with his mocking. In a 25 July 2016 speech, he expressly made fun of the iconic photograph portraying the partner of an extrajudicial killing victim cradling his body, which now visible on our screen. While the specific incident portrayed in this photograph is not charged in this case, Mr. Duterte's comment on it is demonstrative of his attitude towards the victims. In reference to this photo, Mr. Duterte, this is what he said. Those of you who are still sober, those who haven't tried illegal drugs, if you don't want to die or get hurt, don't rely on the priest, including human rights advocate. They won't be able to prevent death. So, don't do it. And then, there you are, sprawled on the ground, and you are portrayed in a broadsheet like Mother Mary cradling the dead cadaver of Jesus Christ. That's how they are creating dramas here. This is what he said. And this quote can be found at tab 128 of the prosecution list of material at ERN-PSL-OTP-50335, page 0008. And of course, the question of whether Mr. Duterte had knowledge and intent, of course, it goes without saying. Your Honors, Mr. Duterte intended and knew that the charged crime were occurring, or that they would occur in the ordinary course of events that he had set in place and put in motion. His intent and knowledge are shown by the multiple statements he made throughout his mayoral and presidential tenure, promising to reduce crimes by killing alleged criminals, promoting the common plan, and urging police and even members of the public to kill alleged criminals. As detailed in the prosecution pre-confirmation brief, and as Your Honor will hear in the course of my team's presentation, Mr. Duterte also made statements directly acknowledging allegation of extrajudicial killings by his subordinates and issued written order showing he knew about the crimes they committed. Your Honors, the prosecution relies on significant and varied sources of evidence to demonstrate that substantial ground exists to believe that Mr. Duterte is criminally responsible for the crimes. This evidence includes multiple witness statements, including insider witnesses. It includes many speeches of Mr. Duterte himself, as well as the statement of his co-perpetrators. It also includes orders and other documents signed by himself. The prosecution further relies on official government documents, including material from the Philippine National Police. It relies on drug watch lists, on audio and video material, as well as on forensic and financial evidence. Your Honors, During the prosecution's subsequent presentation, my colleague will elaborate on some of these core evidence in more detail. Mr. Nichols will give a presentation on Mr. Duterte's background, followed by an overview of the evidence demonstrating his responsibility for the crime charged in count 1. This will be followed by the presentation of Mr. Jeremy behind me, who will speak about the evidence demonstrating Mr. Duterte's responsibility as president for the crime charged in count 2 and 3. And Ms. Croft, on my left, will then elaborate on the contextual element of crime against humanity and the mode of liability through which Mr. Duterte is responsible for the crimes alleged in this case. And to conclude, Madam President, Your Honor, while this court cannot reunite victims with their loved one, it can help reveal the truth about what happened to them and bring a sense of justice to the victim. The charge before you today are serious, and the evidence submitted require their confirmation. And Mr. Duterte must be held to account, and this case should be confirmed for trial. I thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Prosecutor. Now we are slightly in advance on our schedule. I will now hand over to the legal representative of victims for her opening statements until 11, and then after that you shall continue. Please proceed, ma'am.
Madam President, Your Honors, by way of an opening statement, we convey the views and concerns of the 497 victims authorized to participate in these proceedings. At the outset, Your Honors, we communicate the very deep disappointment of the victims at the decision allowing Rodrigo Duterte not to be present in this stage of confirmation of charges. The sight of Mr. Duterte being read and being confronted with the grave and horrible charges against him would have constituted a vital component of justice for the victims. This case symbolically represents the last boat that the victims can board to go on a journey in search of justice for their loved ones who were brutally killed upon the orders of Mr. Duterte. If this chamber prevents the boat from sailing by not confirming the charges, the victims will forever be moored in an island where the nights are filled with the screams and cries of their massacred loved ones. There is absolutely no other recourse for the victims. No less than former Philippine Justice Secretary Crispin Remulla admitted just a few months ago that the door to domestic justice is permanently closed for victims of the Duterte extrajudicial killings. Remulla declared, and we quote, "It is difficult to prove the case here and build up the case because those who need to speak are involved in the crime. There's nothing, not even a police report. You don't have a scene of the crime, you don't have ballistics, you don't have DNA." Remulla further declared, and I quote, "Everything that could be erased was erased so that the cases would not push through. That is why this has reached the ICC." Under the Philippine justice system, Your Honors, no criminal case can reach the courts unless they are initiated and filed by the Department of Justice or the Office of the Ombudsman. From Justice Secretary, Remulla has been appointed as Ombudsman. So the two gatekeepers of justice are successively occupied by a ranking official who has declared that there is absolutely no hope for domestic justice for the victims. If the charges are not confirmed in this case, one of the gravest concerns of the victims is that Mr. Duterte will return to the Philippines as a conquering hero. He will resume preaching his gospel of impunity. In fact, if Mr. Duterte could threaten to slap the judges of this court, which he did while he was president, this chamber should imagine the kind of terror-filled threats and the violent actions that can easily be used against the victims if the suspect walks free from this court. If the charges are not confirmed, it is a very serious concern of the victims that Mr. Duterte will be portrayed in history by his multitude of followers as the leader who vanquished the ICC and who cleansed his country of 30,000 rapists, murderers, and dangerous criminals, which were the scornful words he sweepingly used against all those who were killed in his murderous spree. Your Honors, Mr. Duterte has been in detention here in The Hague for almost a year now, but there has been no peace and rest for the victims. From the time their loved ones were killed and continuously up to this time, they lived in constant fear for their lives. The arrest and detention of Mr. Duterte has not stopped impunity in the Philippines. The virus of impunity that he spread all over the country has become a cancer that has metastasized, infecting millions of Filipinos. Mr. Duterte has created clones of himself. He converted millions of peace-loving citizens into bloodthirsty disciples who have become converts to the belief that violence and killings are valid solutions to societal problems. The killings masterminded by Mr. Duterte continue to have consequences for the victims even to this day because of his clones. These mini Dutertes harass, threaten, or commit outright violence against the victims and their families. As shown by the number of victims participating in this proceeding so far, many still fear to come out and tell their stories of how their lives became a living hell as a result of Mr. Duterte's crimes, and because they are constantly terrified of being targeted with violence by Duterte fanatics. Many victims have been hesitant to participate in this ICC case because they live in communities that thrive with Duterte clones. They see the halls of power of their country teeming with Duterte disciples. They see and hear senators, congresspersons, mayors, governors, and powerful public figures who are mini Dutertes. The daughter of Mr. Duterte is the vice president, and she has just recently declared that she is running for president in 2028. One Duterte son is a congressman. Another is the Davao City mayor, and his grandchildren occupy positions of power. The plague of impunity has spread not only among Filipinos in the Philippines, but even among expatriate Filipinos in faraway lands like here in The Hague. When we reported to the victims that we, their external legal representatives, feel like fugitives.
Apologies, Counsel, it's 11 o'clock.
When we reported to the victims that we, their external legal representatives, feel like fugitives who avoid our own countrymen here in The Hague,
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Counsel. We will now take a half-hour break as provided for in the schedule, and you shall resume your remarks at 11:30. These are the rules that are set in the schedule, which was set in paragraph 18 of the decision.
Ayan mga kapuso, kasalukuyan pong nag-break ang confirmation of charges hearing dyan sa International Criminal Court. Balikan natin si Dean Raul Pangalangan. Dean, your thoughts. Dito muna tayo sa ginawang pagbabasa ng charges ni Deputy Prosecutor Mame Niang. You were writing notes. Ano ba yung mga takeaways niyo so far?
Well, as expected, he identified the important points. The first, of course, is the commission of the crime charged, which is murder. But I think what is significant is we call it the mode of attribution, how to link the crime to the accused, Duterte here. And we should also see that nexus applied to the other people listed in the document containing the charges, Bato, Bongo, Aguirre et al. And it is significant that the evidence that he is citing are actually statements from Duterte himself. This is no different from the decision of the pretrial chamber when it denied his request for interim release. All they had to quote was Sara Duterte saying that they would help him get away from the court's prison. So sa akin, it's quite significant that the evidence against him are his own words. These are fully recorded, and I'm pretty sure they will be presented in evidence.
All right. Dean, mamaya pag-usapan rin natin yung kalahati nung naging pahayag ng Common Representative na si Attorney Butuyan. Pero bago po niyan, hingi po muna tayo ng report mula kay Maris Umali na nariyan po sa The Hague. Maris?
Hindi po dumalo ang dating Pangulo, pero naroon ang kanyang abogado na si Attorney Nicholas Kaufman. Ayon kay Kaufman, at nakita rin mismo natin na nasa public gallery yung mga Pilipinong abogado ni Duterte kasama sina dating Executive Secretary Salvador Medialdea, Attorney Salvador Panelo, Martin Delgra III, Silvestre Bello III, Alfredo Lim Jr. at Cesar Dulay. Sa simula po ng pagdinig, nagbilin si Judge Julia Motok. Kailangan daw respetuhin ang itinakdang oras para magsalita ang lahat ng panig. Kailangan concise ang kanilang mga paglalahad at hindi dapat paulit-ulit. Iwasan ang pagbanggit ng mga pangalan ng mga biktima o witnesses at gamitin lamang ang kanilang code. Ito ay gagawin sa open session pero maaaring humingi ng private session kung kailangan para maiwasan ang pagsapubliko ng confidential information. Binasa po sa session ang akusasyon laban kay Duterte na crimes against humanity of murder and attempted murder. Si Duterte ay inaakusahang bilang indirect co-perpetrator mula November 2011 hanggang March 2019 ng pagsasagawa ng common plan laban sa mga kriminal. Siya daw ang nagdisenyo ng policy para in-neutralize ang mga kriminal, pagtatag at pamamahala sa tinaguriang Davao Death Squad, pag-uutos ng pagpatay at ibang marahas na hakbang laban sa mga umunoy kriminal gaya ng drug dealers at users, pagbibigay ng armas at pag-appoint ng mga tauhan para maisagawa ang plano, pagbibigay ng insentibo at promosyon sa mga police officers at hitmen para patayin ang mga kriminal, pagbuo ng sistema para protektahan ang mga perpetrators, pagsasalita sa publiko na inootorisa niya ang mga pagpatay, pagpangalan sa mga high-value targets na ang ilan ay napatay kalaunan. Sa opening statement po ng prosecution, tinukoy ng prosecutor ang mga pahayag ni Duterte noong kampanya para sa pagkapangulo na kapag nahalal siya bilang Pangulo, uutusan daw niya ang militar at ang pulisya na paghahanapin niya ang mga drug lords at ipapapatay sila. Sa isa ring TV interview noong 2016, sinabi ni Duterte na iuutos niya ang kanila raw execution sa loob ng 24 oras. Nang maging Pangulo, pinangalanan niya sa publiko ang mga umunoy illegal drug trader. Nagbigay din siya ng shoot-to-kill order at nilista bilang accomplishment ang listahan ng mga napatay. Sabi pa nila may operational control si Duterte sa mga nagpapatupad ng common plans sa buong bansa. May kapangyarihan siyang pigilan o suspindihin ang kanilang operasyon kung gustuhin niya. Sa katunayan, 2 beses niya itong ginawa at nang mangyari ito, bumaba ng husto ang bilang ng mga patayan. Narito po pakinggan natin ang ilang bahagi ng pagdinig.
Mga kapuso, nagbabalik po tayo sa ating special coverage ng confirmation of charges hearing dyan sa International Criminal Court. Nag-report si Marie Zumali. Naroon po mismo siya at nakita nga niya yung mga pangyayari doon at nakita niya yung mga abogadong binanggit. Naroon yung mga dating membro ng Duterte cabinet na sumusuporta sa kanya. Pero din, yung participation ng Filipino lawyers, yung mga dati niyang cabinet members, wala ho silang role doon dito sa pagdinig na to, no?
That's a very good question, Ivan. In fact, I think it is significant that Kaufman, when he presented himself before the court, listed them as counsel. Because until then, there was no entry of appearance anyway from the 6 lawyers. So for me, it is significant. I'm glad that he noted the participation of Filipino lawyers in the defense for Duterte. It lends legitimacy to the proceedings. And again, the fundamental principle of the court is that it will give the accused his day in court. He has the right to counsel of his own choosing. So he chose Kaufman and his team, and now he has the 6 Filipino lawyers. So I think it's good that Kaufman himself mentioned the names of the Filipino lawyers. I do not know if officially it amounts to an entry of appearance for the 6, because as far as I know, they would have to be accredited lawyers by the.
Yes, I was going to ask, hindi ho ba may strict accreditation that no lawyer can just enter his appearance ICC and be recognized, hindi ho ba?
That is correct, and they will have to sign an undertaking to abide by ICC rules, among them the rule of confidentiality. Because then if you have to protect the witnesses, some witnesses will testify only upon assurance of confidentiality.
Right.
And they have to sign that undertaking that they won't come home and tell their comrades here who testified against the big boss. Again, it is not clear in what capacity they will enter, but their names have been mentioned. They are now part of the record. It came from the defense, the chief defense counsel himself. So in terms of their participation in helping the accused,
defense,
it is now a matter of record, and I think it is good.
Di nabanggit nyo kanina, pinag-usapan natin yung paggamit ng prosecution dun sa mga naging pahayag mismo ni Pangulong Duterte nung siya'y Pangulo, nung siya po ay Mayor. How strong is this kind of evidence when presented before the ICC judges?
Oh, it is quite strong because it comes from Duterte himself. It's almost like an admission against interest, and except that in this case, these are not admissions before the court, but public statements by Duterte, his speeches, and I think the deputy prosecutor identified the juiciest of the Duterte statements. The part where he says that just go ahead and kill. If you kill, you will not be investigated. If you're investigated, you won't be charged. If you're charged,
you will be pardoned, or something to that effect.
And that, for me, it's almost like he covered all the modes of attribution. Parang nagpe-presenta na siya. But I'm pretty sure they will present that. I will be most interested how the defense counsel will attack that kind of evidence.
Ito ho, may in an interview, Attorney Kaufman said that ang depensa niya dito nung binanggit daw yun ng dating Pangulo, there was no criminal intent.
Yeah.
How will that be taken by the judges? Kayo po, bilang isang former ICC judge, paano nyo kaya tatanggapin yung ganong depensa?
Well, let me just speak as a professor here.
Right. Okay.
That goes into the element of mens rea, the criminal intent, the state of mind. And for me, I think especially when he said that Duterte is actually a hero. So I think what he's saying is that, the intent was really to save the country from all these criminal elements. But the crime charged is murder. And when you say kill, I think it's the criminal intent is whether when he gave those instructions, when he set up the apparatus, the intent was actually to commit the murders. And I think it is quite clear that the mens rea element is satisfied there. But I'm pretty sure, so in terms of strategy, it will not be about the facts, because the facts are there.
Yes.
It is about the interpretation of those facts.
The statements that were actually already made.
Yeah.
But
Uttered and made of record. I mean, these are all, today
Yes.
captured, and the videos are recorded, yes.
But going back kasi si Attorney Butuyan, naputo lang siya. Pero syempre bibigyan naman siya ng pagkakataon
yes.
pagbalik na ipagpatuloy. Pero naumpisahan na niya di nabanggit na niya. He actually made mention of the family of former President Rodrigo Duterte. Sabi niya na delikado to kasi meron siyang anak na
Vice
pangalawang
President?
Pangulo at nagdeklara na siya na tatakbo siyang Pangulo. Binanggit niya na may isa rin siyang anak na kongresista, isang anak na mayor, meron din siyang apo na nasa pwesto. Sa tingin niyo din, ano yung patutunguhan dito ng ni Attorney Butuyan?
Okay, so well, of course he will give the answer in a few minutes, but most probably what Joel is getting to is that for the victims, their only hope for justice is through the court,
ICC.
because without the ICC proceedings, the door is closed to any remedies before the Philippine legal system. So I think that's what he will do when the court resumes. But as you can see, the court follows schedules very strictly.
Oo nga may reminder talaga no, na mag-11 a.m.
I was going to ask kung may posibilidad ho kaya na paano pag hindi sapat yung oras, i-extend ho ba kaya? Mukhang hindi sila mag-extend, ano?
Well, mag-extend, but if you notice, if it might happen in the course of the next few days, if you extend, you actually need the approval, the agreement of the interpreters who are on
so
the
sila
side
palang
panel.
nagde-decide.
So usually, if the counsel says, Your Honor, can we have a few more minutes?
Yes.
The judges will actually look up to the,
Yung interpreter pa lang tinitingnan
kung
nila.
pwede, and then if they give the go signal. Because otherwise, we are dependent upon the interpreters for...
Sige,
go ahead.
sorry. Yung opening ni Attorney Butuyan, he expressed, his words were very deep disappointment na hindi nagpakita ang dating Pangulo at hinarap ang mga biktima.
Yes.
Dahil that would have been, kahit papano, malaking hakbang towards the justice that they've been seeking all these years.
Yes.
Pero karapatan naman ho talaga ng dating Pangulo na hindi magpakita.
That is correct. As I mentioned earlier, it's codified under the rules. He has the right to waive his appearance, his right to appear during the confirmation hearings. This is actually quite important in other cases because for the trial, there's no trial in absentia in the court. And recently, the court ruled that for the confirmation hearing, it can be in absentia.
So pero kung sakaling mag-trial tayo, the court can compel the former president to attend.
Well, he has a right to attend. Whether he has a duty, he will still have to ask permission from the court, yes.
Whether
but going back to Joel's point, well then, if Joel says he's so disappointed, then I think he wanted the optics of Duterte being held to answer before a court, in which case he would be sitting behind the defense counsel's table. There will be two guards beside him. I think that is the picture that Joel was hoping for.
Something that Attorney Kaufman said that he would not want the former president to be subjected to. Parang I would not want to put someone of his state, I mean his physical state na mawala ng dignidad by putting him there in that situation.
Well, although I've got to say that the court has heard cases against in Kenya, it was against the president, someone who would eventually be president and vice president during the trial. The trial proceeded against the vice president and one cabinet official, and they sat in the defendant's
I was going to ask you about that, Dean, because those are one of the very few instances that the accused actually stood or took the witness stand. In this case, sa kaso niya dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, tingin niyo po ba makakatulong if, let's say, it does reach trial, that he will make an appearance and speak? Or do you think the lawyers, his defense lawyers, will try everything to make sure hindi mangyari?
Well, the most fundamental principle there is the right against self-incrimination. No one can compel him to sit as a witness. Now, if he waives it, then of course he can appear, and even in the course of the appearance, he can still waive. Well, he can still assert his right against self-incrimination against specific specific questions. So that's a call to be made by Duterte and his defense counsel. But again, if his own statements are being used, I don't know how they will.
I was going to ask, hindi ho kaya yung hindi pagdalo ng dating Pangulo sa kanyang hearing was the lawyer's way, the Attorney Kaufman's way of preventing him from further incriminating himself. Dahil baka ho may sabihin pa siyang makapagpapalala pa sa kanyang sitwasyon.
Very possible. Kasi nga, at this stage, most of the statements used against him are either his own or that of his children or of his supporters.
Yes.
In fact, if you recall at some stage, I think Defense Counsel Kaufman made an appeal to his followers just to stay away from commenting on the case. Yes. So I think early on he already saw that as a problem, and true enough, it has been a headache for him. So going back to your question, we don't know what the strategy is in the future, but really, how do they rebut all these statements by Duterte himself? I mean, he was president. He was fully caught on camera. He was caught in interviews. It'll be interesting.
I was going to ask Dean about, because you mentioned how before there was already the case of Uhuru, who would eventually become president of Kenya. I mean, itong kasong to, binabantayan hindi lang natin dito sa Pilipinas, di ba? But it has gained significant amount of international attention as well. How significant is this case in the course of the ICC history? I mean, he's obviously not the only head of state who has been issued a warrant of arrest against, but also not the only one who's made it this far. Pero gaano kahalaga or gaano ka-importante itong kasong ito sa ICC?
It is very important, Pia, because you see, as you correctly stated, in the Kenyatta case, it eventually became Ruto and Sang. Ruto is the vice president, Sang is the cabinet official. That case was eventually dismissed because the witnesses simply vanished. They were intimidated. They were bought out, I imagine. So it was a lesson for the court. So I think those lessons now will be carried into the Duterte case, because it wasn't a good experience for the court. In fact, it entailed even big legal doctrinal debates, because they used in that case, it's the presentation of evidence by the prosecution, and they have there's a presumption of innocence on the part of the accused, and they have the burden to prove guilt beyond reasonable doubt. And so the defense filed a demurrer to the evidence, which is what we call in the Philippines, how we call it in the Philippines. The ICC just refused. The trial chamber said there's no such thing under the rules, which is correct. But now it has gone all the way to appeal, and the court says, there's no point proceeding if the prosecution, when its turn came up, couldn't find enough evidence to prosecute, precisely because of the disappearing witnesses. So that was a lesson for the court. So now I think the court is aware of situations similar to vulnerable places where the witnesses and the the victims and the witnesses are vulnerable, and like in the Philippines. So I think I'm glad that the lessons have been learned. I hope they will make sure they are in place this time.
And that they're reapplied.
That is correct. It is actually difficult to explain outside the Philippines how vulnerable the witnesses the witnesses are. And what will happen to them when they come back to their neighborhoods, you know, the safety of themselves and of their children, of their families. It is hard to explain that over there in The Hague.
Di nabanggit niyo yung dismissal in this particular case, no? I'd like to talk a little bit about scenarios. Ito ho, inaalam natin if we should go to trial. But what if, situation lang po, what if hindi ma-confirm ang charges? What will happen?
Nakalista naman yan sa Rome Statute. The options are either confirm the charges, dismiss the charges, or return them to the prosecutor to either gather more evidence or recharacterize the crime. Para bang i-downgrade mo yung i-downgrade mo yung a crime. Ako naman malamang sinasabi ko nga ang yung opening statement ng prosecutor was just citing Duterte himself. Malamang naman hindi i-dismiss yung charges. Now, kung ang tanong is we call it recharacterization of the crime, or you know, giving the prosecutor the option to add evidence. Well, just my hunch. I think there should be enough. Anyway, mababa naman yung threshold of evidence.
Pero may nakita na ho kayong case na hindi nag-proceed dahil hindi na-confirm yung charges?
During my 6 years, ang nakita ko was the recharacterization. That's a big debate. It's an esoteric debate among lawyers at what stage should it be recharacterized. Kasi nga naman, yung buong proceeding, kung ang charge mabigat, tapos gagaanan mo yung charge, mas madaling ma-convict.
Tsaka yun nga, hindi ho ba unfair yun sa akusado?
Exactly.
Diba? Kasi parang you move the goalposts para lang ma-convict mo siya.
Tama yun.
Try mo siya.
Tama yun. At saka isa pang debate dyan, tayo kasi common law tayo, more common law tayo than civil law. Although mixed ang Philippine system, mixed ang US, mixed from the continental law in Europe. But yung mga mainly continental law judges, sa kanila mas madali silang mag-recharacterize. Sa atin, we're very concerned about the due process angle that you mentioned. At saka yung nakalagay sa ICC rules na to suggest to the prosecution to gather more evidence, yung ibang judge gusto, kami na lang ang gagawa. We'll do it for the prosecution, which triggers off a longer debate. But for now, just to give a short answer, I think kung tapos na lahat yung mga ibang issue, jurisdiction, interim release, evidentiary na lang, I think naman kung sa ebidensya na sinabi nung prosecutor at saka yung ebidensya na ipepresent ng tawag CLRV, Common Legal Representative for Victims,
CLRV.
Which will include Attorney Butuyan, Attorney Andres Gilbert. I think sapat na yun. So talagang the next stage will be the trial.
Linawin lang po natin, di ba, nag-break po ngayon yung ating mga ICC judges, lahat po nung nasa courtroom. Pero hindi pa po ito, walang deliberasyon na nangyayari at this point. Talagang break lang siya.
Oo.
Bawal po ba na makipag-usap yung mga judges at this point?
Among
themselves?
Wala namang bawal kasi collegial court naman yan. Pero usually, pagod na kayo, 30 minutes na break.
Sa bagay, tayo nga, nakikinig tayo.
Maglakad lang to go back to your office and back. Mauubos na yung 30 minutes eh.
Okay. So pwede kang bumalik sa opisina?
Babalik sa opisina.
Okay.
May holding room sa likod. But bumabalik ako sa opisina. Just to catch up on my email from Manila.
Nga pala, Dean, ito ho, tatlo sila, di ba?
Yes.
Paano ho magiging decision dyan kung collegial body? 2 against 1? Parang ganon? You have to get 2 votes?
Majority of the chamber will constitute a decision of
so you don't need an unanimous vote?
Hindi. Kasi hindi naman to jury of laymen. This is a trial chamber consisting of professionally trained judges, which also explains why the evidentiary rules there are not as strict as in the Philippines. Sa atin, kung may bugged conversation, ang haba-haba niyan eh. Kasi we follow the US rules, which are actually designed for a trial by a jury. Doon, these are trained judges. So walang masyadong, how should I say this, mga madetalye na regulasyon sa presentation.
So for this particular hearing, we need 2 judges to confirm.
That is correct, yes.
And they have to do that sa loob ng 60 araw, 60 calendar days after the last day of the confirmation.
That is correct, yes. So matatapos ito by Friday. They scheduled hearings until Friday, pero theoretically, baka kung maubos yung testigo before Friday, tapos na yan.
So may pagkakataon pala na baka bago pa mag-Friday, tapos na yung...
That is correct, although it can work the other way around. Kung hindi pa tapos yung testigo ng Friday, hihingi yung defense at saka yung victim, sabi, we'll need more time to cross-examine. Aabot yan ng Monday. And the challenge to the court is, you have to take care of the victim, or of the witness. What will the witness do during the weekend? So the court really takes care of the witnesses. Because the court is so keenly aware that the task of doing justice is indispensable without the truth coming from the witnesses. So talagang they will take care of the witnesses. But chances are, I mean, you saw how strict they met. They applied the timeline. Barring that extreme scenario, Friday is it. Kasi ang mangyayari niyan, you can't deny, the absolute no-no is to deny the defense its chance to confront the witness. So kung umabot doon, you change the schedule for that. Otherwise, it will be fatal to the case.
So kumbaga pwede namang i-adjust. Hindi naman siya talagang nakataga sa bato.
The way it was this morning.
Base doon. Naku, ang dami pa natin pwedeng pag-usapan din, no? Kasi syempre, di ba, parang masalimuot yung proseso. And ito yung unang pagkakataon na we have a Philippine official of this stature who is facing charges in the ICC.
Totoo yun. When I first signed on sa court, 2015, under President, I was nominated by President Benigno Aquino III. I never imagined na magkakaroon ng kaso from the Philippines. Akala ko tapos na tayo sa mga ganitong krimen. Tapos, we're back.
And kasi, di ba, pag tinignan niyo yung ibang mga kasong hinahawak ngayon, current cases, pending cases before the ICC, I mean, meron against Vladimir Putin, meron against Benjamin Netanyahu. Although, syempre, yun, hanggang pag-issue pa lang ng arrest warrant, hindi sila umabot sa kustodiya ng ICC.
That is correct. Totoo yun, oo. But those are the larger cases before the court. In Asia, there is another case in Myanmar for the genocide against the Rohingya. Although the case charged there was the forced deportation of the Rohingya to cross over into to Bangladesh. A warrant of arrest has been issued there as well against one of the generals. Pero it hasn't been served yet.
Kanina, di ba nakita po natin na may mga taga-suporta ni dating Pangulong Duterte na nasa labas. Tinawag na nga nilang Duterte Street. Nung panahon niyo po ba sa ICC, kapag meron po kayong mga high-profile cases, ganun din po ba? May mga makikita kayong nagkikilos protesta or mga nag-aabang?
Or against?
Ang naabutan ko lang na may mass mobilization were the Kenya cases. Kasi nga these are high-ranking government officials. And the protests in The Hague, and also problems with the domestic reporting of media in Kenya, because the ICC charges and proceedings, of course, was a political football for domestically within Kenya. It was used for the campaign, for the political campaign of some parties.
Din balikan ko yung pagbasa ng counts, ng charges ni Deputy Prosecutor Mamin Yang. Yung mga murders po na dinitalye dito, 49 in total. And I think 78 victims. Paki-explain po, I know this has been tackled already, pero paki-explain po sa mga manonood natin. Crimes against humanity, napakarami, libo-libo ang allegation na namatay. Pero bakit 49 lang yung sinasabi ng mga offense dito?
Yes, okay. That's within the realm of prosecutorial discretion. They will have to identify di ba, that crimes were classified into 3 categories.
Yes.
During the mayoral period, during the presidential period, and the rest was the barangay
barangay clearance operations.
Clearance operations. That is part of their strategy. And I think, I'm just speculating, because prosecutor is completely separate from, we call ourselves the chambers.
Right.
From chambers. That will depend on the evidence and the witnesses available. So, i-charge nila yung incident kung saan mayroon silang ebidensya. That is why if you look at the document containing the charges, there are 3 categories, and for each category, they will have, I think, 9 incidents for category 1, and then I think another 9 for category 2, and so on. So those are, yun ang ipoprove nila. In fact, again, Ivan, if you compare that sa atin, usually yung information sa atin maikli lang eh. Kasi that's basically the assignment of the prosecutor.
Right.
Yun ang dapat niyang i-prove na elements, lahat na sinabi niya doon. In the tradition of the ICC, the court has been in operation for like a little less than 3 decades.
Yes.
In the beginning, haba-haba ng mga document containing the charges. Because they were like quite excited to prosecute the cases in the beginning. And then over time, they realized this is too much for the prosecution. You're giving them 50 pages to prove.
Yes.
So, you know, you have to trim it down a little. So it has become a bit more reasonable these days. Fully conscious that everything they say there becomes the burden of the prosecution to establish.
Ito naman pong 497 victims na kinakatawan ni Attorney Butuyan, are they expected to speak individually, or yung mga kaso ba nila individually itatackle?
Okay. Their cases will be individually recorded by the court. But of course, in terms of judicial management, only a representative witnesses will be entertained. But basically, if you want to imagine it, there will be a room full of binders of the files of each and every witness, because the approach also is that their victim participation is part of, in the new approach, is part of the justice that the victims seek before the court. They have to have a sense of ownership in the justice process, a sense of participation, and telling their story is part of that process.
I'm trying to visualize din kung paano yung magiging takbo ng trial should it go to that point. Dahil kayo po, ano ba yung pinakamatagal na trial na hinawakan ninyo at hanggang the one you saw through to the end?
My last one, the Uganda case.
Sorry.
Okay, we will now...
Nagpapatuloy po ang confirmation of charges hearing. Balikan po natin ang ICC sa The Hague.
Please be seated. Oui, bonsoir.
Bonjour.
Judge Motog. Hello again. Counsel, you can continue because we were interrupted by the pause. Over to you, legal representative for victim, please.
Thank you, Your Honors. I was in the process of explaining the spread of impunity in the Philippines, and I will resume, Your Honor. The plague of impunity has spread not only among Filipinos in the Philippines, but even among expatriate Filipinos in faraway lands like here in The Hague. When we reported to the victims that we, their external legal representatives, feel like fugitives who avoid our own countrymen here in The Hague because chances are they are Duterte clones, they express their utmost concern that if we, their lawyers, feel threatened by mini Dutertes in a foreign country, we should imagine the far more intense fear they live with every day in their communities teeming with mini Dutertes. The victims also wish to convey that if the judges of this honorable chamber can be subjected to online harassment by Duterte clones, we should imagine the level of vulnerability the victims are exposed to in their poor villages. Your Honors, there is only one solution to stop the impunity propagated by Mr. Duterte from continuing to bring harm and suffering to the victims. And that is for this honorable chamber to confirm the charges so that witnesses can testify and evidence can be presented on the horrible crimes committed by Mr. Duterte. The testimonies and evidence presented will inoculate these mini Dutertes from the virus of impunity that has infected them. When they will see and hear the utter cruelty, the sheer brutality, in other words, the brazen inhumanity of the crimes committed by Mr. Duterte, and the humanity of those whose lives were violently taken, it will rekindle the embers of humanity that still remain in their hearts. Many of these mini Dutertes or Duterte clones are actually victims of massive doses of fake news widely circulated online. They need to be vaccinated with the truth, and the truth vaccine can only come from the testimonies of witness of victims and evidence presented in a trial before this court. Truth is the antidote to the virus of impunity, Your Honors. The victims dread a future where charges are not confirmed in this case. It will mean that the virus of impunity will continue to spread and infect many more. Victims fear that Duterte clones will become an even bigger group that can elect another apostle of impunity as the Philippines' next leader. If that happens, an even more serious condition of impunity can take place in the Philippines, possibly worse than the orgy of violence that happened from 2011 to 2019, and this time there will be no ICC to run to for assistance and help. The victims humbly beseech this honorable chamber to reaffirm the two crucial objectives of the ICC identified in the preamble of the Rome Statute. First, to prosecute and punish the most serious crimes that deeply shock the conscience of humanity. And second, to put an end to impunity and to contribute to the prevention of crimes of unimaginable atrocities. If this chamber confirms the charges, this court will achieve its first objective of prosecuting and, if convicted, punishing Mr. Duterte for the unspeakable crimes he is charged with. But achieving the first objective will not automatically make this court attain its second objective. Merely putting forward the evidence gathered and the theory of liability of the prosecution will not necessarily resolve the second objective. This court should allow victims to testify, and the record of the proceedings must allow them to narrate the gravity, the cruelty, and the brutality. In other words, the utter inhumanity of the crimes masterminded by Mr. Duterte, so that the people who adore and idolize him, the people who have become disciples of impunity, will see for themselves the inhumanity of the suspect. For this to happen, the charges should all be confirmed. The virus of impunity that has spread all over the Philippines is very grave and serious, Your Honors. Imagine a leader like Mr. Duterte, who proudly and publicly proclaimed his aspirations of following the footsteps of Adolf Hitler when he said, quote, "Hitler massacred 3 million Jews. Now there are 3 million drug addicts. I'd be happy to slaughter them," unquote. And yet, he is worshipped by a huge number of Filipinos. In so many countries, you will need to hide your adoration of Hitler. Mr. Duterte flaunted it, and his fanatics are unaffected by it. Mr. Duterte has pronounced so many other horrible declarations meant to promote and encourage impunity, as it will be detailed tomorrow by my colleagues. And yet, he is idolized by a multitude of Filipinos. The defense will claim that he was merely bombastic and acerbic when he made these statements. But if he were merely being pompous and flippant, the people who were killed should be alive and laughing today at his supposed pranks and stunts. Mr. Duterte did not only order the mass killing of people suspected of being drug personalities, Your Honors. He smeared them with accusations of being rapists, murderers, and dangerous criminals. Mr. Duterte imposed an inflexible condemnation that if you are a drug personality, you are automatically a dangerous criminal who has engaged in unimaginable atrocities. The families of those killed did not only suffer the loss of a loved one, their families were even disgraced with being associated with a rapist, murderer, or dangerous criminal. Even after their loved ones were murdered, many families were subjected to deplorable injustices. Instead of gunshot wounds as cause of death in their death certificates, families were shocked to see pneumonia, heart attack, stroke, sepsis, and other false causes of death that were instead written down. Other families were charged substantial amounts, sums the impoverished families could not afford, just to retrieve the bodies of their loved ones from the funeral parlor who were suspected by the families of being in cahoots with the police officers. Some family members were even arrested and imprisoned by police officers on false charges and for the purpose of preventing them from complaining. In one particular incident, Your Honors, a young man and his common-law wife were sleeping in their shanty when men in civilian clothes knocked down the door to their house. The men dragged the wife out of the room. The husband was already surrendering, and he even started to strip naked to show he had no drugs or firearm on his body. He said in the Filipino language, "Sir, malinis po ako, maghuhubad ako, sir." Translation in English, "Sir, I am clean. I will strip naked, sir." Still without mercy, the men shot and killed him. After killing the husband, they arrested the wife and accused her with falsified and non-bailable charges. When the deceased mother and cousin went to the police station to find out what happened to the young man, because they were not in the scene of the crime when it happened, the two were also summarily arrested and charged with fabricated crimes. If the Honorable Chamber confirms the charges in this case, the witnesses and evidence will show that those who were smeared by Mr. Duterte before they were killed, they were inside their houses, sleeping peacefully with their families, eating meals with their loved ones, playing with their children, or hugging their wives. Others were merely walking along the street, having snacks at a roadside eatery, or plying the road, earning a poor man's living. They were all doing ordinary, peaceful, and plain human activities. Confirming the charges will restore the dignity of those who were killed and the honor of their families. The prejudice suffered by the families of those killed did not begin and end with the killings of their loved ones. Each killing set off a chain reaction that is continuously churning out a daily crucible of harm, damage, and loss. By masterminding the mass murder of mere suspects, Mr. Duterte has brought irreparable and endless harm to the families. An overwhelming majority of those killed were the sole breadwinners of poor families. These families were dependent on each day's wage for their daily sustenance. They were hand-to-mouth families. With the death of their breadwinners, the widowed spouses, a majority of whom are women, have had to take on the roles of two parents. On top of taking care of their children and maintaining the household, the widowed spouses now have the additional burden of being breadwinners for their families. Families have been driven to even far more serious destitution, Your Honors. The damage to the children is immeasurable. Their development and upbringing have been permanently compromised. They have been walking through life with one missing parental limb. Losing a parent under very dire economic conditions and under the most violent circumstances results in wounds that will never heal and that will absolutely render them handicapped for life. And then there's the indescribable anguish of parents who lost a child. No parent is supposed to outlive a child. Parents suffer a lifetime of grief when a child dies ahead of them, and the lifetime grief is unimaginably worse when a child dies under the most inhuman circumstances. The crimes masterminded by Mr. Duterte did not only affect individuals but whole communities. Across the Philippines, numerous urban communities of the most impoverished villages were scarred by the violence and abuses wrought by a lawless anti-drug campaign that further worsened the misery and trauma of residents in marginalized communities. In one illustrative instance, Your Honors, after the father of a family was killed inside his house by police officers, the entire neighborhood was so traumatized that for almost 3 months, and during the coldest months in the Philippines, they abandoned their houses at night and instead slept in the open public market. They did not feel secure inside their houses because there would be no witnesses if the police would just barge in and shoot at them. In the public market, the presence of many witnesses, they thought, will deter the police from shooting and killing them. It is also the victim's view, Your Honors, that the charges should be confirmed because the resulting presentation of witnesses and evidence during the trial will force police and other law enforcement officers to confront the brazen depravity of the killing of civilians that they either personally committed or allowed to be committed during the Duterte reign of terror. In one operation, the police summarily killed 3 men, 2 brothers and 1 friend, in the very early morning. The police declared that the 3 were nanlaban. They fought back. But the neighbors saw otherwise. The whole neighborhood was so horrified at the macabre treatment of one of the fatalities. The bullet-ridden body of one of the 3 men was brought out from the 2nd floor window and dropped to the ground because the police could not bring the body out through the doorway. When the body hit the ground, the neighbors recoiled at hearing the body emit a cry, aray. Translation in English, ouch. The man was still alive when his body was thrown to the ground, and the police just left him to bleed to death. The trial will hold a mirror to the police force and compel them to see how they were turned into executioners and assassins, and their organization transformed into a gigantic criminal organization or turned into a killing machine by Mr. Duterte. The Philippine National Police and the drug enforcement agencies have not made any initiative to purify the corrupted minds of their officers and personnel to our knowledge. The trial in this case will be a tremendous teaching opportunity that can work to rectify the warped and depraved minds of Philippine security officers. The charges need to be confirmed, Your Honors, for the sake of the entire country, which has been desensitized or made numb by the massive incidents of impunity and the glorification of impunity promoted by Mr. Duterte. The whole Philippines needs to know the real story during those bloody years. There has been no opportunity for the entire country to really find out the whole truth of what happened. It has been hush-hush, tidbits of sporadic news, and always drowned out by trolls who mass produce and broadcast false, fake, and fabricated news. The victims also attach a very important historical significance to this case. If the Chamber confirms the charges, the trial proceedings will produce a historical record of the most bloody period of post-war Philippine history, a duty that the Philippine justice system has refused to perform. The historical account on the mass murder of so many Filipinos during the Duterte regime needs to be accessible to our future generations, just like the Nuremberg trials and the Tokyo trials, so that they will learn from it and not repeat the same mistake of selecting and glorifying leaders who preach and practice impunity. The prosecution has presented 78 instances of murder and attempted murder, clarifying that these incidents are only representatives of the extent of the crimes committed against thousands of civilians, Your Honors. The victims beseech the Honorable Chamber to remember that Mr. Duterte's bloody rule, both in Davao City and nationwide, resulted in as many as 30,000 victims of killings, more than 300,000 victims of arbitrary imprisonment, and unaccounted numbers of victims of torture, sexual assault, and other forms of crimes against humanity. For many families in the Philippines, the charges brought for confirmation in these proceedings represent only a fraction of the reality the victims have endured. The victims beseech the Honorable Chamber to remember the hundreds of thousands of victims are banking on vicarious justice from this case. Finally, Your Honors.
Excuse me, Counsel, you have 5 minutes left.
Thank you. Finally, Your Honors, the victims wish to humbly underline that what is ultimately at stake in these proceedings is the supreme of all forms of human rights, the right to life. The right to life is the very foundation of every civilized society. The ancestors of every nation fought against invaders, colonizers, despotic monarchs, and fascist leaders in order to secure the right to life of their families, their communities, and the future generations. The heroes of every country sacrificed their lives to defend the right to life of their people. We as citizens of modern societies are inheritors and beneficiaries of the sacrifices of our ancestors who bequeathed to us the right to life. We owe it to them to defend the supreme legacy for our generation and for the generations to come. For the past few years, Your Honors, we have seen an increasing number of nation leaders who time-traveled from the Dark Ages and now swagger in modern times as if they own people's lives. These brutal and cruel leaders must be held to account for their brazen disregard of humankind's right to life. Our ancestors fought in the battlefield to secure a right to life. In these modern times, the battleground for the fight to protect our right to life is within the four walls of this honorable court. May the God of life, the God of humanity, guide the honorable members of this chamber. Thank you, Your Honors.
Merci beaucoup, Maître
Judge Motok. Thank you very much, Counsel Buturian. Now over to the defense. Mr. Kaufman, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Your Honours. And I thank Mr. Buturian for his intervention. But I feel that I ought to remind him that this is a court of law which decides matters on the basis of evidence, not on the basis of political demagoguery, and not on the basis of a desire to effect regime change despite the democratic will. And certainly not on the basis of statements made by Ombudsman Jesus Crispin Remulla, who professed that domestic justice will be denied, according to Mr. Buturian, because of the lack of forensic reports and police reports. Now, I don't know which case Mr. Buturian's metaphorical ship sailed into, but he clearly hasn't read the evidence. Whilst he was speaking, we examined the evidence, And out of that evidence, we found at least 35 reports substantiating 49 of the incidents which are mentioned in a document containing the charges. Your Honours, Rodrigo Duterte was and will always remain a unique phenomenon. His style of statesmanship was novel and unpalatable to many. His expletives and hyperbole grated, while his honesty and wild popularity irritated. He spoke openly, from the heart, sincerely and truthfully. And what a contrast between him and his successor in the Malacanang. For President Rudy, his word was his word, and the people knew it. For President Bong Bong, his word is for the wind, and the people will not forget it. Let me remind everyone of the letter which President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. signed, it's on the screen, and in which he gave a cast-iron undertaking that his government, and I quote, will not assist the ICC in any way, shape or form. Well, as we know, he failed to keep that promise. Rodrigo Duterte was unconstitutionally hijacked and unceremoniously hauled off to The Hague. And when called upon to defend his master's actions and the said letter at a Senate committee hearing, the then Secretary for Justice, once again Mr. Jesus Crispin Ramula, persisted with the same dishonest theme. And I quote his words, "We did not assist the ICC. We continue with the very tenor of the letter that we did not assist the ICC and we did not have any contact with them." So he said, but with a document emanating from the prosecution team opposite and disclosed to us a mere week ago, not as information material to the preparation of our defence, but as exonerating evidence, we can now substantiate what we have suspected for a long time. The document comprises a transcript of a telephone call covertly recorded between 4 parties who cannot be mentioned in public, and one of these parties was boasting about how he was acting as the silent partner of President BBM, managing a scheme to funnel witnesses to this court while all the time ensuring that he could guarantee President BBM's plausible deniability. So it is indeed the defence case that President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. set out to neutralise Rodrigo Duterte and his legacy. Yes, Mr. Deputy Prosecutor, I used that legendary word, neutralise, so central and so essential to your case theory, because you know just as well as me that I'm using the term metaphorically. And now I turn to the substance of the charges, but before I do, a word or two about the geopolitical context. The scourge of illegal narcotics is not unique to the Philippines. As we all know, it afflicts Latin America, where I can name 3 countries where the death rate at the hands of vigilantes and law enforcement agents per capita population is higher than it ever was under Duterte. And as you should know, and you will hear from the prosecution, at any rate, the Philippines as a country is uniquely positioned to act as a transit hub for the trafficking of narcotics emanating from the cartels in China. And with or without Duterte, so we argue, the death rate would have kept on rising. Indeed, as we will prove with statistics and reports, the death rate flowing from narcotics-related crime actually increased after Rodrigo Duterte left power. And where, I ask you, has the International Criminal Court been since? Now, a colleague of the victim's representative sitting opposite, a certain self-styled legal assistant to ICC Counsel, rose up and famously stated in one of her many voluble interviews to the media that Rodrigo Duterte conducted not a war on drugs, but a war on the poor. A war on the poor, I ask you? If anything, the totally lawful Duterte campaign against illegal drugs and their suppliers took place when his administration was actively promoting some of the most important redistributive policies in years, all with the aim of alleviating poverty. Legislative reform in 2017 to reduce personal income taxes for workers, social protection expansion known as the 4Ps, designed to provide regular cash transfers to needy and multi-child families, universal health care, and need I say more, the Magna Carta of the poor, setting out the right to adequate food, decent shelter, education, and the highest standard of health. The fact that the majority of those who died as a result of drug-related crime were living in the most deprived areas is something which is endemic to every afflicted society. But can anyone seriously accuse this man, Rodrigo Duterte, who has lived such an openly frugal existence, of taking up arms against the needy? This is the man who, at the age of 5, arrived in Davao to live in a modest shack where rain leaked through the roof, forcing him to crawl under the kitchen table to take shelter. This is not the man born with a silver spoon in his mouth and groomed for the presidency from childhood. This is the man who was born to a lawyer and a governor who taught him discipline, values, and respect for the people by being one of the people. This is the man who, as president himself, shunned the luxuries and the privileges of high office, and like others before him, and even those after him, he slept not in the palatial grandeur of the Malacanang, but in Spartan quarters of his bodyguard's hut. His diet consisted not of prime cuts of imported Australian beef, but of dried fish and boiled rice. A man of simple indulgences, his pleasures were to be found not on the cocktail party circuit of Forbes Park, but on coastal roads where he roamed and cruised on his motorcycle, not looking for people to kill Mr. Prosecutor, but almost killing himself because of his love for speed. This is the man who paid and paved his way through law school, passing his bar exam in 1972, more or less on the same day as Marcos Sr.'s tanks were grinding and rolling their way through the streets after the declaration of martial law. And it was on that significant day that Rodrigo Duterte was exposed to the tyranny of oppression and the abuse of power by the elite. And he took a decision. On that day, he chose to devote himself to a life of selfless public service. As a professor at the local police academy and as a public prosecutor in Davao, Rodrigo Duterte developed a lifelong passion, some would say an enduring obsession, for law and order, something for which he unapologetically enforced throughout his time as mayor of Davao City. Not, as the prosecution say, through sowing murder and mayhem, but through winning the love, respect, and admiration of his fellow citizens, the very same citizens who continued to re-elect him time after time, term after term, on no less than 7 occasions over more than 2 decades. And throughout his 20 or so years tenure as the mayor of Davao, Rodrigo Duterte and his family transformed that city from an outpost of communist insurgency and criminal violence into what is now one of the safest cities, not just in the Philippines, but in the entire world. This was indeed the so-called Davao model, which the prosecution wants to persuade you was code for unbridled criminal violence. And this was the type of leader that the Filipino nation wanted in 2016. So, Rodrigo Duterte was elected into power, not in spite of, but specifically because of his firm and uncompromising commitment to upholding law and order. And after his election as president, Rodrigo Duterte remained a man of the people, without seeking to patronize the people. Gung-ho in his ways and with a belligerent tone, he spoke the tough tongue of the street, not the dissembling discourse of international diplomacy. He said what the people wanted to hear, but he said it in a way that offended sensibilities of world leaders unaccustomed to hearing it, one in particular, and that was what set him on the slippery slope to a prison cell in The Hague. And let me tell you how it works. It starts with the media, controlled by the powerful and the politically influential, with a sensational headline and a twisted editorial slant, the moguls sell their papers while promoting the partisan agenda of their backers in power. They highlight the salacious content while ignoring the true context, because that is what captivates the reader. And so it was with Rodrigo Duterte, whose speeches were fertile fodder for his enemies and detractors. A man whose hyperbole, bluster and rhetoric, once published, became a natural target for privately funded NGOs and human rights activists, a loose collective more commonly known as civil society. These people descended upon the Philippines to advance an agenda even more lacking in objectivity than that of the media. And heavily funded by tycoons with even grander designs, they print their glossy reports, replete with iconic photographic images of grieving families and dead bodies in rain-swept, nighttime crime scenes, all dramatically illuminated with the fluorescent glow of neon. Images carefully crafted to shock the conscience and to sway the emotions, and, I may say, to be used by the prosecutor when they don't even relate to the charges. And they gave their slick reports bold titles lifted straight out of a James Bond movie, such as License to Kill, One Shot to the Head, You Can Die Anytime, or simply, They Just Kill. The photographers are feted and their shots exhibited as art all over the world, and the brave journalists who act as their sources win awards and Nobel Prizes. And slowly but surely, their narrative becomes the sacred, unchallengeable, and unshakable truth. And so the pressure builds up, and the academics who haunt the corridors of the progressive left law faculties far away in the United States tweet their research and publish their articles pontificating about crimes against humanity, systematic attacks against the civilian population, and they point their finger at one man alone, and bandy about slogans such as accountability and the prevention of impunity. They give their gratuitous advice on what should be done, sometimes academics who formerly worked alongside the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. Communications and complaints are filed, and the rest, as they say, is history. In any event, we're not gathered here today to judge a man on the basis of his coarse attitude or his vulgar language. This court has convened a confirmation hearing to verify whether substantial grounds exist to believe that Rodrigo Duterte, the people's president, together with various so-called co-perpetrators, over the years of his governance, devised a criminal policy of wholesale and wanton murder. And since we are in a court of law, it is worth stressing, although I should not have to, cases are decided on the basis of evidence, not supposition, not rumor, not spicy gossip, and certainly not on the basis of political rhetoric and bluster. Because at the end of the day, were it not for those belligerent and controversial speeches, there would have been no impetus to bring the people's president to The Hague. And when the prosecution's evidence is examined, I would ask you to keep an open mind and to question not just whether that evidence has been selectively presented, but whether there exists evidence which the prosecution has failed to produce. And I say this with justifiable cause, particularly with respect to the Duterte rhetoric, as we will prove during the substantive part of our submissions. The notorious speeches on which the prosecution relies have been cherry-picked to suit its narrative, while ignoring the many other speeches when the former president tempered his bombastic language by clear reference to the principle of lawful self-defense. We, the defense, have read as many of these speeches as we can find. In fact, in our poky little office on the top floor of the furthest building away in this complex, we have a counter which ticks and ticks. And whenever we come across a speech which contradicts the prosecution's murder theory by reference to self-defense, we give a cheer, and the counter goes up once more, and we celebrate one more nail in the coffin of the prosecution's case theory. As the statistics stand, as of today, in contrast to the 20 speeches on which the prosecution relies to prove incitement to kill, we have found 35 more which say the complete opposite. Let me give you 2 examples from the very speeches that the Deputy Prosecutor himself cited today. Let's refer first of all to the famous Pietà speech, which the Deputy Prosecutor referred to. So, this is what the Deputy Prosecutor said. Those of you who are still sober, those who haven't tried illegal drugs, if you don't want to die or get hurt, don't rely on the priests, including human rights advocates. They won't be able to prevent deaths, and so it goes on. But if we look further on in the very same speech, something which maybe the Deputy Prosecutor didn't do, this is what he had to say. To our police officers and other officials, do your job, and you will have the unwavering support of the Office of the President. I will be with you all the way. Abuse your authority, and there will be hell to pay, for you will have become worse than criminality itself. Well, there you are. You have it straight in your face. PECSO, exonerating evidence within what is claimed to be the prosecution incriminating evidence. I won't take up my time by showing you the second speech, but there is one. If I have time at the end, I will show it to you. So if you add to that another 10 speeches out of the 20 speeches on which the prosecution rely in its document containing the charges, after all, we are in a court of law and we rely on evidence. And what is the evidence that's produced of these speeches? 20 of them. 10 of them, I submit, and we will show this in the substantive part of our submissions, contain exonerating evidence which support the defense case theory. In other words, if you add the 10, which we've identified in the prosecution's 20, to our total of 35, we come to 45 speeches versus 10, which we say support the use of force only in self-defense. That is 350% more speeches in favor of our defense and 354% more reasons not to confirm the charges. And you can bet your bottom dollar that at the end of today's proceedings, either the victim's self-styled legal assistant to ICC Counsel or a prosecution intern will be tasked with scouring the web, looking for the means to prove Kaufman wrong. And I will declare it, and I'll declare it loudly and clearly, as if the prosecution didn't know it already. It's not enough to state that since the former president made those extremely inflammatory statements and deaths occurred, that he must, as a matter of course, be criminally responsible for those fatalities. At this stage of the proceedings, the prosecution needs to show substantial grounds to believe that the former president actually desired and foresaw that people would be killed as a result of his incendiary language. For the prosecution to assert that Rodrigo Duterte hoped for deaths to occur or was recklessly indifferent as to whether deaths would occur, which he was not, that's insufficient. So once more for the record, Rodrigo Duterte's language was aimed not at suspected drug pushers as the prosecution would have it, but directly at those poisoning society with their substances, and not, I stress, with lethal intent. His rhetoric was calculated to arouse fear and obedience, to instill fear in their hearts, and to inculcate a respect for the law in their minds. Nothing more, nothing less. That was his intent, and it was not criminal. And as many of these drug pushers demanded to enter prison, I remember seeing the images on the television, lining up to surrender and to enter prison. Now, I challenge my colleagues opposite to prove otherwise, because as we all know, in a criminal process, the burden of proof is on the prosecution. They brought this case and they need to prove it. Rodrigo Duterte need not convince the world of anything, and that is to his fortunate advantage given his current medical condition. He stands behind his legacy resolutely, and he maintains his innocence absolutely. Now, I turn to the general fairness and objectivity of the investigation, which, as we all know, is meant to be an impartial evidence-gathering exercise. As an ex-prosecutor myself, I'm used to investigating agencies, pursuing all reasonable lines of inquiry, assimilating all testimonies, and digesting all documentation and forensic evidence, recommending who to target for prosecution, but not so with this prosecution. When we, the defense, study the course of the investigation in this case, one thing is plain as a pikestaff. The chief prosecutor of this court, Mr. Karim Khan, not only failed miserably to carry out his duties under the Rome Statute, requiring him to examine exonerating circumstances as well as incriminating, but he single-handedly contaminated it, so we alleged, by pursuing a one-track crusade with a view to a predetermined objective. Let me explain. Although the ICC officially authorized an investigation into the so-called Philippines situation in late 2021, it was deferred a few months later back to the Philippines for the official investigation to resume only in late 2023. But the real meat of the investigation into Count 1, relating to the activities of that fictitious construct, the Davao Death Squad, had effectively started way before then, with the sole objective of nailing Rodrigo Duterte. Indeed, all the way back in 2018, during its so-called preliminary examination, the prosecution had an individual who will be referred to as P1, handed to them on a silver platter. This P1 had been interviewed at an earlier date by none other than Chief Prosecutor Karim Khan, in his former capacity as a private lawyer and the self-professed legal.
Alright, mga kapuso, ito po ang ating pagpapatuloy nung confirmation of charges at nakita nga natin, Dean, from the very beginning, ito yung naging estratehiya na ni ng defense lawyer, ni Attorney Kaufman. Pero ito nagbabalik ang ating live stream, pag-usapan po natin.
The theory, by reference to self-defense, we give a cheer, and the counter goes up once more, and we celebrate one more nail in the coffin of the prosecution's case theory. As the statistics stand as of today, in contrast to the 20 speeches on which the prosecution relies to prove incitement to kill, we have found 35 more which say the complete opposite.
Mga kapuso, mukhang nagkakaroon po ng bahagyang technical issue ang live streaming na mula sa ICC. Kasalukuyan pa rin po nagsasalita ang defense counsel na si Attorney Nicholas Kaufman. Medyo comprehensive na ang kanyang depensa. Sinimulan niya sa pagbanggit ng jurisdiction question. Again, ito na naman yung jurisdiction question dahil kinwestiyon yung constitutionality ng pagdadala ng dating Pangulo sa dahig dahil ito raw ay may binabanggit pa siyang political angle to this. Dean, what do you think of this?
Well, the irony is he attacked Attorney Butuyan for what he called political demagoguery by bringing in politics. But his own explanation deals with politics. Pinaliwanag niya doon na yung mga pangako ni President BBM na hindi tutulong sa ICC, hindi naman natutupad yung mga pangako na yun. Para sa akin, mahirap naman talaga ipaliwanag sa labas ang Philippine politics.
Correct.
And I can perfectly understand na sinasabi na we're not cooperating with the ICC, we're cooperating with the Interpol. Yung mga ganon. Sa akin, that's really pure Philippine domestic politics. And so, talagang pwede ipalabas sa labas na para bang hindi naman nasusunod yung mga salitang binibitawan ng government ng Pilipinas. Pero sa akin, ang significant, ang line niya na, but for Duterte, his word is his word. Sa akin, well, ang dami namang word ni Duterte na pwede magamit laban sa kanya. Yung mga sinayit kanina ng prosecution. Ang sagot naman ni Kaufman is that cherry-picking yan. Pero ako, ang importante dyan is kung sinasabi niya na dapat tingnan yung mga salita at ilagay sa context, dapat makita natin yung buong konteksto. And the real context is, what is the effect of the people below him? Makikita ba nila yung salita na kinote noong prosecutor na go ahead and kill? Or yung pangalawang salita na just do your job? Ako, ang tingin ko, para sa mga tao sa baba, yung do your job, ang interpretation.
Sumunod sa utos ko.
Yeah.
So yun ang kinary out nila.
Kaya nga sa akin, kung sinasabing cherry picking, di sabi ko, sige, tingnan natin yung buong konteksto. That's a presentation na yun ng prosecution para ipalabas yung epekto ng mga salita na yon doon sa kanilang apparatus of the war on drugs.
Naku, nagpapatuloy na ulit ang session. Balikan natin.
Yes.
Fortunately for us, the defense, the appeals chamber, has now disqualified Chief Prosecutor Karim Khan from this case. A welcome development as a matter of ethical propriety, but in our opinion, too late in the day to salvage the integrity of the investigation that he had supervised. An investigation in the course of which he concealed his former role as the victim's counsel, who had deemed our client a suspected murderer as far back as 2018 and right up to the very day before this pre-trial chamber issued its arrest warrant. Your Honours, over the next few days, we hope to convince you of the wholly insufficient nature of the evidence against Rodrigo Duterte. We will show you that the paltry number of speeches on which the prosecution rely do not manifest criminal intent. We will also convince you that as hard as they tried, the prosecution's investigators couldn't get even one of its criminal cooperating witnesses, whose reliability is next to zero, to admit that they heard the former president, Rodrigo Duterte, give an order to kill at any time relevant to the charges, or with respect to any of the incidents. And we hope that when you conclude your deliberations, Your Honours, that you will dismiss these grievously misplaced and politically motivated charges. We will ask you to send Rodrigo Duterte back to his family, and we will ask you to give back to the Filipino people their tatay digong. Thank you, Your Honours.
The presiding judge. Thank you very much, Mr. Kaufman. We shall now suspend. This is the end of initial statements, and this is the end of this morning's hearings. We will take a 90-minute break and resume at 2 in the afternoon. Thank you very much.
It's 9 p.m.
So, dyan po, mga kapuso, nagtatapos yung opening statements so far, di ba? Dean, babalikan ko lang din yung nabanggit nyo kasi no, na inumpisahan ni Attorney Butuyan na dapat, well, actually, ni Attorney Kaufman, sinabi niya, this is political demagoguery, tapos sabi nyo, pero parang ginamit rin naman ni Attorney Kaufman sa kanyang opening statements. Pag ganun po ba, ang mga ICC judges, kailangan ba naka-strike out from the record any mention of anything that has a hint of politics in it, or pwede po bang tanggapin rin po ito bilang bahagi ng mga argumento?
Oh, that's a very good question. Unang-una, opening statement lang naman ito. Unless there are really statements which are out of bounds, I think they will be kept in the record. Kasi statement lang naman, hindi siya evidentiary. Maliban na lang kung yung mga statement, kamukha, wala na sa scope of the charges, iba na yung pinag-uusapan. Or kung sa defense, lumayo sila, sa victims, lumayo sila sa effect on victims at masyado nang pumasok sa question of guilt or innocence, pwede sigurong tumindig yung opposing counsel to object. Pero hanggat hindi masyadong malaki yung, kumbaga, yung violation, I think the parties have some latitude for the opening statement. The statement basically is to frame for the court. Kung ano yung, kasi magpapresenta sila ng ebidensya. Evidence is more about details. So before you give the details, you give the large picture. So that's the function.
So,
their theory of the case.
So kumbaga sa kasong ito, Dean, parang sineset up na ng depensa. Kasi parang ano siya di ba? Parang character building ng kanilang kliyente. So parang kailangan nilang banggitin yung ibang mga
well, especially for the defense counsel, para ipakita niya na bayani. Di ba? He said he's a hero. So yes, ako, that's part of the framing, para bang to prepare the court to receive the actual evidence. Although dito, as the defense counsel himself said, he is not calling witnesses. He will just destroy the evidence presented by the prosecution. And as he already, he telegraphed his punches, sabi niya, na kung merong mga statements si Digong, ipapakita niya na in that same speech, meron namang kumambyo naman, kumbaga.
May count pa nga siya. It's going to be 45 against 10. Anong weight nun, Dean?
Hindi yan, napakaingat dyan ng ICC. Hindi yan bilangan ng statement. They will have to appreciate the content of the statements, even the occasion, kung saan sinabi, kung sino yung audience, kung kanino directed yung message, lalo na kung directed to the uniformed troops. And then, so nasa packaging na yan ng prosecution.
Ang daming binanatan din Media, civil society, the tycoons. Pero bago ko natin sagutin yan, alamin muna natin ang sitwasyon sa labas po ng ICC sa The Hague. Daron pa rin ang kasama natin si Marisol Abdurrahman. Sol?
Ivan, habang nagpapatuloy nga ang pagdinig sa confirmation of charges ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, nananatili pa rin dito sa ICC ang kanyang mga taga-suporta. Alam mo Ivan, kung natatandaan mo yung mga nakikita natin sa social media na Duterte Street, sabi nga natin kanina parang nandito na yan ngayon sa ICC dahil kung nakikita mo Ivan sa ating likuran, ayan o yung standee na lagi nating nakikita doon sa Duterte Street. At syempre, hindi mawawala syempre ang kanyang mga taga-suporta na maaga pa lang ay nandito na kanina. Eto sila ngayon, Ivan, although sa ngayon medyo kalat-kalat na sila kasi break sila ngayon. Earlier, nagkaroon sila ng konting programa, konting kilos protesta, pero yun nga ang sabi nila, this is more of show of support sa dating Pangulo na kahit hindi man daw sila marinig, hindi man daw makarating sa Pangulo, nananatili raw ang kanilang suporta at ang kanilang panawagan at pag-asa na sana nga ay mapalaya na at mapauwi na sa bansa ang dating Pangulo. Taliwas naman yan, syempre, Ivan, sa ipinapanawagan naman ng mga anti-Duterte na ang kanilang panawagan at naniniwala sila, Ivan, na mako-confirm ang charges laban sa dating Pangulo at makonvict siya. At hindi raw dito sa ICC nagtatapos ang usapin para mapanagot ang mga may sala sa di umano'y mga sangkot doon sa extrajudicial killing. So we understand, Ivan, hanggang mamaya ang stress ng hapon sila mananatili dito hanggang matapos ang pagdinig. At of course, syempre, asahan na rin natin, Ivan, na hanggang magtutuloy-tuloy ito, ang pro at anti ay pupunta dito hanggang hindi natatapos ng isang buong linggo na pagdinig nga dito sa confirmation of charges, Ivan.
Okay, maraming salamat, Marisol Abdurrahman.
At meron din po pagtitipon sa Maynila ang mga kaanak ng mga biktima umano ng extrajudicial killings kung saan tinutukan nila ang confirmation of charges hearing ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa ICC. At makibalita tayo ngayon kay Jonathan Andal. Jonathan?
At sa mga media po, ingat lang po pakiusap sa
Yes, Pia, magandang gabi. Alam mo, halo-halo yung emosyon ng mga kaanak ng sinasabing EJK victims nung panahon ng administrasyong Duterte. Nagtitipon-tipon ngayon dito sa Maynila. Sabay-sabay po nilang pinapanood yung pre-trial hearing ng ICC dito po sa lugar na ito. Ito, nakikita nyo, yan po sila nakasuot ng kulay puti. Ang ilan naman sa kanila kanina, alam mo, tahimik na nanonood, sinisikap intindihin yung bawat salita sa confirmation of charges. Pero meron naman sila rito ang kasamang abogado. Meron ding journalist na nagpapaliwanag sa mga napag-usapan sa korte sa tuwing nagbe-break ito. Gaya ngayon, na naka-break. Sabi ng ilan sa mga nausap ko, alam mo, nabuhayan sila ng pag-asa sa hustisya siya ngayong umuusad na kaso ni Duterte sa ICC. Nasa 6 na po ang bilang nila ngayon dito na nakasuot ng puting damit. Ang tawag sa kanilang grupo ay Program Paghilom na samahan ng mga kaanak ng EJK victims. Bukod dito sa Maynila, meron ding mga kaanak ng EJK victims sa Caloocan na sama-sama ring pinanonood ng pre-trial hearing ng ICC. Naroon nanonood ang tiyuhin ni Kian de los Santos. Dito sa Maynila, ramdam pa rin ang galit ng ilan kay dating Pangulong Duterte. Nakausap ko rito si Nanette Castillo, namatayan siya ng anak noong 2017 na binaril daw noon ng riding in tandem sa Tondo. Sabi niya, hindi man nila nakita ngayon si Duterte sa pre-trial hearing, nasasabik siya sa simula ng pagkamit nila ng hustisya. Alam mo, Pia, kanina, nung lumabas si Attorney Kaufman doon sa screen at sinabi niyang bring Duterte back home dito sa Pilipinas, ang reaksyon ng mga nandito, nag-boo sila. Sumisigaw sila ng boo habang pinapanawagan ni Attorney Kaufman doon sa ICC na ibalik si dating Pangulong Duterte dito sa Pilipinas. So ang sabi dito sa tansya nila, siguro mga abutin to ng mga 10:30 ng gabi, pero ang sabi po nung ang sabi ng mga nakausap ko rito ay tatapusin nila yung programa at itong pre-trial hearing doon sa ICC. Yan muna rito, simula rito sa Maynila. Balik sa'yo, Pia.
Jonathan, nakikita natin yung emosyon din ng ibang mga nag-aabang dyan at nanonood ng live stream ng pagdinig mula sa ICC. Jonathan, meron din ba silang sinasabi na, kasi sabi mo mananatili sila hanggang mamaya, pero talagang aaraw-arawin ba nila itong pagbabantay sa confirmation of charges hearing?
Ang sabi sa atin ng organizer ng grupong Paghilom, today lang merong live streaming na ganito na sama-sama yung mga kaanak ng EJK victims. Pero sa mga susunod na araw, siguro kanya-kanyang panonood na lang daw sila sa kanilang mga bahay. Pia.
Alright. Jonathan, may mga nakausap ka na ba sa kanila pagkatapos nung naging mga pahayag ni Attorney Kaufman?
Sa ngayon, wala pa kasi kakatapos lang nung statement, yung opening statement ni Attorney Kaufman. Tapos nagsalita kanina si Father Flavie Villanueva, yung president and founder nitong grupong program Paghilom. Tinanong niya kung ano yung nararamdaman nung mga nandito, nung mga nanonood. May nagsabi na masaya sila, may nagsabi na masarap daw sa pakiramdam, magaan sa pakiramdam. At may nagsabi na sila daw, pakiramdam nila nakaganti na sila. Pero ang sabi nga ni Father Villanueva sa kanila, hindi naman paghihigante yung itinuturo ng paghilom, kundi katarungan, makamit ang katarungan sa nangyari sa kanilang mga kaanak sa buhay. Pia.
Alright, Jonathan, abangan natin ang iba pang mga pangyayari mula dyan. Babalikan ka namin mamaya. Maraming salamat sa iyo, Jonathan Andal.
Samantala, balikan naman natin si Rafi Tima. Rafi. Rafi?
Ivan, katatapos lang itong watch party nitong mga kamag-anak ng mga umanong EJK victims dito sa UP. Hanggang alas 8 ng gabi lang itong kanilang programa dito, bagamat patuloy daw silang magmamonitor dito sa isinasagawang pagdinig. Kanina ay nagpaliwanag itong isang abogado para mas maintindihan ng mga kaanak ng mga EJK victims kung ano yung mga napag-usapan na kanina. Ayon sa kanya ay naging malinaw at maliwanag yung opening statement ng prosecution, bagamat habang eloquent ay hindi raw niya nakitaan ng kung ano yung magiging depensa nitong abogado ng dating Pangulo na si Attorney Kaufman. Kanina ay habang nagsasalita itong si Attorney Butuyan ay makikita mo naman yung tuwa nitong mga kaanak ng mga EJK victims nang marinig na itong Pilipinong abogado na nagsasalita doon sa loob ng ICC. Kaya lang kanina, Ivan, ay medyo paputol-putol yung signal kung kaya't may mga pagkakataon na nabibitin yung kanilang panonood, bagamat hindi naman ganun kadami yung mga signal interruptions, ay talagang makikita mo na talagang nakikinig sila sa bawat sinasabi na nung prosecution at nung magsalita na itong si Kaufman ay ganun din, may mga negative reaction din sila habang sinasabi ni Kaufman yung kanyang mga statement. So bukas ay o sa mga susunod na mga pagdinig, Ivan, ay patuloy daw silang magmamonitor hanggang sa matapos itong confirmation of charges hearing para talaga marinig nila kung ano yung pwedeng patunguhan nitong magiging depensa ng dating Pangulo, at pagkatapos yan ay abangan daw nila kung ano mangyayari dito sa pagdinig na ito. Ivan?
Maraming salamat. Babalikan ka namin dyan mamaya. Rafi Tima.
Halos isang taon na mula nang arestuhin si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte dito sa Pilipinas at isinuko sa ICC. March 14, 2025, huling nakita siya ng publiko na humarap sa pretrial Chamber 1 matapos arestuhin.
Ngayong confirmation of charges hearing, siya ulit dapat haharap sa korte pero hindi siya dumalo kanina dahil pinagbigyan ng ICC ang kanyang hiling na huwag humarap sa pagdinig. Narito ang report ni Marie Zumali.
Kakampi ka dyan sa mga puti. I-warrant of arrest. So, you will just have to kill me. Kung hindi ako papayag, kung kakampi ka dyan sa mga puti. We're just going through the process.
Pagkalapag pa lang ng sinasakyang eroplano mula Hong Kong noong March 11, 2025, hinarang na si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Inescortan siya papuntang Villamor Air Base at binasahan ng Miranda rights.
Sir, you have the right to remain silent.
Ilang oras naging tensyonado ang mga tagpo sa pagitan ng kampo ng dating Pangulo at ng mga otoridad.
Akin na yung anak ko! Ito yung gawin niyo!
Ito na ang sinasabi ko, sir, na we can do this the hard way. We can do this easy. The easy way, sir, is for you to choose 3 people to accompany here. The hard way,
Our president.
Sabihin nyo kung saan siya dalahin.
the hard way,
Hanggang sa tuluyan ng naisakay si Duterte sa chartered flight papunta sa The Hague sa the Netherlands at ikinulong sa ICC Detention Center sa The Hague. Noong March 14,
Rodrigo Duterte.
sa unang pagkakataon ay humarap ang dating Pangulo sa ICC pre-trial. 3 counts ng crimes against humanity for murder at attempted murder ang kinakaharap ni Duterte. Sakop nito ang ilang pagpatay sa mga umano'y drug pusher at magnanakaw nung siya pa ang mayor ng Davao City. At ang ilang pagpatay mula 2016 hanggang 2018 sa kasagsagan ng kampanya kontra droga nung siya naman ang Pangulo ng bansa. Sa gitna ng pagkakakulong sa ICC Detention Facility, ilang beses iginiit ng kampo ng dating Pangulo na walang jurisdiksyon sa kanyang ICC dahil kumalas na raw ang Pilipinas sa Rome Statute noong March 2019 bago pa aprubahan ng ICC noong September 2021 ang hiling ng ICC prosecutor na imbestigahan ang drug war. Pero nanindigan ang ICC Pretrial Chamber 1 judges na may jurisdiction sila sa kaso dahil November 1, 2011 sumali ang Pilipinas sa ICC at February 8, 2018 naman nagsimulang mag-imbestiga ang ICC prosecutor sa extrajudicial killing sa Pilipinas. Kaya lahat daw ng pagpatay na ibinibintang kay Duterte mula November 1, 2011 hanggang March 16, 2019 ay sakop ng jurisdiksyon ng ICC dahil state party pa ang Pilipinas sa Rome Statute noong mga panahong iyon. Hunyo naman ang hilingin ng kampo ni Duterte ang interim release o pansamantalang paglaya para sa dating Pangulo. Pero ibinasura ito ng Pretrial Chamber 1 at pinagtibay ng ICC Appeals Chamber. May hiwalay ring hiling for indefinite adjournment naman ng kampo ni Duterte dahil unfit umano o hindi na kayang sumalang ni Duterte sa paglilitis dahil sa cognitive impairment. Isang kondisyong nakaaapekto sa kakayahan niyang makaalala. Kaya pinagpaliban muna ng ICC Pretrial Chamber 1 ang itinakda sanang confirmation of charges nitong Setyembre. Nitong Enero, idineklara ng pretrial chamber na fit o kaya ni dating Pangulong Duterte na humarap sa pagdinig. 4 na araw isasagawa ang pagdinig kung saan ilalatag ang mga argumento at ebidensya para matukoy kung sapat ba ang mga ito para umabot sa paglilitis ang kaso. Matutuloy ito kahit pa hindi dumalo si Duterte. Pinayagan ng ICC Pretrial Chamber 1 ang hiling na ito ng dating Pangulo na tinutulan ng prosekusyon. Pero ayon sa ICC, pinapayagan ng Rome Statute at Rules of Proceedings ang Pretrial Chamber na magsagawa ng pagdinig kahit wala ang suspect. Basta raw nag-waive ito ng kanyang karapatan para dumalo. Sinabi sa desisyon na sa pirmadong request ni Duterte para lumiban sa pagdinig, nakalagay na naiintindihan niyang may karapatan siyang dumalo sa confirmation hearing at alam niya ang ibig sabihin kung hindi siya dadalo. Nalubos na ipinaliwanag sa kanya ng kanyang abogado.
Nilinaw din ng hukuma na ang pag-waive ni Duterte ay sumasaklaw lamang sa confirmation of charges hearing. Kung nais din daw niyang huwag dumalo sa annual hearing on detention na nakatakdang ganapin sa February 27, 2026, ay kailangan niya magsumite ng hiwalay at tiyak na kahilingan para rito.
Dismayado naman ang mga kaanak ng mga biktima ng extrajudicial killings sa ilalim ng Duterte administration. Sabi ng grupo ng mga biktima, mas maswerte pa rin si Duterte dahil nabigyan siya ng pagkakataong humarap sa pagdinig, bagay na hindi na ipagkaloob sa mga biktima ng drug war na pinaslang. Sabi naman ng abogado ni Duterte na si Attorney Nicholas Kaufman, sa kabila ng kagustuhan ng prosekusyon na piliting dumalo si Duterte, nagpasya na ang mga huwes na katanggap-tanggap ang waiver ng dating Pangulo. Ayon pa kay Kaufman, ipinaalam nila kay Duterte ang mga development tungkol sa kanyang kaso. Bilang nagsulong ng kasong ito, ang prosekusyon daw dapat ang makapagpakita na may substantial ground para sabihing criminally liable ang dating Pangulo sa mga ibinibintang sa kanya. Tinanggihan naman ng pretrial Chamber 1 ang hiling ng kampo ni Duterte na alisin bilang abogado ng mga biktima ng drug war sina Attorney Gilbert Andres at Attorney Joel Butuyan. Pagkatapos ng confirmation of charges hearing, may 60 araw ang pretrial chamber para magbigay ng desisyon kung tutuloy sa paglilitis ng kaso. Kung matuloy ito, sinabi ng ICC na hindi nito pinapayagan ang pagsasagawa ng trial ng walang akusado kaya kailangan andun siya sa paglilitis.
At mga kapuso, balik tayo sa ating talakayan. Din naputol tayo dun sa punto kanina na ang daming inatake, ang daming binanatan ni Attorney Kaufman, including media, the civil society, the tycoons.
Government
of course,
officials.
unang-una dyan, ang Pangulo, na siya raw ay he was out to neutralize the Duterte legacy. What do you make of this? Where is he going with this? Ano bang pinupuntiryan niya?
In much the same way that he asked why Attorney Butuyan was dealing with the politics, for me, he likewise delved into the politics here. So I guess he is there to undercut the credibility of the entire prosecution. It's tainted by politics. But for me, whatever all politics aside, it will boil down to the evidence. And I think that is the stage that we will deal with in a few minutes.
Ayun nga, yung
the presentation of the first witness. Kasi sinabi naman ng Defense Counsel hindi siya magpe-present ng testigo So talagang testigo lang ng prosecution dito. At ang gagawin lang ng defense dito is magte-testify yung prosecution witness. They will just punch holes into that testimony, and he already said how he would do it. Kung may statement, kung may incriminatory statement, he will present the exculpatory statement. I must say that in the ICC, one thing that actually impressed me when I was there is that, it's a universal rule. The prosecution must disclose to the court all exculpatory and incriminatory
Sorry,
evidence.
ano po yung ibig sabihin ng exculpatory?
Yung prosecution, hindi lang ibibigay sa korte yung ebidensyang laban sa akusado. Bibigay din yung ebidensyang magagamit pabor sa
depensa.
akusado.
Okay.
The duty of disclosure.
Again, unique to sa ICC, ano? Sa ICC lang yata may ganyan.
Well, I think it's widespread.
Okay.
Even under Philippine rules, hindi lang natin i-enforce strictly.
Right.
Pero doon, napaka-stricto. In fact, kung mag-disclose ng evidence yung prosecution, makulang lang yan na isang annex. May drama na yan na may tinagong ebidensya. But anyway, pagpresenta nung evidence ng prosecution, ipepresenta nung defense na, in that same speech, meron siya sinabing mabait naman siya. Diba? Parang, of course, the prosecution will have its turn to have its, we call it redirect, its second round of questioning to counteract naman the evidence presented by the defense counsel. Yes, I'm sorry.
Din yung itong naging pahayag ni Attorney Kaufman, yung kanyang opening statements, parang tingin niyo po ba ito ay parang ginawa niya or parang inihahayag niya para sa publiko na nakikinig or para doon sa mga judges ng ICC?
That's a very good question, Pia. Sino ba talaga ang audience niya? Yung mga huwes, yung publiko, or maybe yung kliyente niya? Well, I guess it's all of the above. He will have to cover the ground, cover all the bases, and send the signals out there. But of course, as you say, Pia, pinakamahalaga dito yung mensahe sa mga huwes, sa mga judge, sila magdedesisyon. So, kaya nga ang tingin ko, by discussing the politics, he's just making sure that kahit anong sabihin ng prosecution, ang message niya is, huwag po kayo maniwala dyan, politika lang yan, laro lang yan. And so that's why he mentioned all the nitty-gritty of Philippines. Philippine politics.
So far, dun sa narinig nyo kay Attorney Kaufman, walang unexpected. Parang you expect that of a defense lawyer.
Tama, I will say that, yes. And he had to say what he said as defense counsel.
At nabanggit niya kanina, no, habang siya nga ay nagsasalita na parang binanggit rin niya, di ba? Yung dati rin siyang naging bahagi ng prosecution. So, parang kumbaga parang sinasabi niya na alam ko kung paano ito tumatakbo eh. So parang trying to set already in the minds of the people na ganito dapat yung maging takbo ng pagdinig.
In fact, nung sinabi niya na once upon a time he was in the we call it OTP, Office of the Prosecutor.
Go ahead, continue.
Na sabi niya na alam ko naman ang patakaran, dapat i-disclose exculpatory at saka incriminatory evidence. And mukhang nagkulang dito. Pinapakita lang sa inyo yung daming evidence against Duterte. So yun ang kanyang sinasabi. Ako, again, this is a matter of undercutting the credibility of the prosecution evidence. But as I've said, in a few minutes we will open with the first witness, and that will be the real test.
But I will give it to Attorney Kaufman. Naghanda siya. Kasi yung mga binabanggit niya, parang naririnig mo, matagal ng taga rito, matagal ng taga-support ng dating Pangulo.
Parang alam niya yung mga issue.
Alam niya yung mga issues, alam niya yung mga arguments na dati na nating naririnig mula sa kampo ni dating Pangulong Duterte.
So, pagbalik natin dito, or pag-resume nung pagdinig, Dean, we can expect na yung unang testigo sasalang na at may pagkakataon na rin mismo, kung may oras, si Attorney Kaufman na magkaroon ng kanyang cross-examination.
Okay. I am just assuming, kasi tapos na yung reading of the document containing the charges. Tapos na yung opening statement ng prosecution, victim, at saka defense. By the way, it's significant, huli palagi yung defense. Kasi they have the last say. The defendant will have the last say. So sa akin, hindi ko alam kung ano pa yung pwede nilang gawin except to hear the first witness. Unless the court wants to discuss some scheduling arrangements with the parties. Pero kami, we usually just do it behind the scenes. Para it's a practical matter. So my thinking is most probably we will now proceed with the first witness, and in all probability it will be one of the former members of the DDS who have turned basically prosecution witness.
Alright. Well, sa ngayon, Dean, pag-usapan pa natin yan mamaya dahil marami tayong inaasahan pa pagbalik. No? Hindi pa po tapos ang confirmation of charges hearing. Mahaba-haba lang po ang kasalukuyang break nila dahil siguro lunch break na rin nila ito. Lunch break nila ito ngayon. At habang sila po ay naka-break, si Maris po, hindi pa siya naka-break. Makikibalita tayo ngayon sa ating kasamang si Maris Umali live mula sa The Hague. Maris, anong kasalukuyang nangyayari dyan?
Hi Pia, Ivan at kay Dean Pangalangan. Sa ngayon ay nakasuspinde muna ang confirmation of charges hearing para kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Tama kayo, malamang nagla-lunch sila, hindi natin alam. Pero ito kasi yung oras na of course kailangan kumain na muna dahil sa ngayon ay 1:20 na ng hapon. Kanina nag-start mag-break mga bandang 12:30 yan, no? At babalik ang sesyon ng 2:00. Pero ang sinasabi ko na nagsuspindi muna itong confirmation of charges hearing kasi ibig sabihin naka-break muna nga sila. Bahagi ito ng mga adjustment na ginawa, no, ng pre-trial chamber 1 ng ICC alang-alang sa dating Pangulo na magbe-break every hour na may session. So pangalawang break na ito. Kanina nakapasok na rin tayo, nakapag-report na rin tayo sa 24 oras. So sa ikalawang bahagi nga ng hearing, yung depensa naman ang nagbigay ng opening statement sa pamamagitan ni Attorney Nicholas Kaufman. Narinig ko kayo kanina, dinidiscuss nyo. So narinig nyo na rin yung mga binanggit ni Attorney Kaufman. Pero sa umpisa pa lang ay tinira na niya ang abogado ng mga biktima na si Attorney Joel Butuyan ng common legal representatives of the victims. Ayon kay Kaufman, ang Court of Law ay nagdedesisyon base sa ebidensya at hindi base sa anyay political demagoguery o yung politikal na gawain o practice na naghahanap ng suporta sa pamamagitan lang ng pag-apela sa kagustuhan, sa emosyon at mga prejudices ng karaniwang mamamayan sa halip na gumamit ng makatwiran at lohikal na argumento, no? So kulang daw ang prosekusyon tsaka yung mga biktima sa mga ebidensya, mahina yung ebidensya, hindi kapanipaniwala ang mga witness, kulang sa forensic report. Yan. Kaugnay naman sa sinabi ni Attorney Butuyan na merong mga speeches ang dating Pangulo na ito raw ang naging sanhi ng mga pagpaslang. Ito raw yung sinunod ng mga pulis, militar para talagang targetin ang mga may sangkot sa droga, ay sinabi ni Attorney Nicholas
Maris,
Kaufman.
babalikan ka namin mamaya. Punta lamang tayo saglit kay Marisol Abduraman, nakasama si Attorney Salvador Panelo. Marisol?
Yes, Ivan?
Yes,
hello?
go ahead, go ahead.
Narinig mo na ako?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead,
Ivan.
Sol.
Yes, Ivan, kasama natin ngayon ang isa sa mga abogado din dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte at ang kanyang dating tagapagsalita na si Attorney Sal Panelo. Attorney, live po tayo para sa special coverage natin. Unang-una, Attorney, how was the proceedings? I understand you have been observing this po since it started kaninang umaga po.
Well, yung opening ng prosecution, yun sa tingin ko, yun paulit-ulit na dati nila lang sinasabi yung mga naratibo nila. Pero batay naman sa chismis, batay sa spekulasyon, sa aligasyon, at mga hearsay pa. Yung defense naman, sinagot ang bawat aligasyon ng prosecution. At palagay ko maliwanag at dapat, kung ako'y judge, lalong maliliwanagan ako.
Alright. Attorney, pero kumusta po ang naging yung mga observation kanina? Doon sa parte naman ho na we understand, meron na po ba mga prenesenta doon yung prosecution?
Wala, puro lang paulit-ulit lang yung mga nababasa nyo sa dyaryo. Kung ano nababasa nyo sa dyaryo for all these years, yun din. Inulit lang nila.
Walang bagong sinabi.
Walang bago.
Attorney, matanong ko na lang din. We understand kasi hindi pwedeng, walang visitation ngayon para sa family. Pero kayo po ba, were you able to see the former president?
Hindi. Kung bawal nga sa pamilya ngayon, itong period na ito talagang bawal
Already even the lawyers are not allowed po.
Lalo na lawyers, kung yung kamag-anak, hindi.
Pero kasi Attorney, I believe parang ang lawyers atang pinayagan in preparation for the hearing. For
Noon,
the whole
before the hearing.
But
Not during.
Definitely wala po.
Sa tingin ko.
Attorney, nakarating na sa inyo, may nakarating sa amin na balita, kaya confirmahin ko na lang just in case you have an information. Nahimatay daw po si former President today?
Hindi. Ang tinutukoy yung dati ng pagkahimatay niya, hindi yung ngayon.
Dati pa naman.
Dati yun.
Alright, sige, hindi ko na patatagalin. Ivan, baka may mga tanong po kayo, Attorney, baka may mga tanong po sila sa studio.
Attorney Panelo, magandang gabi po mula dito sa Pilipinas. At kanina po nabanggit kayo ni Attorney Kaufman, kayo pong Philippine lawyers na nasa panig ni Pangulong Duterte. Ano po ang magiging papel ninyo dito sa defense team?
Unang-una, hindi ko narinig yung nabanggit ang pangalan ko. Kaya hindi ko alam kung ano yung tinutukoy mo.
Nabanggit po kayo
Pangalawa,
kanina.
yung papel
We
namin
are not
dito
quite sure if that
mag-obserba.
is an entry of
Dahil hindi
appearance.
naman namin, Hindi. Sinabi niya, ang alam ko, sinabi niya lang kung sino yung, may mga nag-oobserbang mga Filipino lawyers. But anyway, yung papel namin dito, kami ay nag-oobserba pa lang, papakinggan namin, and then after the 5-day hearing or 4-day hearing, kami mag-uusap-usap ng mga abogado ng mga Pilipino, and thereafter, we will meet with the other side of the defense ng Presidente Duterte upang pagpulungan namin at bigyan din namin ng aming damdamin sa mga naobserbahan namin.
Sexal, did you have a say dito po sa hindi pagdalo ng dating Pangulo sa kanyang confirmation of charges hearing?
Did I have a what?
Did you have a say? Kayo po ba'y nagkaroon ng
Wala. Si Presidente, you can never... Hindi. Alam mo, si Presidente, you can never have a say on this man. He has his own mind. Kung ano yung desisyon niya, walang makakabali doon. At tama ang desisyon niya, tama naman lahat. Lahat ng binigay niyang rason. Yung akin lang, kung ako siya, a-attend ako para makita ko lang yung mga supporters ko, yung mga kaibigan ko. And then after that, I will ask the court, leave. Sasabihin ko, Your Honors, I'd like to say leave because I have seen already my friends and supporters. Aalis na ako.
So far,
Kasi malaking bagay sa kanya yun eh. Pag nakita niya yung mga supporters at kaibigan. Sa amin din, ganun din. Malaking bagay nakita namin siya.
So far, ano naman po ang tingin ninyo sa nagiging takbo ng depensa? Ito pong opening statement ni Attorney Kaufman. What are your thoughts on this?
Gaya nga sinabi ko, yung lahat ng mga issue na ni-raise ng prosecution, nasagot niya lahat yun, ng klarong-klaro. Pero ako kasi, kung ako tatanungin mo, iba ang teorya ko eh. Ang gusto kong marinig sa defense, kulitin nila ang hukuman, questionin nila ang jurisdiction ng hukumang ito. Kasi hanggang ngayon hindi nila nare-resolve yun, and yet, nag-umpisa na sila ng mga confirmation of charges. Hindi po pwede yun. Dapat yung jurisdiction muna. Kasi ang Rome Statute nila na lumikha sa kanila, ang nagsasabi sa kanila na hindi kayo pwedeng pumasok sa isang bansa kung may kakayahan niya na maumusig. Libo-libo na nga ang inusig natin. Libo-libo na pinakulong natin. 2 presidente, pinakulong natin. 2 senador, pinakulong natin. Yung isa doon, kinulong na naman uli natin. Yung ama ng presidente ito, isinexile natin. Napakalakas at napakalusog ng sistema legal. So there is no reason for the ICC to come in and assume jurisdiction. It is unconstitutional sa parte ng ating bansa and it is illegal sa parte ng Rome Statute na lumikha sa kanila.
Attorney Sal, may tanong din si Pia. Go ahead.
Attorney Panalo, magandang gabi po mula rito at magandang hapon po sa inyo dyan. Si PR Kanghel po ito. Nabanggit niyo po kanina na hindi niyo pa po nakakausap si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Pero linawin ko lang po kung nagkaroon po kayo ng pagkakataon na makausap ang iba pa niyang mga kaanak, sina Vice President Sara Duterte at iba pa niyang mga anak.
Si BP dahil lang nakausap ko bago ako pumunta rito. Sinabihan niya lang ako na nung malaman niyang pupunta ako, sabi niya sa akin meron na akong seat sa gallery. At nung pagdating ko rito, nag-text siya sa akin at sinabi niya, thank God for the safe travel.
Wala pa pong ibang update. Siya po ba ay dadalo po? May nabagit po ba siya sa inyo na balak na dumalo rin sa confirmation of charges hearing sa mga susunod na araw?
Wala. Sa isang text, sinabi niya na hindi siya darating.
Alright. So, kayo na po ang nag-update po sa kanya?
Kasi nga, hindi naman nila makikita ang ama nila eh. Hindi pa kami nagkakausap tungkol dyan. Sa tingin ko, kaya hindi nagpunta yung mga anak niya kung hindi man sila makakapunta. Kasi, bawal ngayon na magpagkita sa presidente sa panahon ng hearings.
Alright. Maraming salamat po sa inyo, Attorney Salvador Panelo at kay Marisol Abduraman. Although, maraming salamat, Attorney Sal. Marisol, meron ka rin na iba pang mga kasama.
Kasama din ni Marisol, si Attorney Nery Colmenares. Attorney? Sol, go ahead.
Andiyan na? Asan siya?
Dito po, ayun po.
Alright.
Ivan, hold on ha.
Si Attorney Colmenares naman po ay isa sa mga abogado ng mga drug war victims. Yan. Kasi nakita din natin.
Balikan na-
Sol?
Opo, sa EJK naman.
Okay.
Ayan, teka mamaya. Mukhang kinakausap pa ni Sola, si Attorney Nery Colmenares.
So, nabanggit ni Attorney Panelo, syempre nakikita nila from the gallery. Pag ganun po ba, Dean, usually ang gallery napupuno rin ng mga taga-suporta or mga from the prosecution or defense?
Yes, it can be filled up with both the supporters of Duterte and also with the victims' families. Pero stricto yung disiplina doon. Bawal magdala ng cellphone, ide-deposit yung cellphone sa mga locker sa basement. At saka, syempre, bawal yung mga pumapalakpak, bawal yung mga cheering squad, bawal yung nagbubu. So, they're under strict disciplinary
Din,
regimes.
bakit nga pala hindi pwedeng makita ng mga abogado si dating Pangulong Duterte?
Well, I read about that myself. Walang explanation na binigay. Sinabi lang we are not processing applications to meet with him during the period of the hearings.
During this period of hearings lang naman, but on a regular week na wala mga hearing?
Ako, for sure, during pag walang hearing, dapat his family should be able to meet him. Counsel, ako, as far as I know, counsel always should be able to reach the client.
But in this case, si Attorney Kaufman siguro, no? But
That is correct.
not the Filipino lawyers.
Kaya nga, that will depend on the status of the 6 Filipino lawyers.
Ayan.
Alright, balikan natin si Marisol Abduraman. Kasama niya ngayon si Attorney Nery Colmenares, isa sa mga abogado ng mga drug war victims. Marisol, Attorney Nery, kamusta po kayo? Magandang hapon po sa inyo. Narinig ba tayo, Marisol, ni Attorney Nery Colmenares?
Yes, you can hear us, Attorney Colmenares. Yes, Pia, dinig na dinig tayo ni Attorney Colmenares na nasa atin lang katabi at sinasamantala lang natin to habang naka-break sila kasi maya-maya aakit na rin sila sa taas. So, Attorney Colmenares, how was it so far?
Yes, it was good. At last, the hearing, the confirmation charges hearing pushed through. Yung prosecution was able to lay down the charges at ang ebidensya na ipipresent nila at medyo malinaw na ang ebidensya at klaro yung kanyang paglahad. Natuwa kami sa submission ng prosecution. Doon naman sa victims, ako dahil counsel ako ng mga biktima sa Rise Up for Life, natuwa kami sa presentation ni Attorney Joel Butuyan kasi doon nilahad niya na pag hindi ma-confirm ito, babalik si President Duterte sa Pilipinas, mas titindi ang threat sa mga biktima at sa mga witness at sino pa man responsable sa pag-file ng kasong ito. Nag-file kami 2018 pa. Kaya sigurado yan, ang mga biktima na nire-represent namin, ni Attorney Chrissy Conti, isa yan sa pwedeng tamaan dito. The second argument na ni-raise naman ni Attorney Joel ay dapat ma-confirm para magkaroon ng trial. Doon sa trial kasi, doon magkaroon ng oportunidad ang mga biktima para maglahad ng kanilang ebidensya at mga kwento kung paano karumaldumal at walang awa na pinaslang ang kanilang kaanak. The third point na ni-raise ni Attorney Joel was, pag may trial kasi may historical record. Sa totoo lang, maraming hindi nakaka-piece together ng buong kwento ng drug war. Pag may trial, mapipiece together yan. Pag na-piece together yan, ang historical record na yan, pwedeng gamitin para turuan o sabihin sa susunod na henerasyon ng mga Pilipino ang karumaldumal na nangyari ng drug war. Parang panahon ito ng nila Hitler na after the war, tinuro talaga sa susunod na henerasyon ang nangyari ng World War II. Ganito rin yan dito na pag magka-trial, magkakaroon ng ganong historical record. Very crucial yan. So, I guess maganda ang simula ng confirmation of charges hearing. Klaro ang ebidensya. Klarong ebidensya para sa prosecution.
What were you saying, Attorney Colmenares? What was presented by the prosecution kanina? Ano yun? Parang tip of an iceberg pa lang yun? Kukunti pa lang? Kasi come the actual trial talaga, mas marami pa silang pwedeng mga i-present ang mga ebidensya.
Yes, ang pinresent ng prosecution kanina, yung elements of the crime. No? Ang elements kasi ng crime against humanity, 3, kung i-summarize mo lang siya sa 3. Una, widespread or systematic attack, ay clearly may ebidensya na yan, di ba? The second is against civilians. civilian naman yung namatay pala. No? So, at pangatlo, syempre with knowledge of the attack. Ibig sabihin, alam ni President Duterte na may atake sa buong bansa at may mga namamatay dito. No? So, klaro rin yan sa prosecution. So pagdating ng trial, ipoprove ng prosecution yung mga elements na yan. Gagamit ng witness, testimony, gagamit ng dokumento, at yun ang paraan para ma-prove ito. So basically, malakas ang ebidensya nito kasi parang wala naman atang ebidensya para sabihin hindi widespread yung atake mula pari hanggang hulo. Pangalawa, wala naman atang ebidensya na hindi sibilyan yung pinatay. No? Sibilyan nga naman karamihan doon. And pangatlo, wala naman atang ebidensya magpuprove na walang alam si President Duterte, may patayan pala sa buong bansa. Ilang taon yung drug war. So, hindi ganun kahirap sa prosecution i-prove niyan. Siyempre, sa depensa may problema silang malaki dyan kasi paano nga naman ang ebidensyang isasubmit nila sa trial para sabihin walang kinalaman si President Duterte sa drug war. That's a big issue. So, we're very happy na nagkaroon ng papel ang mga biktima at nakapagsalita din. At sana naman, ang isang hiningi namin sa korte dito, na sana bigyan ng pagkakataon ang mga biktima na makapagsalita para maikwento ang kanilang mga kwento na hindi na mapakinggan doon sa Pilipinas.
At this stage pa lang po na confirmation charges.
Sa trial yan,
Yes,
mostly.
I believe sa trial mangyayari,
sa trial yun.
Alright. Ivan and Pia, baka may tanong pa po kayo kay Attorney Colmenares.
Attorney Neri, magandang hapon po sa inyo dyan. Si PR Arcangel po ito. Narinig niyo po yung mga naging pahayag ni Attorney Kaufman.
Hi, Pia.
Hello po. Attorney, ano po masasabi niyo doon sa sinabi ni Attorney Kaufman na wala naman pong criminal intent si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte nung ginawa niya lahat ng mga pahayag na ito, mga pag-utos na ito, at nung yung sa sinasabi niya na everything he said was done to arouse fear?
Yes, well, yun ang problema ng defense niya ni President Duterte kasi paano niya, anong ebidensya ang isasubmit niya para sabihin wala akong intention na may mamatay. Naklarong-klaro, hindi lang sa mga statements niya, sa action niya. Kung i-reduce mo lang yung mga statements ni President Duterte na parang bombastic lang siya magsalita, exaggerated lang siya magsalita, pero wala siyang intensyong pumatay, joke lang yon. Kung baga, mabuti sana kung nag-joke siya, walang namatay. Ang problema talaga ng depensa at problema ni President Duterte, matapos niya ng mga bombastic at exaggerated na mga jokes, libo-libo ang namatay. Ayun, medyo hindi na pwedeng papasa na biro lang yun eh. Mabuti sana kung walang namatay, pero libo-libong namatay. So the joke is no longer a joke. It was a serious threat to the right to life of many of the Filipino people.
So, Attorney, doon po sa mga kausap po
Pia,
ninyo
Ivan,
na yung mga kaanak ng mga biktima, meron na po ba kayong nakausap sa kanila mula nung mag-umpisa itong confirmation of charges hearing?
Yes, kanina sa break, nagkwentuhan, kamusta kayo? Siyempre, affected sila na, siyempre na-relieve na naman ang memories kung paano pinatay yung mga kaanak nila. Na-relieve na naman yung mga karumal-dumal na ginawa sa kanila. Lalo na nung nagsalita na ang victims, di ba? Yung mga biktima ng drug war na may kwento nga doon, tinapon lang sa bintana kasi hindi na mababa ng mga pulis. Yung pala buhay pa, umaray pa nung bumagsak sa lupa from the second floor. Yung mga ganong kwento, naalaala nila na yung mga kaanak nila, katulad ng isang biktima namin dito na yung kapatid niya ay nakabalot ng plastic or tape yung mukha, ang buong ulo Alam niyo, marirelieve mo yung experience kung paano one of the cruelest kasi form yung isuffocate mo yung tao, yung dahan-dahan kang nawawalan ng hangin. Mabuti sana kung namatay siya bigla, pero hindi yung mga ganong maisip ng anak ng biktima kung paano nagdusa yung kanilang kaanak. So, may affected din sila. Pero natuwa sila na nagkaroon na rin ng confirmation of charges hearing para magkakaroon na rin ng trial. At doon sa trial siguro, baka darating ng oportunidad nilang maharap si President Duterte, ang taong tingin nila responsable sa pagkapatay ng kanilang mga kaanak.
Panghuli na lamang, Attorney Colmenares, pag ganun po ba, kasi syempre, sabi nyo nga po parang nanunumbalik
Yes.
yung kanilang mga alaala. So kapag ganun po ba, kapag nakinig po sila sa mga testimonya, kinakailangan po ba ng dagdag na counseling or debriefing pagkatapos po nito, kapag narinig po nila ulit?
Actually, Pia, yun ang pinag-usapan lang namin bago lang ng ilang human rights advocates dito na magandang may konting counseling din kasi madali silang maapektuhan ng mga kwento, madali silang maapektuhan ng mga trolls, yung atake sa kanila sa social media, naapektuhan sila. Although sinasabi namin, huwag niyong pansinin, huwag mo nang huwag mo na lang basahin. Pero siyempre hindi maiwasan eh. So nangangamba sila na kung hindi ma-confirm, siyempre back to si President Duterte sa Pilipinas, ano na kaya mangyari sa kanila? Although itong mga aming biktima sa Rise Up, matapang ito eh. Kasi 2018 nung dinraft namin yung ng mga abogado, ang complaint sa ICC for crime against humanity kay President Duterte. Bago namin final, nang sinadjust ko sa kanilang sa ICC tayo pumunta kasi mahirap ang justice system sa Pilipinas. At may immunity si President Duterte sa kaso. 2018 yun, siya ang presidente, may presidential immunity. So wala talaga kaming makakaso sa kanya doon. Sabi ko, handa na ba kayo? Handa naman sila. Until now, 2026 na, hindi naman sila bumitaw doon sa kanilang paghanap ng hustisya, alang-alang sa kanilang kaanak. So they're affected but they're happy that at least may konting aninag ng pag-asa sa hustisya sa kaanak nila.
Maraming salamat,
Right, Pia?
Attorney Nery Colmenares. At sa iyo rin, Marisol, maraming salamat. Makikibalita ulit kami sa iyo mamaya.
At sa punto ito, balikan naman natin ang kasama nating si Mariz Umali. Mariz, go ahead.
Yes, Evan, Pia at Dean, tayo nga ay bago maputol kanina, binanggit natin na naka-break ngayon, suspended pa yung confirmation of charges hearing at binanggit din ni Attorney Kaufman nga na dapat daw ay nagdedesisyon ang korte based on evidence, no, at hindi political demagoguery at kulang daw nga sa mga forensic evidence or reports na ipinesenta yung prosecution. At may sinasabi rin si Attorney Kaufman na yung sinabi raw ni Attorney Butuyan na mga speeches ng dating Pangulo na naging sanhi raw ng mga malawakang pagpatay ay cherry-picked daw. Ibig sabihin, pinili lang kung ano yung mga talagang parang magiging sensational. Kasi katunayan daw, out of the 20 speeches na pinagbasehan ng prosecution at ng Counsel for Legal Victims, no? Meron 35 naman na speeches pa na nahanap ang depensa na taliwas at kumukontra doon sa argumento ng prosecution. Tinira niya rin ang media na pinipili lang daw yung mga sensational headline. At ayon pa kay Kaufman, isang unique phenomenon itong si dating Pangulong Duterte na bagamat unpalatable o hindi katanggap-tanggap, mahirap lunukin para sa ilan, talagang widespread yung kanyang popularity. Tinukoy niya yung naging buhay ni Duterte na napakapayak. Nagsikap maging abogado, ipinatupad ang law and order, at siyang nagbago sa lungsod na kanyang pinamunuan, ang Davao City nga. No? Ikinumpara niya rin si Duterte kay Pangulong Bongbong Marcos. Katunayan, pinasaringan pa niya si dating Pangulong, Pangulong Bongbong Marcos at sinabing hindi raw tinupad ang mga sinabi nito dati na hindi makikipagtulungan sa ICC. Katunayan, ang sinabi ni Attorney Kaufman ay PBBM set out to neutralize President Duterte and his legacy. Sadya niyang ginamit yung term na neutralize, parang play of words to, Evan, dahil ito yung ibinibintang sa dating Pangulo na ni-neutralize daw yung mga sangkot sa droga. Hindi raw unique sa Pilipinas ang problema sa droga, pero ginawa raw ito ni Duterte para masawata ang droga, no? Yung war on drugs, not war on the poor. This is to alleviate the poor na nagiging mahirap dahil na rin daw sa droga. Tinira niya rin ang dating prosecutor na si Karim Khan na may conflict of interest dahil bago pa man ang kaso ay kinakatawanan nito ang mga biktima. Kaya daw binanggit niya sa kanyang speech kanina na kaya raw na-disqualify sa kasong ito. Sa huli, sinabi ni Attorney Kaufman na walang criminal intent, hindi sapat na dahilan daw na dahil nagpapahayag si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ng mga inflammatory statements, responsable na siya sa mga pagpatay. Dapat daw mapatunayang he actually designed and foresaw these crimes. At giit ni Kaufman, he maintains his innocence absolutely. So, Ivan, Pia, Dean, yan po muna ang latest na situation. Bandang in just 15 minutes, babalik na po kami doon sa public gallery para naman sa submission of merits ng prosecution na bahagi po ng pagpapatuloy ng confirmation of charges hearing ngayong araw. Pia, Evan, Dean?
Maraming salamat, Marie Zumali.
Balikan natin ang ating talakayan. Dean, gusto kong balikan yung sinasabi ni... Ayan. Maya-maya yata.
Oo.
Pwede na ba tawa? Hindi pa? Hindi pa ready.
Okay.
Balikan lamang natin yung pinupunto kanina ni Attorney Sal Panelo na kung siya daw, ang defense lawyer, ay pupukpukin niya yung issue sa jurisdiction. Still, kahit ilang beses na nilang ni-raise at talagang hindi kinatigan ng korte, mukhang gusto pa rin niyang i-push yun. Meron pa bang pag-uusapan sa jurisdiction din at this point?
At this point, wala na. Kasi a party is entitled to raise jurisdiction only once. The Philippine government has used its turn during the earlier stages. Duterte has used his turn at it. It can still be raised again by Bongo, by Bato,
yung mga
by
co-perpetrators, yes.
Every party has his chance, but Duterte has used his chance already. I think it is now on appeal, so it is being litigated there. But it won't be litigated in the confirmation hearing.
And basically, ang argumento lamang po dito, ang jurisdiction, may jurisdiction ng ICC habang miyembro ang Pilipinas. Those years before,
yes, correct.
Nag-withdraw tayo sa Rome Statute.
Yes, and pero nakalagay din sa withdrawal clause ng Rome Statute na the court retains jurisdiction over all matters already under consideration. So that was dealt with already by the court.
Dean, kapag yung decision ng confirmation of charges inilabas na, at paano po ba yung ginagawa? Press conference po ba yun? Or parang hearing ulit?
Sa website?
Well, for sure it will be public. Whether it will be promulgated in an open hearing, I don't recall. But the important thing is that the confirmation of charges decision is released, and then it is sent to the president of the court, not kasi this is a chamber, and the president of the court then forms a new chamber, a trial chamber, will appoint new judge, a set of 3 new judges to hear to commence the trial.
Case. Parang raffle din po ba yun? Pag nag-assign?
There is no raffle. In fact, sa Philippines, para bang to guarantee para bang fair play.
Yes.
We say that we wager our chances on the anonymity of a raffle. Doon, the president has to balance the assignments of the judges. Some are overloaded, some are not, some are committed to long trials.
Dean, if I may interrupt, nandiyan na po si Attorney Maria Cristina Conti kasama ni Marisol Abduraman. Sol?
Yes, Ivan, kasama nga natin, nabanggit mo si Attorney Conti. Ma'am, hindi ko pa tatagalin kasi alam kong tatakbo ka na kaagad. How was it, ma'am? Although sabi ni Attorney Salpanelo kanina, based sa kanyang observation, walang bago sa mga sinabi ng prosecution, wala rin daw basihan.
I couldn't say that na walang bago per se. Kasi sa totoo naman nakita na natin yung iba dito na ebidensya, informasyon. Pero yung pagkaka-piece together nung kwento kung paano nangyari ang patayan, kung paano inutos ni Duterte ito yung bago. Ito yung isa sa kauna-unahang pagkakataon na nagpe-present ang isang prosecutor sa isang criminal proceedings, bagaman ito pa lang ay pre-trial stage, no? Sa isang criminal proceedings ng ganito ka-incisive, concise na kwento ay kakaiba. At hindi ito politikahan. At yun yung importanteng bahagi siguro. Hindi ito political arena kung saan kukumbinsihin mo ang madla. Dito, judges ang kukumbinsihin mo. I'm pretty confident because to be off the bat, the prosecutor is a former judge of an international tribunal. So he knows what he has to say, he knows what he has to highlight.
So, kampante kayo, attorney, na ito ay mauuwi talaga sa confirmation?
Yes, for me, the prosecution is trial ready.
Alright. Ivan, baka may mga karagdagang tanong kayo para kay Attorney Conti?
Attorney Conti, magandang gabi mula dito sa Pilipinas. Magandang hapon sa inyo dyan. Ano naman ang reaksyon mo nung mag-deliver ng kanyang opening statement si Attorney Kaufman? You were alluded to several times in that statement.
Yeah, so I'm to be frank, I'm quite happy that the concept that the war on drugs is a massacre of the poor got into the record of the court. Para sa akin, malaking punto na yon. Pero ako, hindi ko naman pinipersonal. Baka rin hindi ako yon. Hindi naman talaga pangalan ko. Pero kung ano't ano man, kakaiba ito na yung sinabi namin, siya ang nag-uulit. Para sa akin, importante yon dahil ibig sabihin, tumatak sa kanila at palagay nila ay kailangan nilang sagutin. Naging defensive rin, in a way, yung defense.
Isa sa mga ipinunto ni Attorney Kaufman, yung mga speech daw na pinagbatayan ng prosecution ay cherry-picked. Ang sabi pa niya, and I quote, "At the end of today's proceedings, even the victim's self-styled legal assistant to ICC Counsel or a prosecution intern will be tasked with scouring the web looking for the means to prove Kaufman wrong." Ano naman ang masasabi niyo rito, Attorney Conti?
Well, I was there when the statements were made. I was there in the Philippines, and I've heard some of the statements being made on TV. I've heard the recordings afterwards. And when you read the entire statement, the premise, the intent is kill, kill, kill. Bagaman may portion, kumbaga, ang sabi, iniisip nga namin noon na parang may lucid moments at kumbaga kapag sumusunod sa script, meron naman talagang nakalagay na sundin ang proseso, wag maging mapang-abuso. Pero kapag nagsasalita na siya mula sa puso, doon nagiging incendiary. Kaya confident ako na kapag pareho namang nag-cherry pick, sabihin na natin ang prosecution at saka ang defense, pero pag binasa niyo yung buong statement or narinig niyo yung buong speech, ang ultimong mananatili sa'yo, ang sinasabi niya ay pumatay.
Okay, maraming salamat, Attorney Conti, at mukhang malapit na kayong bumalik sa loob. Maraming salamat din sa iyo, Marisol Abdurrahman. Babalikan namin dyan mamaya. Ayan.
So, hindi naman daw niya pinipersonal.
Yes.
Dahil hindi naman binanggit ang kanyang pangalan.
Gano'n naman laging demeanor ni Attorney Conti. Kalma. Kalma. At hindi niya pinipersonal na parang pinaringgan siya, pinahagingan siya ni Attorney Kaufman sa kanyang opening statement.
So,
yeah. Go ahead.
Dean, kanina, para nandun tayo dun sa punto ng diskusyon natin na anong mangyayari kapag may decision na. Tapos sabi niyo nga po na yung assignment, let's say no, na magkaroon ng confirmation of charges, confirming charges, which Attorney Conti said na siya ay very confident na ito ay mangyayari. So halimbawa, mapunta tayo dun sa confirmation of charges, maaprubahan ito ng ICC at nagkaroon na ng bagong set of judges. Gaano kahaba ang isang actual trial? Tsaka yun po ba yung puntong nagiging o tinatawag na akusado na at hindi na suspect si Pangulong Duterte?
Tama yon. Akusado na siya pagkatapos ng confirmation of, pag na-confirm yung charges. Yung tanong mo, Pia, kung gaano katagal yung trial, well, yung huli kong kaso, 3 taon. Kasi dahil ang ang daming charges, we had 75 counts of 9 crimes, 75 counts distributed among the 9 crimes. Ito, isang crime lang eh. Divided into 3 major headings and roughly around, I think, 20-25 incidents. Siguro naman hindi aabot ng 3 years. Pero for sure, ang trial nito is, kung in Philippine jargon ang tawag natin, continuous trial. Araw-araw ito. Usually, 4 times a week, kagaya ngayon.
Parang ngayon.
And then whole day yan, hour and a half, the first session in the morning, 30-minute break, hour and a half before lunch, and then hour and a half after lunch. So sa akin, well, I'm pretty sure it won't last that long. I'm hoping it will be much shorter. But after the presentation of evidence of the prosecution, there will be the defense. There will be a brief presentation for the victims, because the real role for the victims' counsel will be hypothetically assuming there is a conviction for we call it the reparations phase. And then, but after that trial is concluded, then the long period is for the writing of the decision. And then yung promulgation of judgment, that is a big hearing.
And open to the public.
Open to the public, and then the judges will read a summary for the public. If there are dissents, the dissents will also be.
Of course, it is in the interest of everyone involved na maging mabilis ito, hindi ba? Kasi the longer this drags on, the longer the former president stays in detention.
Yes.
Ito namang mga biktima, of course, the justice that they're seeking, mas mabilis silang ma-achieve. So, kaya nga tayo nandito siguro dahil dito sa ICC, we're expecting the process to be faster.
Tama ka dyan. Yun lang, kung masyadong mabilis, nagre-reklamo minsan yung defense na parang, ano siya, they did not have their day in court. Diba? Yun ang sinasabi. So, yun din ang dilema ng ICC. Kung masyadong mabilis, may magre-reklamo. Kung mabagal, may magre-reklamo. Pero I think, at the rate we're going, biro mo ngayon, day 1 pa lang may testigo na. Ako, in the past, ang alam ko, kung day 1 ng confirmation hearing, opening statements lang yan eh. Actually, nagulat ka ako nung sinabi na we are resuming.
Akala natin tapos na.
Akala ko tapos na. Kasi with the time difference, talagang gagabihin tayo dito. It will be better after winter when we shift to, when they end daylight savings time, we will just have a 6-hour time difference. It will be easier then. But, so ngayon, most probably, sisimulan ng prosecution yung una niyang testigo. I don't think matatapos siya in hour and a half. Or even 1 hour. Baka 1 hour lang ngayon eh. And then, syempre, tutuloy yan bukas. And then, the prosecution will have its turn to cross-examine the victims. The defense will have its turn to cross-examine the victims. And then, prosecution may ask for a redirect.
Di nabanggit niyo po kanina na matindi yung proteksyon na ibinibigay ng ICC sa mga testigo. Ano po ibig niyo sabihin?
Alam mo, tulad sinabi ni Nery Colmenares, basically, you're asking the witness to relive the trauma all over again. And the trauma nga sila, uulitin mo pa. So talagang sa ICC, we have a complete team of psychologists. In fact, bago umalis ng Pilipinas yung testigo, may psychologist na dapat dito na nag-aalaga sa mga testigo. Ano yan? And by the way, bawal sa court sa ICC yung gawain sa atin na rehearsal of the witness, bawal yung witness coaching, bawal yung witness preparation.
Maski prosecution?
Oh yes, bawal. The first time they will hear a witness is when they call the witness on the stand.
Okay.
Until then, ang alam lang nila sa testigo, yung statement na binigay niya sa investigators. And in fact, to coach a witness is a crime under ICC law. It's Article 70, a crime against an offense against the administration of justice.
Ano po yung dahilan kung bakit sa ICC bawal?
Again, the jargon of the court is the principle of orality. Dapat pagkwento nung testigo nung nangyari, spontaneous, hindi rehearsed. Sa atin, meron pang judicial affidavit, di ba? Na-rehearse talaga ng abogado.
Dito ho kasi sa atin, ang witness yung complainant, yung victim. In this case, hiwa-hiwalay sila. Di ho ba wala silang interaction?
Yeah, that is correct. No such thing as the complaining witness here. They're just witnesses. And they are victims who happen to be witnesses. So sa akin, that's also something new for us. Even the prosecution will be asking questions of the witness for the first time. But going back to your question, Pia, alagang-alaga yung testigo. Kasi talagang para sa mga huwes, para sa court, ano yan ramdam na ramdam namin na yung trabaho namin imposible without the witness. And dapat tulungan sila, alagaan sila. Kung dadating sa gaya ngayon, winter, chinek natin yung weather, di ba? 10 degrees pero feels like 1. 1 na ngayon, kanina 3.
Kasi siguro, padapit hapon na siguro sila.
Palapit na sunset.
Ayun, tutulungan din sila with winter clothes. Kaya kung minsan nga, meron kaming mga testigo pupunta sa loob ng court, nakabalot kasi akala nila ganun pa rin kaginaw. And then we'll take a break sometime kasi unti-unti na magtatanggal ng scarf, magtatanggal ng outer coat. So, going back to your point, we really take care of the witnesses. Special sila. So, actually, at the end of the testimony, the judges say thank you.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Madam Witness, for coming here.
Meron po bang, kasi wala di bang cross-examination? Sabi niyo po, no cross-examination.
No, meron.
Meron. Okay.
That's a right, a fundamental right of the accused.
Sorry, ibig ko po sabihin, pwede po ba yung parang napapanood natin sa pelikula, I object, habang nagsasalita. So, pwede rin?
Pwede, of course.
Okay.
And that's part of the courtroom theatrics.
Objection, Your Honor. Ganyan.
But again, ito po'y confirmation of charges lamang. So, posibleng sumalang ng 2 beses ang witness sa confirmation and then sa actual trial?
Okay. Whether the evidence will be carried forth, ako, most probably kailangan second round. And ako, for me, that is actually worrisome kasi dyan sila maghahanap ng mga butas para bang, kanina sabi mo,
Oo nga.
10 lang yung lumusob. Ngayon, 11 na. Parang,
Yes.
yeah. In fact, even for the co-perpetrators, yung iba nga yung nabanggit, kasi mukhang umuusad ngayon yung kaso ni Duterte. So kung uusad later yung iba, that's a separate presentation of evidence. The same evidence here would have to be presented there. And it has happened before. Parang sa akin, as a Filipino, parang, wow, it's such a waste of time, such a waste of court resources.
Yes.
And you know nga, the risk that witnesses might disappear, might start saying inconsistent things. But I have seen it happen in one case that I held, and one co-accused was tried later. They presented the evidence all over again. But that is, again, with due deference to the rights of the accused. Magre-reklamo yung akusado sa kanya, pinresent yung evidence doon sa unang kaso, wala pa ako noon Dapat masubaybayan ko. And I should, the right to confront. I have the right to confront those witnesses. So, mag-uulit nun.
Balikan po natin yung mga nabagit ko kanina mga scenarios, either ma-confirm yung charges, hindi ma-confirm, or ma-decharacterize. Was that the word? Recharacterize. Yung pag na-recharacterize ba, does the accused get to go free? Hindi pa rin.
Hindi. He remains in custody, but he will be asked to answer to a different charge. And they either recharacterize, kasi dito murder, I don't know how they recharacterize that. But in other cases, what they recharacterize is the mode of attribution, meaning, he will be charged not as a indirect co-perpetrator, he will be charged purely for aiding and abetting and inducing. Kasi nga, mga speech niya yung ginagamit. So, magbabago ng teorya. Which will bring what you call the due process issue. Kasi sabihin, ito muna, lahat ng defense ko, it was based on the first charge.
Correct.
Kung babaguhin nyo, ibang usapan na yan. Which is, anyway.
Correct.
So that's the big debate there.
Pero Dean, let's say ma-decline yung confirmation of charges. Automatic release po ba yun of the suspect?
Come to think of, well, quick answer, of course, the suspect will be released. How automatic will it be? Kasi it will be still appealed. It will be appealed by the by the prosecution. I'll have to look into that. How immediate it will be. But of course, a person who is not charged with anything ought to be released. But it remains pending for as long as there's an appeal. I'll have to look into that.
Nabasa ko po din pangalanan na itong, sa ICC, kasi pag tinignan nyo yung rate of conviction, di ba? Rate of acquittal. Hindi rin daw ganun kataas yung rate of conviction. Pero yung purpose naman daw ng ICC ay not so much na mataas ang rate of conviction dahil nga yung nature ng mga kaso.
Yes, a criminal court should not be evaluated on the basis of the batting average of convictions. Hindi naman dapat. In fact, there are some jurisdictions like Japan, Korea. You know, the batting average of prosecutions there is like 95-98%. Na, you know, people start wondering also about the kind of justice that was given to the accused. So that's not the way to judge it. It should be judged by the quality of the proceedings, of the reasoning in the decision. But I think overall, since the prosecution is very careful, hindi naman sila gagalaw unless they have the evidence. So the batting average is quite high. And in fact, kaya nga the acquittals usually are on technicalities. They are not on the evidence. Technicalities like the match between the evidence and the elements ought to be required to prove the crime. So they are on technicalities. If you look at the evidence, that's the sad thing. Mukha namang guilty talaga. But there is a technicality. So that's where the reversals usually happen.
Dito ho sa Pilipinas, yung criminal prosecution natin is heavy on testimonial evidence. Sa ICC ho ba ganun din? Or testimonial and physical evidence, may ganun po ba?
In contrast to documentary evidence, kasi that's the contrast. Well, it depends on the crime being proved. In this case, because these are like murders out there, it will have to be testimonial, except if they have to. If you notice, the other co-perpetrators were charged as part of the apparatus, the chain of command, so to speak. And you establish the chain through speeches, through transcripts, through documents, so that won't be testimonial evidence of people who witnessed something happening, but rather people who trace the chain of command, you know, the incentives, the bonuses.
Right.
Kaufman said there that he had police report, you know, the SOCO scene of the crime report, the post-operation report, which apparently were all submitted by the government to the Supreme Court in the earlier stages of these proceedings. So they have been produced by the Philippine government and before the Supreme Court of the Philippines, no less. So those documents exist. So I think they will then use not testimonial but documentary evidence. If I may just, if we have time,
go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
You know, the part of the defense here was that when the defense counsel said that the statements made by Duterte, like kill, did not show criminal intent. You know, I remember a historical example. A similar argument was made. You know the Balangiga massacre in Philippine history? That was litigated in a court-martial in the U.S. He was Jacob Smith was found guilty. And part of the defense there was that when he says kill and burn, the more you kill and burn, the more it will please me. And then when he was asked what's the cutoff age, anyone above 10 is theoretically capable of bearing arms, and they're open season. Part of the defense there was that his men did not see it as did not interpret it as a direct command, and the witnesses against him were some of his immediate subordinates who said, well, we actually followed it. So for me, these things that we hear today remind me of historical examples. And in that case, Jacob Smith was actually found guilty. Of course, he was given a relatively light penalty, but he was eventually dismissed, forced to retire.
So kapag narinig po ito ng Office of the Prosecution na ICC, meron na silang court precedent care of being pangalangan na narinig dito sa atin.
Pagpapatuloy po natin ang talakayan. Samantala, tinaguri ang Court of Last Resort ang International Criminal Court. Pero paano nga ba nagkaroon ng ICC? At ano ang saklaw at jurisdiction nito? Makibalita tayo kay Maki Pulido.
Some of the worst crimes ever known have been committed during the...
Saksi ang buong mundo sa matinding karahasan sa iba't ibang bansa kung saan libo ang namatay, tinorture o nirape ng walang napananagot. Sa kontekstong ito, nagkasundo ang maraming bansa na bumuo ng isang independent na korte para mag-imbestiga o umusig sa mga utak ng malulubhang krimen. July 1998, 160 bansa ang lumagda sa isang treaty na kung tawagin ay Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court na bumalangka sa mekanismo, procedures at anong krimen ang nasa jurisdiksyon ng ICC. July 2002 nang maitatag ang ICC. Ang Pilipinas lumagda sa Rome Statute noong December 2000 at niratify o pinagtibay ito ng Senado noong August 2011.
Bago itinayo ang ICC, International Criminal Court, walang korte sa mundo na may kakayahang maglitis ng mga kasong kriminal na pinakamalubhang kaso.
4 na malulubhang krimen ang nasa jurisdiksyon ng International Criminal Court: genocide, war crime, crime of aggression at crimes against humanity na kinakaharap ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Hindi pinangingibabawan ng ICC ang mga regular na korte ng mga estado. Papasok lang ito sa eksena kung hindi kumikilos ang estado o hindi tunay ang hangarin nitong mapanagot ang mga individual sa likod ng mga malubhang krimen.
Ang ICC is not actually meant to try all sorts of crimes, no? It's not a substitute to domestic courts. Ang kanyang mandate is only to try yung pinaka-heinous, yung pinaka-grabe, yung tinatabi na krimen laban sa sangkatauhan.
Ang idea kasi doon ay dahil usually itong mga sangkot ay pinuno ng kanilang bansa, hindi sila ipoprosecute ng mga bansang yan. So kaya tayo merong international criminal courts.
32 kaso na ang naisasampa sa ICC. 60 warrants of arrest na ang naipalalabas nito at 21 katao ang kasalukuyang nakadetine sa ICC Detention Center. Sa mga kaso, 11 nauwi sa conviction at 4 ang akwital. Noong March 2019, panahon ng Administrasyong Duterte, umatras ang Pilipinas mula sa Rome Statute. Pero sabi ng International Criminal Court, dahil naganap ang mga di umano'y krimen habang miyembro pa ang Pilipinas, may jurisdiction pa rin ang ICC sa kaso.
Merong provision sa Rome Statute, ito yung Article 127. Kung nasimulan na before naging epektibo yung withdrawal, hindi na magagalaw yon or magpapatuloy pa rin yon. Otherwise, madaling tumakas kasi magwi-withdraw ka lang.
3 babae na may mahabang karanasan sa hudikatura at human rights law ang mga hukom sa Pre-Trial Chamber 1 na humahawak ngayon sa kaso ni Duterte ayon sa website ng ICC. Presiding Judge si Yulia Motok mula sa bansang Romania na isang dekadang nagsilbi bilang hukom ng European Court of Human Rights. Mula sa bansang Benin, Africa, si Judge Reyna Lapini Ganso na naging hukom na rin sa Permanent Court of Arbitration. At si Judge Socorro Flores Liara mula Mexico, isa sa mga naging aktibo sa pagbuo ng ICC. Kapag lilitisin na ang kaso, magbubuo ng trial chamber at magkakaroon ng mga bagong hukom.
Iba yung kulungan, ha?
Bakit?
Maganda.
Maganda.
Sobrang layo ng milya-milya. Maganda, maaliwalas, aircon, yung pagkain, monitored. Okay ba yung pagkain natin? Dapat healthy. Kung meron kang dietary restrictions, kikilalanin.
Ayan, nagbabalik po ang ating special coverage ng confirmation of charges hearing dyan sa International Criminal Court na sa loob na lamang ng ilang sandali ay magpapatuloy po, magre-resume na. And as Dean Pangalangan has pointed out, ang ine-expect po natin ay magpe-present na ng witness ang prosecution.
Yes, if they follow the usual procedure. But until the court does it, we don't know.
Dean, nabanggit nyo kanina na ilan po sa mga judges ng pretrial chamber 1, nakatrabaho nyo na rin po at nakasama nyo na rin. Pwede nyo ba sabihin sa amin?
Okay.
Ikwento sa amin?
The chair, Yulia Moto, came in after me. I did not overlap with her. Neither did I overlap with the Mexican judge.
Okay.
But Ren Alapini, from Benin, we overlapped. She's a francophone judge. In fact, I think the proceedings are conducted in French because this is a francophone chamber. That's also what I meant earlier, that it is not assigned by raffle. It is assigned according to the needs, according to the availability of judges. And one of them is not just in terms of the caseload, the workload of the judge. They also take into account the language constraint. So I suppose they will assume that the Filipino will prefer to sit in an English-speaking tribunal. In this case, the lead prosecutor is actually francophone himself. He's Senegalese, but notice that he delivered his opening statement in English, fully knowing that, well, I imagine part of his audience would be a Filipino audience. But also you will notice that there's simultaneous translation. Also, just again, I love historical notes. People are not aware of it. Simultaneous translation was tried for the first time at Nuremberg. Until yeah, so now we simply assume, we see it in movies, you know, the translator.
Yes.
That there is the phenomenon that as someone is talking, someone is directly translating it into the earphones of the people. And that's par for the course today, but it wasn't tried in the world until Nuremberg. And since then, it has become part of the way the world works. And maybe with AI, it might change even more.
Pero mahalaga nga yung trabaho na ginagawa nila. Sabi nyo nga po, Dean, di ba? Minsan yung judges, sa translator tumitingin para malaman kung pwede pa bang ituloy.
Yeah. But you will notice also that early on in the when they were just looking into the Philippine situation, they were already recruiting translators. And if you just look at the languages needed, you can already tell what part of the country they were investigating, because the first translators recruited were, I think, Cebuano. So it means that they were looking at witnesses in Davao. But I think now they have Tagalog and Cebuano interpreters. I think a number of languages. So you would have that interpreter in the booth who will then translate for both the English and the French versions of the transcripts.
So sila yung maririnig natin kapag sumalang na yung mga testigo.
That is correct. Kasi yun din, yung principle of orality, dapat magsasalita yung testigo doon sa lengguwahe na kung saan komportable yung testigo. Para bang kung gusto mo talaga malaman yung katotohanan, di pasalitain mo yung testigo kung saan siya sanay magsalita. inisip ko, paano ko mag-Taglish, di ba? Natural sa atin yun. So, but anyway, I'm pretty sure magta-translate yung Taglish speaker into for both the English and the French versions.
Din, punta lang ako dito sa punto. Leading to this day, may ilang mga petition po o may mga motion na ginawa itong depensa. Isa po ron ay yung fitness to stand trial ni dating Pangulong Duterte. Do we expect that point to be raised anytime soon dito po sa confirmation of charges?
Well, okay. It was raised already. It was ruled upon by the court. If you look at the rules on confirmation of charges, there is a separate rule which will allow any of the parties to raise issues of this nature.
Okay.
But the thing is, they were raised already, so I don't think they can be raised again. But the rules do provide it leaves room to raise issues of this nature, but that option has been used by in this case by the defense and already resolved by the court.
Ito na itanong ko ito kay Attorney Conti before she left for The Hague. Tinanong ko, meron pa kayang pwedeng gamiting baraha ang depensa para hindi matuloy ang trial? May nakikita pa ho kaya kayo mga scenarios, mga possibilities na pwedeng i-raise ng depensa? Kasi si Attorney Kaufman, may binanggit siya, they will raise something fundamental. That was the word he used, fundamental, para daw suportahan ang kanilang depensa.
Well, I'm speculating at this stage. It is not fundamental. It is a challenge not on jurisdiction or on procedure. Most probably it is substance, which is the attribution of the crime
Ayun pa rin.
to Duterte. So kahit may mag-testify na hitman, ang tanong lang dyan, okay, sige, inutusan ka ba? Nakausap mo ba? So paano mong nalaman siya? Parang, so you have proof that you killed, but the person on the dock here is Rodrigo Duterte. Find a way to link him to what happened. So I imagine that will be the line of attack. It is mode of attribution. And the rules provide several ways by which you can attribute it either as a direct perpetrator, to be the hitman, a co-perpetrator as based on a common plan, joint criminal enterprise, or by inducement, aiding and abetting, etc.
Din, nag-resume na ang session. Balikan po natin ang confirmation of charges hearing.
Siguro sa loob ng ilang minuto, no? Okay, akala natin.
Pero
para rin malaman ng ating mga viewers, no? Yung actual proceeding begins 30 minutes before they upload it. Pero, so eto na. So may slight delay tayo sa pag-upload, but eto na, bumalik na sa courtroom ng mga judges sa pre-trial chamber 1.
Please be seated. Veuillez vous asseoir.
Bonjour à tous à nouveau.
Once again, good day, everyone. We will now move on to submissions on the merits. Mr. Prosecutor, please proceed. You have 1 hour today.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Your Honors. My name is Julian Nichols, and good afternoon to you and to my colleagues on the other side and to everybody in the courtroom. Your Honors, we're here today because the evidence shows, despite what we heard for the last 30 minutes before the break, that Mr. Duterte murdered thousands of his own people, Filipino men, women, and children. He was at the center of a common plan, which included the murder of alleged criminals throughout the Philippines. The plan was first implemented in Mr. Duterte's hometown of Davao. While mayor, he promised to clean up the city by killing alleged criminals. He kept that promise, and he murdered hundreds through so-called liquidation squads, death squads, These liquidation squads became notoriously known colloquially as the Davao Death Squad, or DDS. After years, 2 decades, of murdering alleged criminals as mayor of Davao, it became clear to him that this political strategy could be leveraged for higher office and for more power, the presidency. And that is exactly what he did. During his campaign to be president, Mr. Duterte expressly promised many times that he would kill criminals if elected. He claimed that Davao was Exhibit A in why he should be elected, and he pledged that if he won, he would expand the killings nationwide. He won, and that is what he did. And as you will hear tomorrow from Mr. Jeremy and Ms. Croft, the murders skyrocketed in the months immediately after Mr. Duterte became president in June 2016. And that was no coincidence. That was him fulfilling his campaign pledge. As president, he murdered thousands using many of the same co-perpetrators and methods from his time as mayor of Davao. So he moved the method and some of the co-perpetrators to Manila in order to expand the crimes. The victims in this case ranged from powerful individuals to predominantly the poorest citizens of the Philippines. Now, why were the poor selected and victimized? Well, it was often because they were the most vulnerable, and they didn't have the families and the power to make police reports, and they were the most afraid. Mr. Duterte boasted about the killings that resulted in thousands of deaths at his order, and not once at any time has he shown any remorse. He promised also, you will hear, to take responsibility, personal responsibility, for the killings, if need be. Well, that time has come. We are confident that if your honors confirm the charges in this case, that we will prevail and Mr. Duterte will be convicted at trial. We talk a little bit about what my friend, one of the things he said during his 30 minutes. In our presentation today, you will hear Mr. Duterte, in his own words, calling for killings, bragging about killings, and as I said, vowing to take responsibility for those killings if necessary. And the defense, I have in my outline, may claim, but they already have, the defense claim that this is hyperbole, bluster, exaggeration, part of his blunt or direct strongman political speech, which had brought him political success in Davao and then nationwide. And the defense will also point your honors to many instances where Mr. Duterte and his allies tried to build a veneer, a kind of fig leaf of plausible deniability by sprinkling in references to the effect that the police should only shoot to kill in self-defense. Those references to self-defense appear throughout Mr. Duterte's speeches. They're all over the place. We don't run away from that. We don't shy away from that. That's part of our theory. So the defense will say, and again, they already have, that we've cherry-picked the statements we show you, but we have not. We acknowledge these many references to self-defense in Mr. Duterte's speeches. But the evidence which is in our pre-confirmation brief, and some of which will lead today, overwhelmingly shows that those references to self-defense and following the law and to due process are nothing but nonsense Keep in mind, as mayor, he created a death squad. A leader who creates, leads, arms, and funds a death squad is not interested in due process or following the law. Those empty utterances were simply Mr. Duterte, who's chosen not to be here today. Those were simply him acting as the former prosecutor, trying to build in some semblance of a defense, preparing for the day, should it ever come, as it now has, that he would be held to account. It was to give his lawyers something to say. But look at it over here, where I said don't shoot except in self-defense. The reality is that Mr. Duterte's message was clear, and it was understood by the perpetrators, and it was followed. That message was, commit murder at my direction, and I will protect you, I will pay you, I will promote you. And that's what happened. And I'll say this as well, Your Honors. For purposes of this confirmation hearing, disregard every speech ever made by Mr. Duterte. Throw them all out. There is still ample evidence of substantial grounds based on the other evidence which we have put on our list of evidence. And the evidence as a whole, when you weigh it together, will show that what my friend said is not correct, that Mr. Duterte intended for his subordinates to follow the law, and that he was interested and that his speeches were simply bluster. I'll talk briefly now about the charges in the case. As the deputy prosecutor stated, we have 49 incidents totaling 76 murder victims and 2 victims of attempted murder. And of course, those are expanded upon in our pretrial brief, or PCB. Now, as my friends said in the LRV, while there are countless victims who've experienced harm as a result of Mr. Duterte's crimes, we have focused the charges in this case to these 49 incidents and these number of victims in order to ensure that this trial can be expeditious and that it can be efficient and that it won't go on for years and years. So these charged murders are emblematic. They're representative of Mr. Duterte's larger killing campaign. I was going to talk about the legal standard for today, but Your Honors explained it extremely clearly in the beginning of the introduction, so I won't go into it, other than to say, of course, the standard we have to meet is substantial grounds, which I am confident we will. The only thing I would add is that this stage of the proceedings, in addition to not being a mini trial or a trial before a trial, it's also not the time for the chamber to in-depth determine the credibility of witnesses. That can only properly be addressed at trial by the trial chamber when the witnesses are called to testify before the judges and their evidence is properly tested. And there I would point, Your Honors, to the Said confirmation decision, 9 December 2021, at paragraph 39. I'll move on now. We can go to the next slide, James. I'll talk a little bit about Mr. Duterte's background. He was born on the 28th of March, 1945, and he prides himself, or portrays himself at least, as someone who understands the problems of the poor. But as my friend stated, he actually comes from a very privileged family. His father was a lawyer, a politician, even a provincial governor. And as a young man, Mr. Duterte became a lawyer. He went to law school, practiced as a prosecutor in Davao City for almost a decade, from 1977 to 1986. And you find that in our pre-confirmation brief at paragraph 2. While he was a prosecutor, excuse me, he taught criminal law and procedure to police officers in Davao City. And despite this privileged background, despite his deep familiarity with the law and criminal law, Mr. Duterte embraced criminality from the beginning of his career. It's just one example. As a prosecutor, the evidence shows he taught police officers to plant evidence. We can go to the next slide, please, James. I won't read the whole slide out, Your Honors. This is tab 57, PHL OTP 000-15506 R01. But this witness with direct knowledge stated, quote, "He's like planting of evidence. It is necessary," and the he is Duterte. He called it necessary evil. So they said that there are times in police work that you have to do the necessary evil for the sake of the common good, end quote. And I think you'll see, Your Honors, that that's a theme that runs through Mr. Duterte's career. He's willing to do whatever he considers the necessary evil, either for the common good or for his political advancement, or both. And Mr. Duterte confirmed years later, in 2024, when being questioned under oath during a hearing in the Philippines House of Representatives, that planting evidence was his strategy as mayor. Now, at first he denied it in this hearing, but then he admitted to planting evidence in this exchange. If we can go to the next slide. This is tab 46.1, Your Honors. Chairperson, quote, so you really did plant evidence. Mr. Duterte's answer, well, that was part of the strategy as a mayor and as a leader of the law enforcement agency in the city, end quote. His privilege, his legal background makes this betrayal of the law and embrace of murder even more inexcusable. He knew, as a lawyer, as a former prosecutor, that his so-called crackdown on crime was a criminal attack on civilians of the Philippines. And overwhelmingly, the evidence shows, on poor civilians. The poorest of the poor were his victims. He knew his conduct, at its core, was criminal. And not only did Mr. Duterte clearly intend his criminality, he openly bragged about it. Right up until his arrest, and we'll get to that later, but right up until his arrest, he bragged about it. He thrives on a tough guy persona or image that he's tried to create for himself. My friend talked about him riding motorcycles. Well, one example I'll show you is from 2007 now, if we could play that, James. And I should say this is tab 18.
Elite, never losing an election.
So, riding a Harley Davidson, shooting a semi-automatic pistol, this is the image he's trying to create from the beginning. He likes to pose with weapons. If we can go to the next one, James. This is tab 80. And here in this photo, which was published in a newspaper, you can see Mr. Duterte holding an assault rifle. And I'll just note that We also see in this photo, to the immediate left of the photo, Ronald Bato de la Rosa. Bato is the nickname. And to Mr. Duterte's immediate right, Isidro La Peña. And we'll hear more about them later. Even days before he was arrested, 3 days before he was transferred to The Hague, this tough guy persona was on display again during a speech in Hong Kong. He brushed off the possibility of an ICC arrest warrant, and he referred to the ICC, quote, as motherfuckers who have been after him for a long time, end quote. This is him on March 9th, 2025. If you could play that, James. This is tab 136.
Sa totoo lang, baka ang balita ko may warrant daw ako pag... Hindi, totoo. Yung sa ICC or something, matagal na akong hinahabol ng mga
That's him 3 days before coming to The Hague. Of course, after arriving in the Hague, his lawyers very soon began arguing that Mr. Duterte was not fit enough for these proceedings. He wasn't physically or mentally fit enough to be put on trial or for his charges to be confirmed. But fortunately, a panel of 3 medical experts that Your Honors appointed found unanimously that he is. The point is that despite what the defense may say, here or to the press, Mr. Duterte is perfectly fine. He's able to attend the proceedings today. There is nothing stopping him except that he doesn't want to be here. He chose not to face the court, not to face the victims. There is no reason for him not to be here other than his request and choice. I'll move on now briefly to his time as mayor in Davao, Your Honors. If we can quickly bring up the map, James. There we see Davao in the south. And we can zoom in. I don't think there's any dispute where Davao is. He was first elected mayor of Davao City in 1988 and served as mayor for more than 20 years, between 88 and 2016. And as the deputy prosecutor has noted, jurisdiction for this case is 1st November 2011 to 16 March 2019. We're limited to that jurisdiction. So that is the period we will concentrate on today, although, of course, before and after may be relevant. As mayor of Davao, Mr. Duterte promised a crackdown on crime. To quote, crackdown, end quote, on crime and drugs, Mr. Duterte created liquidation squads, death squads, made up both of Davao City police officers as well as non-police officers who were essentially hired hitmen, hired killers. And this system of his became known as the Davao model. The Davao model was murder, not being tough on crime legally, as my friend said. And you have to think, it's a little strange cracking down on crime by committing the crime of murder. Of course, Mr. Duterte did not commit these crimes alone. We discussed the co-perpetrators, including during the mayoral period, in our pre-confirmation brief, Your Honors. And you'll find that at paragraphs 8 to 23. I'll talk about just a few of them now, just to introduce them. First, if we go to the slide, thank you. Ronald Bato de la Rosa, who was a chief of the Davao City Police Office or DCPO, from 2012 to 2013. Next, Vicente Danao, another police chief in Davao during the period. Next, Christopher Bongo, who was Mr. Duterte's aide, special assistant, an important advisor from 1998 to 2016 for the Davao period, and then continued later in the presidency. Mr. Dante Guiaran, regional director of the National Bureau of Investigation. And finally, Italiano Aguirre, who is a lawyer for Mr. Duterte and for some of the DDS members during the mayoral period. And Ms. Croft will discuss these co-perpetrators and their roles in more depth in her presentation, which will be tomorrow. Let me talk now a little bit about the structure of the Davao Death Squad, or DDS. And as we say in our brief, it's a pyramidal structure. If we go, James, to the next one. Again, this colloquially became known as the Davao Death Squad, and it had a hierarchical pyramid-like structure. At the very top, as mayor, Rodrigo Duterte. And as mayor, he had, of course, de jure control over the Davao police. And the evidence shows, para 34, we talk about this in our brief, he also had de facto control. Under him were co-perpetrators, some of whom I have mentioned. The co-perpetrators had different roles, but one of them was to relay orders and instructions down from Mr. Duterte to the DDS handlers, and also to relay reports back up to Mr. Duterte. So a typical chain of command. The instructions go down, the reports go up. And the handlers were responsible for the different death squads, or DDS members. And at the very bottom, the lowest rung, the DDS members who actually perpetrated the killings, who carried out physically the murders. And they were made up of both police officers, who were generally lower level police officers, as well as non-police persons who were hired. These members at the bottom were often recruited because they had a debt or owed something to Mr. Duterte or the police, and they could therefore be controlled. And those members at the very bottom were at risk themselves, because if they did not follow orders, or if they tried to leave the DDS, they could be tortured or killed, or both. And there is evidence of that in this case. I'll talk now, just for a few moments, about the founding of the DDS, Duterte's death squad, the genesis of the death squads. One witness described his initiation into the DDS. He described it happening in 1988 at a dinner meeting in a hotel in Davao City. And this was a huge deal for this witness. I mean, it was almost unimaginable being invited to a dinner in a hotel in the center of Davao where he was going to meet the mayor. Mr. Duterte was present, and he openly told the new members of the death squad he was forming that their job was to kill criminals. If we can go to the next slide, James. This is tab 50, Your Honors. This is what the witness recalls of the meeting. Quote, he, Duterte, told us that your job here in the city would be to kill the drug pushers, the snatchers, and the holduppers. That's what our job is going to be, end quote. And in private, with his paid killers, Mr. Duterte didn't say anything about self-defense. He then provided these death squad members with guns and ammunition, and again, in a festive way, a basket was passed around filled with handguns, and the new members could pull one out, like getting a prize, so they would each have a weapon for their new job. It was a celebratory event for Mr. Duterte. The witness explained Mr. Duterte was happy at this dinner meeting. He was laughing, and he even sprayed a bottle of champagne to celebrate. That's at para 5 for our PCB. One witness recalls, we can go to the next slide, James, thank you. Recalled of this event, quote, he, Duterte again, said it was like a baptismal, like a launching. He was very happy at that moment, end quote. That's tab 51. Mr. Duterte was very happy at the birth of the DDS. It's important to note, Your Honors, Mr. Duterte has freely admitted his role in the Davao death squad. He doesn't deny it. Well, now he does, but he did not before he came here. During an interview with a local news station in 2015, he admitted that he is the Davao death squad. And if we could play that now, please, James. This is tab 11.
So how do you react to that?
Tinod. Tinod na.
They say I'm the death squad. True. That's true. You know, in Your Honors, in some ways, this case is not exactly complicated. That's not the only time Mr. Duterte admitted his role with the death squad. He repeated under oath that he had a death squad at the Blue Ribbon Committee in the Philippine Senate in 2024, about 10 years after the clip we just saw. However, in this exchange, he denied that the death squad included police officers in some type of apparent effort to protect them. This is tab 41.1, if you could bring it up, please. Mr. Duterte, under oath, quote, I can make the confession now if you want. I really took care of it. But please don't involve the police. They're the ones who suffer, sir. I have a death squad, but not the police. These were gangsters. He says it again. In the same hearing, he confirms this admission. Go to the next one, please. Tab 41.1. The senator asks, quote, so what the former president dropped earlier, that they have a death squad, was a bombshell. Whatever name it goes by, whether police or non-police. Because it looks like what we are investigating now is the instrument used for the war on drugs, which led to numerous extrajudicial killings. For the record, Mr. Chair, end quote. Mr. Duterte's response, quote, you are correct, ma'am. You are absolutely right, end quote. It's not on a slide, but he also stated bluntly, same ERN, same tab, 41.1, same hearing, quote, my death squad, ma'am, is of course, it is organized. That's all I can say, end quote. So that is 4 times, 3 of them under oath, that he admitted having a death squad in Davao, including saying he is the death squad. That's not hyperbole. That's not bluster. That's him telling the truth when he feels safe. And that he can bank on his continued impunity. Talk just for a few moments now, Your Honors, about how the Davao Death Squad operated under its architect, Mr. Duterte. Victims were usually targeted in one of two ways. Sometimes an informant would provide information on a target, and the handler would then get clearance from Mr. Duterte through one of the co-perpetrators in the pyramid we saw earlier to kill the target. Sometimes Mr. Duterte himself would give the target's name, would say who to kill, which would be communicated by one of the co-perpetrators to a handler, and then down to the DDS member tasked with actually carrying out the killing. But whichever way it took place, Mr. Duterte's clearance, his approval was required, his permission was required for DDS members to conduct these murders. And several witnesses confirmed that, and I'll go through them in a minute. But first, Your Honor, just to react to something my friend said in the previous session. This was at I think 12:22 onwards on the transcript. He stated to the effect, the prosecution couldn't even get one witness to admit they heard Rodrigo Duterte give an order to kill. Here's where it gets a little bit cute. At any time relevant to the charges or with respect to any of the incidents. So my friend didn't say the prosecution doesn't have any witness who heard Mr. Duterte give an order to kill. He's saying during this time period. I'd point Your Honors and my friend to PHL OTP 000-15517 at page 0002, lines 18 to 21, where a witness is asked, now did you ever hear Sarah, this is Sarah Duterte, give any instructions for killings to take place? Witness, personally no. Interviewer, okay. Witness, but the father, of course, many times. But this was before 2011. I would suggest that doesn't make much difference. Going back to the confirmations of his clearance, if we could go to next slide. Yes. This is tab 35, Your Honors. A witness stated, quote, only one person was making the decisions. You had to ask Duterte, because if we didn't make that request, if we didn't ask for authorization, we would be chased or we would be pursued, end quote. Another witness stated, if we go to the next one, please, tab 58, quote, we cannot conduct a clearing or killing operations without his clearance. Speaking of Mr. Duterte, we called it clearance, end quote. Finally, on the next slide, perhaps the simplest, the witness recalled, quote, a different witness recalled, quote, you cannot just kill anyone in Davao City without Duterte's approval. Otherwise, you will be charged, end quote. It's tab 117. In exchange for carrying out the murders as directed, the DDS members would be paid reward money. One witness stated, if we go to the next one, please, James, he recalled, this is tab 56, quote, every kill, the first reward money, to my recall, it was $10,000 per kill, end quote. And in addition to paying rewards for specific murders to the person who carried out the murder, Mr. Duterte also paid some of the DDS hitmen who were not police officers salaries by making them false employees of City Hall that he ran as mayor. These were so-called ghost employees. They got ID, they received salaries from the city of Davao, they were put on the books, but it was all a ruse because their only job was to kill. So it was Mr. Duterte using the city government and the apparatus to fund his death squad. He also, I'll just note quickly, provided death squad members with firearms, as I talked about earlier at the beginning of the DDS, but also with vehicles and ammunition so that they could carry out their crimes. We'll go to count one now, and I'll talk just a little bit about count one. And Mr. Jeremy will talk about counts 2 and 3 tomorrow. Count one is in relation to murders in and around Davao City during the mayoral period by the DDS. It encompasses 9 incidents of murder by Mr. Duterte's death squad of 19 victims in total. 3 of those 19 victims were children. I'll go to just one quick example. Incident 3 in our pre-confirmation brief, murders in Agdao Market. I'm just going to go through one of them. Your Honors, this is at paragraphs 91 to 92 of our pre-confirmation brief and page 36 of the notebook we passed around this morning. Incident 3 is about the murders, or what happened in Incident 3 is the murder of 3 people in that market on or about 4 December 2013. Before carrying out the murders, 3 DDS members who we'll see received instructions from their handler that there was a job to be done. And the victims in this crime were 3 alleged thieves. So we have 3 hitmen and 3 victims. The informant helped the DDS hitmen to locate the targets, the victims, who were at a shop in Agdao Market that day. And when the hitmen reached the shop, each one shot and killed one of the targets and murdered them in broad daylight. After the killing, the hitmen reported back to their handler up the pyramid chain that the job was done. And their handler, in this case, then informed Sonny Buenaventura, who at that time was one of Mr. Duterte's most trusted men. The reward for this incident, for these 3 murders, was 90,000 pesos total. That's at our brief at para 91. What's interesting about this incident is that a few weeks later, after the murders, a video of Mr. Duterte watching the crime on CCTV was posted to YouTube. And I'll show that video, Your Honors, in a minute. But in the video, you'll see Mr. Duterte standing in the CCTV room looking at a bank of television screens. The video then zooms in on the CCTV footage of the crime, and you see 3 DDS members walking up the street in the market. You see them turn to the right, pull out their guns, their pistols, shoot the 3 victims who are off the screen, and then they walk and jog away, and they don't look very worried. And the video then zooms out, and you see different people running to see what has happened because they've heard the shots. Okay, can we play that, please?
Sa Makati, ganito din.
At most 1 week sa gagawin. Katong patay sa Agdao. Tanawin mo yan. Tanawin mo kalakaw. Kanawa. Fiskal, pati pamot kasi mo. Morder mo ganyan klaro. Tanawa. Kaya, ubada. May pagkita ni Esar Salis. Gawa na. Isang rin nalianay mo. Kala. Tutulog.
And you have to wonder if what my friend said is true, that Mr. Duterte is an honest mayor trying to solve crime. You have to wonder, Mr. Duterte portrayed himself as tough on crime, law and order enforcer. This triple murder was filmed. Mayor Duterte watched it himself. You can see the perpetrators shooting, committing the crime. Yet, Mr. Duterte, the former prosecutor, Mr. Tough on Crime, could not get this triple murder committed in a market in broad daylight with multiple eyewitnesses solved? Of course not, because it was his murder. And that brings me to the next point, which is clear. DDS members did not fear punishment because they were committed at Mr. Duterte's orders or direction. He authorized this Incident 3 killing and the others in Davao City. That's at our PCB, our brief, 71 to 72. And that's why, of course, the death squad members were not being arrested, worried about being arrested for the murders they carried out. And if we go to the next slide, James, one of them says very simply, quote, when asked if he's worried about being prosecuted for the killings he committed, his answer was, quote, no. As long as it has been cleared, I wouldn't worry, end quote. Tab 30. And it's highly understandable that the DDS members were not worried about being prosecuted for the murders they committed, because Mayor Duterte took pride in these killings. He was interviewed as mayor in late 2015, and a reporter put a question to him, asked him about a human rights group report which suggested that he had killed 700 people in Davao. I'll play the video and we'll see his response. You'll also see, just before we play that, Mr. Christopher Bongo is in this video to Mr. Duterte's right. Look at the question, look at Mr. Duterte's answer.
700 no, pinatay ko. Nagkulang ho sila sa kwenta. Medyo mga 1,700.
No denial. Instead, he takes credit for 1,000 more killings. That isn't bluster. That's not hyperbole. That's the truth. I'll move on now, Your Honors, coming to the end, and talk a little bit about his road to the presidency. He saw that the political success of his Davao model, as my friend said, he kept getting reelected. It was working. He saw that the political success of the Davao model of killing alleged criminals could be leveraged for more power, higher office. As I said in the beginning, that's exactly what he did. During his presidential campaign, he campaigned on a promise, a pledge to implement the common plan to kill alleged criminals nationwide if elected. I'm going to play a video now, Your Honors, that are just some of the speeches he made. It's a compilation of four. This is a tab 12 of 4 videos. It's about 4 minutes, but it gives an idea. These are not all the statements, but it gives an idea of the man who ran for president in 2016. If we can play that, James.
3 to 6 months, sabi ko, I will eradicate corruption, criminality, and drugs. If I become the president, I will order the military and the police to hunt down the drug lords, the big ones, and kill them. Tell me what my credentials to the presidency? then I'd say Davao is Exhibit A. Ngayon, dito sa Davao, hindi sabihin ito malinis itong bayan na to. It's not perfect. So that maybe I said, kung dating ako doon sa Pasig, I can promise you, not heaven, but I will promise you a comfortable life. Corruption has to stop. Criminality has to stop. Either makuha ko ang gusto ko or you perish. Magprangkahan na lang tayo. Anong ibig sabihin yan? Patayan yan. I promise you, hindi naman believe yung ibang tao. Sabi ko, I would stop drugs and crime, criminality in 3 to 6 months. Sabi nila, that's too ambitious. My God, subukan ninyo ako. That's what I told the Davao criminals before. Sabi, pinapatawag ko pa, do you want to go out of the city? Gusto mong pumunta ng Manila, maganda ang buhay doon. Doon ka na lang, gusto mo? Di, yung hindi naniwala, di patay. Anong pag-usapan natin dyan? Bakit para sa akin? Did I do it for my own? For my own benefit? To enrich myself? What does the life of a criminal have to do with your pocket? No. Nabi ko lang, I want a peaceful city. Umalis kayo. Pag hindi, papatayin ko talaga kayo. Di, pinatay ko. Huwag na tayo magtagot-tagot pa. Papangkaprang ka na lang. Ngayon ako, I have this, kung ako ang presidente, huwag muna kayo mag-demonstrate. Give me time. Give me time kasi mag-hearit talaga ako. At sa kung gusto naman siya, hindi ka talagang gagawin ko. Hihirit ako. Ang sabi ko sa military pati police, only criminals, drug-related offenses. I will tell the police and the military, go out and kill them. Period. Alam naman nila. Alam mo ito, pag ako ang na-presidente, I would warn you, I do not covet the position. Pag na-presidente ako, magtago na kayo. Yung 1,000 nan, it would reach 50,000. I would kill all you making the life of the Filipino miserable. Patayin ko talaga kayo. Kasi manalo ako dahil nga yung breakdown sa law and order. I do not want to commit a crime. But if by chance, per chance, God would place me there, magbantay kayo, kasi itong 1,000 na ito maging 100,000. Diyan mo makita, tataba yung isda dyan sa Manila Bay. Diyan ko kayo itapon. I do not want to be president. I do not want to kill people. So do not elect me as president.
If I become the president, I will order the military and
3 to 6 months.
Oops. Sorry. So, if I become the president, I will order the military and the police to hunt down the drug lords, the big ones, and kill them. Tell me, what is my credentials to the presidency? Then I'll say, Davao is Exhibit A. Either I get what I want or you perish. Let's be straightforward. What does that mean? That means killings. You should get out. If not, I will really kill you. So I killed them. Let's not play hide and seek anymore. Let's just be frank. I will tell the police and the military, go out and kill them, period. I will really kill you. I do not want to kill people, so do not elect me as president. That's the man before you for this hearing, even if he's not in court today. He repeatedly promised to kill people, his own people, if elected president. He said it, he did it, that's who he is. He won the election, became president, on 30 June 2016 and did exactly as he said he would. He murdered thousands of people by taking the DeVal model nationwide. I'm finished, Your Honor, and perhaps I would suggest that the next presentation start tomorrow, if you don't mind, because we only have 5 minutes.
Judge Motok, thank you, Mr. Prosecutor, for your presentation and your suggestion. We have now come to the end of this first day of hearings. I would like to thank all the parties and participants, as well as our interpreters, the registry, and the technical staff, as well as all those who contributed towards the success of this hearing. The hearing is adjourned, and we will resume tomorrow according to our schedule. See you tomorrow.
So ang pagtatapos ng Day 1 ng Confirmation of Charges hearing sa International Criminal Court ng kasong Crimes Against Humanity kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Din Pangalangan, sir, what did we just witness? Ito hong nagpresenta ba ng ebidensya ang prosecution?
I thought he would present a witness as a part of the presentation of evidence. But what he did instead was he took the option not to present a witness, but as we saw, to provide the evidence he will rely on, namely the recordings of Duterte.
Yung mga specifics ng charge, ano?
Yes. And I think 2 points, that should be, in his judgment, sufficient to convince the judges about the sufficiency of the evidence to support the charges, number one. And number two, I think he is reserving his ammunition for the trial proper. So hindi siya magpapa-preview dito. And totoo naman sinabi ng pre-trial chamber, we don't want a mini trial here. So he's doing it the more expeditious way. He just summarized the case. He started showing the video clips, and I think it's quite an effective, you know. In fact, I've seen all those videos before, but he juxtaposed them in a way that demonstrate not just the intent to kill, but also, you know, it satisfies all the elements of the crime. You know, that it should be part of a common plan, that it should be a part of a widespread commission of the crime against humanity, of murder, that he knew of that plan. So so I think he set forth to achieve the purpose of the confirmation hearing.
Yes.
Which is to convince the pre-trial chamber, but without presenting any witness.
At sa ilang punto din, ina-address niya yung sinasabi niya kay Attorney Kaufman.
Yes.
Diba? Sabi niya, my good friend here said this, but this is what actually happened.
Yes.
Parang gano'n, no?
Yes. And in fact, exactly as you say, magalang sila ron. They refer to their opposing counsel as my distinguished friend.
Gano'n sila magtawagan,
Oo. Kahit nag-aaway na, distinguished friend pa rin.
Okay. Tomorrow, Dean, what can we expect?
Sabi niya, yung kanyang presentation of a description of his evidence is for count 1. So I think ipapasa na niya ngayon sa kanyang kasamahan sa prosecution team in charge of the second count. And then another one for the third. Ang hindi ko it's difficult to anticipate is if Kaufman says he will punch holes now, I know how he will do that if the format, if it were with a witness. But if the lawyer himself presented the evidence himself, well, I imagine Kaufman will be allowed to present his own counter summary beyond the opening statements.
Okay. So again, yan po mga abangan natin kung paano magiging diskarte na magkabilang panig dito yung prosecution. They will have more time tomorrow, pero siyempre asahan natin din the next days of the hearing, yung depensa naman ang magpipresenta ng kanilang mga argumento. Dean Raul Pangalangan, sir, Thank you very much.
My
Maraming salamat po sa
Salamat din.
your insights as a former ICC judge were truly valuable sa ating pong pagbabantay ngayon. Of course, and how us, everyone in the Philippines, should make sense of what's happening. Yan. Bukas po, patuloy po kayong tumutok sa GMA Integrated News para sa pagpapatuloy ng confirmation of charges hearing ng Crimes Against Humanity laban kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. At dyan po, nagtatapos ang ating special coverage sa Day 1 ng confirmation of charges hearing sa ICC. Magkita-kita po ulit tayo bukas sa ngalan ni PR Kanghel. Ako po si Ivan Mayrina. Magandang gabi.
Magandang gabi po, Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao. Pinag-uusapan na ang pagbiyahe sa eroplano kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa mga oras na ito ayon sa post ng anak niyang si Kitty Duterte. Kanina ipaaresto siya ng International Criminal Court sa International Police o Interpol.
Mabilis ang pagpapatupad niyan mula sa NAIA kung saan lumapag si Duterte mula Hong Kong hanggang sa Villamor Air Base kung saan siya binasahan ng Miranda rights.
Siya po ang kauna-unahang Pangulo ng Pilipinas na pinahaharap sa International Court. At mula Villamor Air Base, nakatutok live si Marisol Abduraman. Marisol.
Vicky, dito nga sa Villamor Air Base idiniretso si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte matapos ang arestuin kanina sa kanyang pagdating galing Hong Kong. Napakahigpit ng seguridad na pinapatupad ito. Bantay sarado ang lahat ng dating base. Dito na rin sumunod ang taga-suporta ng dating Pangulo. Pagkalapag sa NAIA mula Hong Kong, diretso Villamor Air Base si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Dito, binasahan siya ng Miranda rights kaugnay ng sinilbi sa kanyang arrest warrant mula sa International Criminal Court o ICC.
By virtue of the warrant of arrest issued by the ICC for crimes against humanity. Sir, you have the right to remain silent. You have the right for counsel of your choice. Anything you say may be used for and against you in a court of law. And I want to ask you, sir, if you understand these rights.
Of course, coming from you, it's very clear.
Inusisa ni Duterte kung ano ang mga ginawa niyang krimen.
Pursuant to Article 25.3a of the statute for crimes against humanity and pursuant to Article 7.1a of the same statute for murder committed in the Republic of the Philippines.
Must be murderers, hindi lang ito.
At kung bakit sa Villamor siya diniretso.
Show to me now the legal basis for my being here. As apparently I was brought here not of my own volition.
Kasama ni Duterte ang common law wife na si Hanilet, ang anak nila na si Kitty at ilang miyembro ng dati niyang gabinete na patuloy na kinukwestiyon ang jurisdiksyon ng ICC.
General naman kayo. Alam niyo ba na hindi man lang siya na-serve kung anong kaso?